calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's at work to safe haven. Attacking 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 1 start, take a shot.
Also still stands for talk. No.
Offender in custody. Temporary.
Thanks. If anyone else follows my to zero, so let me know. Come first standby. 10-4.
Regular.
Give me 1 minute, y'all. I'm trying to rush as quick as I can. Breaking news, he has been captured. Just a few minutes ago, it was confirmed. Literally set the live, hit it, and I'm just getting everything set back up. Just 1 moment. All right, hopefully, let's see if everything, give me 1 second. Sorry, it's being buggy. So give me 1 second. Yes, he has been captured. It has been confirmed. I'm not gonna go live and definitely put captured in the title and the thumbnail if it wasn't true. We're not the clickbaity over here. All right, I want to show you guys. It is confirmed. Per Mayor Scott Conger, Austin Drummond has been captured. Let me see here. We'll share this real quick for you. Let's see here. Okay, so here we go. Actually, here, we got the scanner up too. All right, so per mayor, now I'm going to take you to some photos here real quick. It's going to be, here it is right here, job complete, SWAT rolling out. Hold on 1 second. I'm sharing everything to Facebook here, so if you're not following me on Facebook, make sure you do. I'll drop the links to you in chat in 1 second. Let me show you guys this latest video right here. Job well done. All right, here we go. Turn the sound up. They finally got him. Thank you so much, Greasy Creep, for being a member of the I confirmed also. We got him. All right, we're going to be going. Hold on 1 second. Woo! This is wild, y'all. This is wild. Right here. Right here, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. This is no lie. I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not, seriously, I haven't even gone to sleep yet, you guys. I was working on that damn edit. StreamYard was bugging like crazy. It literally took me 5 hours, 6 hours to make the frickin' edit because of StreamYard, okay? And it says right here, captured, baby. Let's retweet that. Damn, it's been 24 hours for me now. I'm seriously, I literally was like laying down, and I got word like an hour ago that there was a lot of activity on these streets, photos being taken, like heavy presence in certain areas, sightings this morning. And I'm sitting there and I'm watching flight radar, and I'm like, I'm not really seeing nothing, and I'm listening. You know me, I have to dig before I really go live with this. Just like all these other shows, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna go live with shit unless it's, so I was digging, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, I don't know. I think it's maybe just some more false alarms. So I kick back in my office chair because I'm like, I don't dare go to bed right now because I know I probably won't wake up. Right? I'm gonna be so damn tired. So I laid back in my office chair so that way I wouldn't fall totally asleep. And all of a sudden I'm laying there and I doze off for a second. Here, let's put this up here. And I doze off for a second. And all of a sudden I hear something come over the scanner because I had the scanner going still. I had the scanner. I had like this shit hooked up in my IVs, right? I had the scanner going still, and I'm like half asleep, and then I'm like, whoa, hold on, what? And then I go and I look, and I'm like, let me check real quick. And then I'm looking, and I'm like, holy shit. Before TBI just confirmed, law enforcement just confirmed, but it was like 10 minutes before that, I was like, are you freaking serious? And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna set, just like the other day, I'm gonna set a thumbnail, I'm gonna set a title, I'm gonna get it all ready. All I have to do is hit one button to get it set. And then I sat there and I waited, and then when I saw a TV station drop it per the mayor, I was like, we're going. We're going live, baby. Yes. Oh man, thank God. All right, so let's see what they say right here. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy for this community because I can imagine the kind of horror that they were going through. If you just became a member, I see there's some people that said they became a member last night. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and thank you for the kind words as well. Man, I'm like, you guys witnessed how loopy tired I was last night when I forgot. Oh, I forgot. I'm so excited. I got to show you guys something, okay? Hold on one second. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Okay, so you know how I was loopy tired last night, right? And we were making fun of Tanaka Brown and the man purse. Yes, guess what I did, you guys? Look what I did. Boom! Boom! 100% fresh. 100% fresh. Look at that man purse. He's got the man purse with him. I told you I was gonna do it. Y'all probably thought I was bullshitting. I did it. Boom! All right, let's go back to this. Hold on one second. Let's go back to this. What happened? Austin Drummond has been captured. That's what happened. And and we have 100% fresh. I'm still loopy tired. I'm sorry. We even have the girlfriend in it. See, he's 100% fresh. You got the buttonhole open in the bottom, and then you got that man purse, baby. Take that purse to jail. All right. I totally forgot. Oh, but I had to. All right. So let's see here. It says captured. Tennessee most wanted fugitive Austin Drummond is now in law enforcement custody after having been caught in Jackson. Will provide more details soon, but a hearty thanks to the public for staying vigilant these past few days. He has been captured alive. It was, man, we were a little worried, you guys. We were a little worried. Because I thought, whoa, here's the photo of him. Hold on one second. Damn, the dude. Here's the photo. Right there. There's the photo. Hold on. We gotta update. Let's see here. 1 second. So I'm gonna leave that sit there for a minute. Look at that photo, you guys. Look at that photo. Let's see here. We gotta make a new thumbnail with that damn photo. Look at him. That dude's scared, beat, and sweating like a mother. Damn. All right, give me 1 second. We got to put that mug on the frickin' screen. All right, let's go. There we go. All right. Give me 1 second here. We'll get to some of the other stuff. I'm going to share with you guys some of the photos and stuff. I'll go through that stuff in a second. Let's see here. Let's do this. Just give me one moment here. I got to change something here. Man, I can't believe. Well, we all thought, we were all a little worried because, you know, I even thought last night, like, man, it didn't look like it was going to end good with what he was carrying around. You know what I'm saying? All right, hold on 1 second. Let me. Okay, I got to just do a little juke couple things here real quick. Okay, there's that. And let me do this. Just give me one moment. Okay. Let's see, get rid of that. All right. Change that. Let me change the thumbnail real quick because I got to get his mug on there. I don't know when I'm going to be falling asleep, so I'm going to hang out with you guys for a little bit. It's not going to be 10 hours again, all right? But I am going to hang out with you guys. Hold on. I just need to update this thumbnail real quick to show his new mug. His new mug. There we go. Captured. All right. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so let's close that out. Close that out. All right, let me close that out. And here, let me drop my Facebook and Twitter because I was dropping updates before I even went live. So seriously, if you've seen it, you were probably like, "Oh shit, He's gonna go live. Yeah, I'm gonna go live. I just had to wait. I gotta wait for confirmation for shit. All right. Here's the links for it. Trust me, you will hear about it on my Facebook or my Twitter before I end up going live. I'll put it out there. There's that if you guys want to follow it. There's the links. All right. Let's I got the scanner up. There's nothing. I mean, there's a shit ton of people listening, but there ain't nothing on the scanner. There was barely anything on the scanner. Barely anything on the scanner this morning, even. So, all right. Let's what a mug. All right, hold on. Let's see if TBI put out something else real quick. Then I'll show you some of the pictures from this morning. It was like a good hour and a half, hour and a half, probably closer to hour and a half when I started hearing it. Started hearing about an hour and a half early, but you know, you can't damn, he's sweating like a motherfucker, man. And he's scared as shit, too. Look at him. Scared as shit. Oh, dang. People are still thinking that he was spotted shelter in place. Dude, some people don't even know that he was captured. They're thinking, because there was a lot of activity this morning about a shelter in place. A lot of activity this morning about a shelter in place, but here, let's blow this up so you can see it even better. There's a lot of talk about it, and you know, I was like, I'm not gonna go live. I was like, I'm not gonna go live for stand in place shelter. I mean, there was a lot of stuff going on. Trust me, when I show you these pictures and I'll show you what I was seeing, there was a lot of stuff going on. I mean, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm not seeing anything legitimate here. I'm not going to go. I need sleep. I'm not going to go live just for people to be shelter in place because it's sunlight now and we're really going to try and find him today. I was like, I'm not losing sleep over that. So, but man, I get, if you see people out there that are, I guess, let them know. If you see people out there that are, there's people streaming right now about spotted shelter in place, and it's like, oh my gosh, we're way beyond that. All right, let's let me go to Facebook here. And I didn't see, okay, there's no updates. There's no updates on Twitter. Okay, here's another picture, you guys. Oh, an even better picture. Damn, hold on. I'm gonna repost it on Facebook, and I'm gonna let me see. We'll pull it up. There's that. Let me see. The man who caught Andre. Whoa, the man who caught Austin Drummond. Hold on. I'm sharing these real quick, and we will switch to it. There's like an actual full while he's being grabbed. All right. Let's see here. Live. Oh, we got a live. Hold on. We got a live feed on Facebook. Give me 1 second. Oh man, there's so much shit. Okay. Let me do this. I'm going to click this live feed. We'll have this live feed up. I'm going to show you the new photos. Then we'll go to the live feed. Okay. So let me go here. And where is, okay, so here's the newest photo, everybody. Bam. There's the newest photo. Good morning, everybody. They finally got him. They finally freaking got him. We got the new photos of him. So he ditched the camo. He ditched the camo. He didn't shave his head. Here, let me I'll zoom. I'll come back here for a second. He didn't shave his head. He did not shave his head. Let me see. So we'll leave that there for a second. Oh, what the heck? My thing went missing. Hold on. There we go. Gosh, shout out to the officers, man. So that must be his. I wonder if that's his weapon right there, because that looks like what he was carrying. I'm glad. Yeah, and you can see all the SWAT behind him. I'm so glad that nobody else from this community. I'm so glad that nobody else got hurt in this community, man, because last night I was really upset. I was really freaking upset that that they didn't like at least send out screenshots to the family. We went through the videos and everything, you know, we went through the CCTV, and that stuff got released right before it got dark, and I got really upset because I was like, man, you guys obviously had this footage for a while because you clipped it all together and put it in, you know, a nice little collage. And it was like you couldn't throw the community a couple frickin' screenshots to show these people that he was wearing a camo and all this other stuff. Okay, now for some reason this says it's the guy who found him. So let me go to that real quick. Then we'll go back to that live feed. Hold on 1 second. Oh man, this is wild. Let's see here. They were live 17 minutes ago. Let's share that too, because we'll listen to that here in a second. Hold on, I'm sharing more stuff on Facebook. And StreamYard looks like it's bugging out again. Oh man. Okay, we got that. We got that. Let me see. Attention residents. Another photo. Oh man, this is so cool. Whoa, a group of community members. Oh, has nothing to do with what we're covering. Let me see here. Okay, same picture. All right, let me go to my other part of my Facebook. We'll pull up. There's another thing, but this guy, the man who caught Drummond, exclusive interview. Okay, hold on 1 second. Oh, come on, StreamYard, don't be doing this shit, man. For real? It's bugging now. Are you kidding me? All right, so hopefully not. Okay, let me switch to this. This is supposedly the man who caught Drummond, exclusive interview. I hope it's a decently long interview. It looks like it's 60 seconds. I hope not. Is it going to...
Tell us a little bit about what just happened.
Well, what happened was we are working over here, and we saw the guy walking in the middle of the wood.
Thank you.
And we thought, like, you know, nobody wants to walk in the middle of the wood, in the middle of this stuff. So we was kind of like very sure it was the guy. So I called the police immediately when the guy was walking right there, and kind of like give them, the location and everything.
Wow.
And they be hearing about, actually I was on the phone when they got here. So, and I'm really glad they got it.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
The hero. Great job, big dog.
I just called them, They are the heroes.
Wow. So they were just doing it looks like they were doing some landscaping work. They saw a guy walking in the middle of the woods, and immediately called the cops because they were like, why would somebody be walking in the middle of the woods right now this early in the morning? It's just like how he was walking when he got caught on the CCTV. I brought it up in that breakdown video I dropped. You know what I'm saying? If I wish I would have known last night he was going to get captured this morning, because I would have never worked all freaking night and all morning on that damn edit. You know? What a waste. I literally worked 5 hours on that damn edit for nothing. But you know what? I'd rather him be captured, you know. But anyway, on that edit, I was kind of talking about how he, with all this CCTV, he was just like nonchalant. He wasn't wearing gloves. Half the time he wasn't covering, his face wasn't covered. You know, and he didn't even like, you didn't see him like peek around the freaking corners or nothing. The dude was just walking around like he owned shit. Like, you guys saw the CCTV. He was just walking around like he owned, you know, like it was nothing. Like, I'm just gonna walk up, check door handles, you know, nothing. So it doesn't surprise me that that's what he was doing. I mean, wow. All right, let's go to, here's another, hold on one second. All right, here's another, this is another discussion here. One second. Job complete. Oh no, where'd it go? Whoa, hold on a minute. Where in the heck did it go? Okay, that live ended. Is there something? It was 29 minutes. Let me see if there was anything with this one. I don't think so. It's bugging out. Hold on. Do I really do? Am I gonna have to close my freaking browser again? Oh my God, StreamYard. Give me 1 second. This is, oh my God, I'm so tired of this.
EvilleCJ, TBI Legends. Can you please log the JPD's 1097 Alpha TBI office for the Drummond subject?
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay, authorities are calling, confirmed sightings. TMZ, you're 11 minutes late, man. Wow, ain't that crazy? TMZ's late. That's wild. TMZ is late. Okay, I need to go. I gotta go back and see if, okay, here it is. I don't know why it wasn't showing up. All right. Okay, here we go. So let's go here. Open this up. All right. So this was another news station. Man, that's crazy. They were just doing yard work or landscaping and called it in. That's wild, man. I got 19% battery.
822, 1010. Hey, 822. 8822, 1010, headquarters. Hello.
Are they not? Are we not talking? What? What do you think about who found him and the threat Uh-oh, I might have alarms going off here in a second. It's a bunch of BS. I'll tell you that. Fairy tale gang shit. That's what it is. Down there in Jackson.
You coming?
If I was there, I'd protect the guy that. What is this? Oh, that's just 18-second clip. I'd protect his ass. Fuck them. They're stupid already. They were covering for a fucking dude. They're serving time. They're gonna be serving time for something they didn't even. You know what I'm saying? Like,
What's going on, fellas?
793.
Excellent job.
freaking
Copy narrative as well.
they're the morons.
Hello.
Oh no, Mary, anybody with a weapon can cause damage. You know what I'm saying? Anybody with a weapon can cause damage. Just like Austin right here. Now he's gonna go to a real freaking prison, and then watch how far he'll go in there. Guarantee it. Watch. He'll get his ass stomped out real quick. Because he'll be going in there like Jamie Kennedy in Malibu's Most Wanted. That's what he'll be doing. He'll be fucking Jamie Kennedy in Malibu's Most Wanted going to a real fucking prison. I'm serious. Yeah, it's the cereal box edition, Kai. Make sure you put that in there, because I'm sure the VLs are disrespected by his ass. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Him and his fucking crew, I'm sure they are, because you don't operate that way. You don't operate that way. So add cereal box edition to that. Do me a favor, just type the initials. Thank you, Wags. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Thank you for checking out the channel. Oh, you're fine. No, you're fine. I didn't say it before, but yeah, I don't know. I wasn't able to make that video. I was busy working on the other one. But what I will do is, you know what I'll do? We'll go ahead and look it up here in a second. All right. And then I'll just look up, find the timestamp, and I'll let everybody know. If you want to see me break it down, the whole gang cult, somebody that was in the streets from 1213, I'm giving you the fucking reel of the shit, okay? So I will give you a timestamp from the show. I think it was 2 nights ago, right, guys? Was it 2 nights ago? I think it was 2 nights ago, maybe. 2 nights ago. Yeah, I think it was 2 nights ago. But I'll look it up. I'll get you a timestamp, because I'm not gonna make a video of it now, because the dude's already captured. Let me see. So that's the location. 15 Windwood Hills. Let's look that up real quick. Was the location. So let me repost that on Facebook. Hold on. Let's repost that on Facebook. All right, we'll repost that. I'm going to look up that address. 15 Wynwood Hills. So we're going to look that up here. Okay, that was the man spotted. Okay, live update from your news team. Oh, it's just happening. So we're going to, let me pull that up because we're going to go to that next. What the hell was I going to do? Oh, yeah, I was going to look up that address. Wynwood Hills, Jackson, Tennessee. Yeah, we already showed the interview of the guy who spotted him. Oh, wow. Okay. It's pretty damn close to where they were at. Let me zoom back. So this is where he was captured. So they were doing some work over here. Doing some work over here. And that's where he was captured. He was out walking around in the middle of the woods. They were doing work, and they seen somebody walking in the middle of the woods. So he was going to probably hang out in this area. Now let's zoom back and let's see how close they were with the helicopter. Oh, look at that. They were circling that whole particular spot right there the whole time. Yep, they were on it. They were on it. Yep, there's the Church of Latter-day. That's where they had the that's where they had the command center. And then if you guys remember, this is right here was where they there's the command center, and then where's it at? Wellington Drive. And then there was, you come up here and then you kind of come around. So there was a sighting right here at the church, the CCTV, and then right over here in White Oaks, he was walking here. Then they got him walking by here, and then he only made it over to here, but he was probably hanging out in this section right here. Probably hanging out in this section the whole time, and they couldn't find him. But damn, they knew. Look at that, because they were circling this spot right here over and over and over and over and over. They were just looking and looking and looking. Let me see. They were searching by plane and helicopter. They just couldn't find him. I hope nothing happens to that guy. I'd take that shit personally, honestly. And that's just me. I would take it personally. Something happens to that dude, I would take it personally. All right, let's go. There's supposed to be some live update from WBBJ. Let's go to that real quick. This is live. This is live. They're right outside this this gate. Okay, and is that the gate? That must be the gate to the house that they caught him at. So they're going live. They're gonna have a news conference, press conference right out here in front. They're probably just waiting a few minutes until the news hits at 10 o'clock. So I imagine they are probably gonna be in front of the camera within like 5 minutes or so. I was thinking he was same here, Julie. I was thinking it wasn't gonna end good. I hope so. Now, there's also if you guys remember, there's also a court hearing for one of the suspects that got arrested as well. There's a court hearing this morning. If you guys haven't heard that, $250,000 bond, y'all, for the two suspects. that are in the same jail right now. What's her name? Tanaka and Daria. Tanaka and Daria both have a $250,000 bond. They ain't getting out. $250,000 bond. And then there's a court hearing today. I'm not sure what time, but you'll probably see the updates coming across your social media at some point. They did have cameras in there. But it's not like you got like a live feed. All right, here we go.
West Tennessee. We want to alert you of breaking news at this hour. The time is 10 o'clock, and authorities have successfully apprehended Austin Robert Drummond, the man in connection with the deaths of James Wilson, Adriana Williams, Courtney Rose, and Braden Williams, whose bodies were found July 29th in Tiptonville in Lake County. Shortly after 9 o'clock this morning, we learned of this information. So we do have our team on standby on scene. So let's check in with Ryan Hodges. So Ryan, what can you tell us?
Oh, I'm so glad they caught him. Oh, so glad.
Yeah, Emily, we are over here just off of Country Club Lane, which has opened back up. Specifically, we're over here by the Windwood Hill area in that neighborhood. This is where, when Country Club Lane was closed and we were standing up over by Van Drive, Country Club, and Express Lane, this is where we saw multiple law enforcement agencies and vehicles coming in and out of this area, the Windwood Hill neighborhoods. Again, just after 9 o'clock, we had confirmed that Austin Drummond was taken into custody. We've seen the pictures of him taken into custody, and he was arrested. This was shortly after 9 o'clock. I'm going to step out of the way as this vehicle comes through. Austin Drummond arrested. Confirmation shortly after 9 o'clock. Again, we're just off of Country Club Lane. It is open back up. The Windwood Hill neighborhood, to be specific, is where all the law enforcement agencies have been coming in and out of for the past hour or so due to this situation. We're going to be learning some more information throughout the day about exactly how it came through, who contacted the authorities, how they found out where he was, everything that led up to the arrest. But until then, we're just going to stay in the area and learn as much as we can and bring you that information as we get it. Once again, Country Club Lane is reopened. This is the area where Austin Drummond was taken into custody early Tuesday morning. Got the confirmation just after 9 o'clock in the Windwood Hills neighborhood area. We're going to continue to keep you informed throughout the day. Meanwhile, in Jackson, Ryan Hodges, WBBJ 7 Eyewitness News.
And thank you, Ryan, for that live update on scene. Again, Austin Robert Drummond is in police custody. The arrest took place in Jackson this morning following an intense manhunt led by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, among other surrounding agencies. Right now, we don't know all of the details, but be sure to stay with us on air and online as we continue to update you as more information becomes available.
Okay. That's interesting. I thought there'd be more of an update. All right, hold on one second. All right, let me go through some of these photos here real quick. So let's go back to my Facebook, and then I gotta start checking I gotta start checking these updates. Okay. I mean, it's a lot of these. They're basically like they're just blocking off. Well, that's from earlier this morning. Shout out to her. Hold on one second. So you got just some photos where they're blocking it off. Put that out there. There's another photo. They're blocking off the roads. There's just a lot of stuff going on out there before. You could kind of hear some of the rumblings on social media. Sorry. Okay, so let me Let me see here. Let's go to, again, here's the photo of him. All right, let me see if there's any updates here. We're gonna check. I'm gonna look around here real quick, and see if there's some other news agencies reporting on it. I'm sure there is. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna take a look real quick. I can't believe they finally frickin' caught him. It's crazy that it took. It's crazy it took a landscaper. It's crazy it took a landscaper to find him. But they got him. Let's see. Okay, I don't see nothing there. All right. Let me check here. There's got to be a local news station that's out there. They better give that guy the $37,000 reward money too, because that's a bunch of BS. If he don't, I'm, you know, I don't know if any of you guys know, but how often you get the reward money is not very often. It's not. And it's unfortunate, but this dude right here deserves that. All right, so there's something from a news channel. Let me see here. Let me see what else. Watch live. Oh, hold on a second. Memphis is live right now. Hold on. We'll go to that in a second. Let me just keep scrolling here. Okay, there's that. We're going to be watching some YouTube videos here in a second. There's a live. Memphis news station has a live going right now. I'm just going to get caught up, and then we're going to switch right to it and see what they have to say. Let me see here. All right, let's go. All right, here's the live feed here.
On the other hand, it made us very comfortable because we knew.
All right, let's go back.
So again, this was a multi-agency.
We'll go to the back. Listen to the whole thing.
From a church nearby. And so people and police were asking everyone to lock up their garages and their sheds, to close their doors, and to shelter in place. We just got that issue and alert a few minutes ago when this arrest was being made.
Right, and keep in mind, if this was happening at the same time school was coming back for a lot of those families, and you've got a accused mass murderer walking around, showing to have a weapon in that surveillance video you're referencing. I'm sure we'll get that up there on the screen for you shortly.
What's going on with StreamYard, man? I lost my background too.
Frankly, for a lot of those families.
Absolutely.
It's scary to think about. And remember, for other people put in custody now as
lost my background.
I understand we've got some video then we can show right now of the I believe of that surveillance video of Drummond walking around. There it is on your screen. This was just from the other night. You can see he's got a weapon there, just wandering up. I mean, eerie to think that someone like that is walking around in a neighborhood.
Yeah, police told us that he was described with having a rifle. He had a brown backpack, that he was dressed in camouflage clothing, but that also this video, it's important to note, was time-stamped for Sunday, August 3rd of 2025 at around 11 o'clock that night. Again, this is video that came given to us by Jackson Police, but it was actually from a nearby church in the area.
Yeah, and again, as I said, they thought he was perhaps out of the area as this manhunt has gone on for several days, but clearly that was not the case. We had a huge law enforcement presence there in the Jackson area yesterday as well, looking for Drummond. There was some thought perhaps they had located him yesterday on Monday. They did not, but today, again, we can say accused quadruple killer Austin Drummond has been found, and he is in custody. Really, hopefully putting an end to this stage of the hunt for justice now, which really gets in earnest for that family.
Yes, we still have a lot of ways to go within this investigation and within this case. But this, again, as Kevin is mentioning, is a very big first step. What we also can tell you is that we are still asking questions of police. We do have a crew on the way to the scene right now. The TBI is also preparing for a press conference that we will air in its entirety later on this afternoon. We do now have his arrest photo. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. This will give us a clearer picture of maybe the state he was in while he was arrested. This photo from the TBI of Austin Drummond.
That is certainly an eerie thing to take a look at. There was certainly some wondering if he was going to be able to be taken alive, as we saw him walking around with that weapon, certainly primed for some kind of confrontation. But it's good news in terms of getting greater justice and maybe a little more clarity.
It's Jackson, Tennessee, and it was the address was 15 Wynwood Hills. This was the address right here. 15 Wynwood Hills. That's where he was busted.
About what may have happened or occurred. That's really the ultimate question right now. You don't want to get too much into the speculation, but obviously when you have a quadruple murder, there's a lot of questions that are going to be asked as to how exactly that situation could come to play. I mean, we could talk about the history of Drummond that has been certainly out in the open, out in public. He was arrested previously as a teenager for an armed robbery back in 2013 when he was, again, just a teenager, sentenced to about 12, 13 years in prison, got out after about a decade just last year. He'd only been a free man for, I don't know, maybe 10 months or so.
Should have never been.
And now this incident, it certainly raises a...
Still, those people, those officials, those elected officials that made it possible for him to get released, they need to be held accountable, man. They need to be held accountable.
A lot of questions about, you know, what rehabilitating was really going on.
Yeah, and what really happened that sparked this whole thing to begin with? We have so many unanswered questions that hopefully we'll find some.
Anybody just joining, I promised you guys last night I would crop his man purse from the other picture. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I told you I'd crop the man purse on it. It's cropped on there. He's got that man purse going to jail. And his best friend says he is looking fresh again. Looking fresh.
Clarity and some answers to in just a little bit as the investigation now enters into this new phase. What we also can say too is that we're working to learn how this arrest was made. We're not sure if a tip led up to this arrest. We're not sure if police just stumbled upon him, if someone called them to go and look at someone that was suspicious in the area. We're not sure of those details yet, but we do know that there was a $32,000 reward for his capture. We'll wait to get information to see if anybody will receive that, if it was a tip that brought investigators to Drummond.
Yeah, certainly there's been a lot of interest in financial incentive as well to locate Drummond. But as we saw, the massive SWAT and law enforcement
he was just doing work
throughout this week, there was certainly a lot of resources on display and being put to capturing Drummond. But there are 4 other people who were now in jail and have been arrested, accused of helping Drummond avoid capture. 4 different people who are accused to be accessories after the fact, as the terminology goes. They are Tanaka Brown, Giovante Thomas, Brandon Powell, and De'Ara Sanders. Now, Thomas is in the Madison County Jail, unrelated charge. You're seeing them now on your screen. Of course, Drummond on the left. Thomas in the Madison County Jail on an unrelated charge. He'll be transferred to the Lake County Jail. He and Powell will be in court on Thursday. Sanders is also being charged with accessory after the fact. If convicted, she could serve up to 6 years in prison. Brown's bond has been set at $250,000, and and he is still in custody. I mean, when you have 4 people like that arrested, it certainly lends a little more credence as to how Drummond was able to evade capture here for close to a week.
Yes, this is day 6 of that search. And it's obvious to see with the other people that have been arrested in connection to this case, it's likely to say that Drummond had some kind of help and support. And that's what police are alluding with these other charges and with these other people that are now connected to this case. We do want to go ahead and bring in our Leah Williams, who is also live in studio with us.
All right. So if anybody didn't understand why I did that, this will make sense. This will make sense. You see where the 100% fresh comes from. You see where the man purse comes from. So if anybody was confused what that meant, I was cracking ribs last night, and I'm like, I'm gonna crop that freaking man purse on his fresh new outfit. And so that's so for anybody that was confused as to what I was meaning and why I made the picture, there you go. Fresh.
To talk about this timeline of how we got here. Leah.
Yes, Siobhan, this was a very unique case and kind of odd case. So we want to take you back through on how all of this started. It all started last week. The Dyer County Sheriff's Office made a post on Facebook asking for help identifying an abandoned baby. Deputies found that baby around 3 o'clock last Tuesday afternoon. After that call that someone saw them drop off the baby in a dark minivan in a car seat, and the baby was left on someone's front yard, and then the car took off. So this was at a stranger's house on Old Highway 20 near the Tigard area. And about an hour later, the department updated the post saying they did identify the baby. They also named Courtney Rose, Matthew Wilson, and Adriana Williams, who we now know were victims in this case, as 3 people they wanted to question about that abandoned baby. Now, later in the evening, the Dyer County Sheriff's Office announced that the baby was a part of the case in Lake County. So again, this was a multi-agency, multi-county investigation. So investigators found 4 people dead on Carrington Road in Tiptonville. Wednesday morning, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation identified those victims, again, as James Wilson, Braden Williams, Courtney Rose, and Adriana Williams. The TBI confirmed that all of these people were related to the baby. And then on Thursday, the TBI identified Austin Drummond, who they've been searching for days now, as the suspect on this case. He was on Tennessee's most wanted list, and there was a large reward for his capture. But again, he is in custody this morning. They found him earlier this morning. We don't have the details yet on how he was taken into custody or even how he was found. But again, Austin Drummond is in custody. Kevin, Yvonne.
Thank you for that, Leah. Yeah, certainly still a lot of things we're trying to learn here, and we'll continue to find out. We'll be on here for quite a while, gathering as much information as we possibly can. Certainly, I think the big question right now, again, as we were just talking about, what led to this quadruple murder?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's kind of hard to fathom that someone could do something like this. Certainly, especially someone who clearly, had friends in the community, had people that were willing and able to give him assistance after something like this occurring. It kind of, it scares you a little bit.
It does. I mean, this community, 2 different communities really, in Lake County and in Dyer County and in Jackson, people have been very concerned about this case and about what it's done to the community, just heightened the fear of so many people that have been there just trying to wrap their minds about not only the tragedy, but the fact that a man accused of these crimes was still on the streets. So we still have a lot more questions, especially like you were mentioning, Kevin. Why did this happen to begin with? How are all of these people connected? We are waiting still to get all of that on record. We know that the 4 victims are family members, but getting police to connect the dots with how Drummond knew them, if he knew them, how that all happened and worked.
Yeah, there's a complicated web that investigators certainly are still trying to work through at this time. As you talk about multiple crime scenes, multiple vehicles that were found. Some were taken. I believe one was found with bullet holes that was taken back earlier. This was, when this investigation first got going. How he was able to get back from Lake County to Jackson. Is that where some of these other arrests came in, where someone was helping him get around, because, you know, it's unclear how any of the movements still at this time. To your point, we're still working to get a lot of those questions answered from investigators. Certainly they'll have more of an update for us later in the afternoon. But the big headline right there, Austin Drummond, accused quadruple murderer out of Dyer County, has been captured, and he is in custody. You can see that photo right there. Certainly looks like he was someone that was perhaps living out in the woods out there. I don't know, don't want to speculate too much, but the good news is he is no longer literally walking the streets, you know, through dead of night.
Absolutely. This is a photo from the TBI. This is the most recent photo that we have received this morning after the arrest and capture of Austin Drummond. But again, this story has just really paralleled and spanned so many neighborhoods, so many communities, so many people and families that have been on edge, waiting for police to make an arrest in a person they believed is connected to that quadruple homicide and the abandoned baby. All right, our crew that has been en route to the scene, they'll be there in about 15 to 20 minutes. We've just been told by our producers. And so it'll be a good idea for us to see the scene from their point of view and from their perspective. We know that a lot of law enforcement right now are in Jackson, presumably where that arrest took place or nearby it.
I mean, just seeing some of the photos that are coming out from investigators about the amount of police officers, the amounts of vehicles that they have on the scene, they've certainly left no stone unturned trying to locate Drummond and where he is. We're thankful for that. But again, we do have a reporter, at actually several that are going to be out there. We'll have a lot more coverage on this throughout the day. But right now, we do know Austin Drummond has been captured. Hopefully, when you get him in custody like that, you'll be able to get some information from him as to what exactly led to this series of events that's kind of shocked the nation a little bit. It's been a national story. Anytime you have a crime that this gruesome, and then you've got the baby element as well. That was kind of the thing that topped it all off. There was a baby that we don't know how exactly, was this happened before? Did this happen after? Did he have the baby and have to get rid of it? Or, you know, I don't want to speculate, but those are the questions that investigators are certainly going to be able to piece together a little bit better right now. We're thankful the baby was okay.
Yes, absolutely. And the only information we have right now, just so that you all are clear on that, was that the baby was found in Lake County. The bodies were found in Dyer County, just 30 minutes away from each other. The baby was found first, and then the 4 victims were found.
It is certainly the type of scene that you see in a movie or something of that sort, especially seeing some of the photos. Drummond, again, he had just been released from prison there in Tiptonville just late last year, comes out in, I believe, late 2024. Here we are midway through, a little bit past halfway, 2025. Now he's accused in this quadruple homicide. A lot of questions exactly about perhaps, you know, how was he able to make bail and be out on parole in that situation? That's certainly an issue. We know all too well here in the Memphis area, that so-called revolving door. Wouldn't say that's necessarily what occurred here, but anytime someone who's been in jail for that long gets out, immediately commits an act like this, you have nothing to do but ask that question.
Yes, it's a valid question of, should he have been out on the streets to begin with? That's the question that we'll be asking investigators, and so hopefully something that will come out in the new details that we'll receive later on today and in the weeks and months to come as we continue to cover this case. Let's go ahead and take a look at that surveillance video that we've been watching and looking at. I think that is really, really important in this conversation. We cannot say for certain that Drummond didn't leave Jackson, but maybe he did not. Maybe he had been there the whole time. Again, this video was taken on Sunday, which is August 3rd, around 11 p.m. This was video that police have given to us, to all of the media, but it was from a local church in the area.
Yeah, it's kind of scary to see. I mean, it's when you see him walking away, he's got a large rifle there in his hand. You can only imagine if someone just, again, these were churches, someone who happened to just be there custodially or any kind of situation where someone was staying at the church. You've got this, accused quadruple murderer sort of walking around just the streets of Jackson. Kind of terrifying to think about, especially for those families. I know everyone in Jackson can breathe a sigh of relief right now that, at least for now, this man is not walking the streets. And this has been a long process. I mean, as we talked about, 6, almost 7 days now since this incident really started. So there's that's a long time to be out on the streets walking around. And that leads you to think he's got some kind of assistance in being able to stay out of law enforcement's hands for as long as he did. And that's where these other arrests have come in. Again, 4 other people arrested in connection not to the murder, but to the act of aiding and abetting his escape efforts post the alleged crime.
Let's take a look at those other 4 people. 29-year-old Tanaka Brown, Giovante Thomas, 29 years old. And both of those people were arrested and charged with accessory after the fact to first-degree murder. And the other individuals that were charged are De'Ara Sanders and Brandon Powell. Powell is charged with possession of Schedule 6 drugs and criminal conspiracy, while Sanders is charged with accessory after the fact to first-degree murder.
Kind of scary to think about. You'd hope maybe they didn't quite realize what exactly they were getting into. I certainly, what their relationship, don't know his relationship to those people, for one thing. Maybe how do they know each other from a long way back? Is this a person that had cultivated those relationships, or these people that just kind of found themselves in a situation and were afraid? And maybe that type of information will come out across the, the various court proceedings that are now going to get into effect. I know we talked about 2 of those are in courts on Thursday.
Yes.
And then our Desmond Nugent just was at the courthouse, I believe, yesterday for 2 of those other arrestees there, kind of in Northwest Tennessee. Those legal proceedings are going to end up being very separate from this Drummond case, which will now move into a new phase. Yeah.
And while we're talking about charges and people connected, let's run through Drummond's charges, what he's facing so far, and know that this could be changed at any point, where more charges could be added or maybe not, but this is what we have right now. 4 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of aggravated kidnapping, 4 counts of felon in possession of a firearm, and 1 count of possession of a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony.
Yeah, and there's, now that they have him in custody, there certainly is the potential they could add additional charges if they learn any more information, whatever perhaps led to the situation where they all ended up out there, kind of a very rural area, it should be said there, near Tiptonville. Where those bodies were discovered was actually very close to the jail that Drummond had previously been incarcerated in. Is there a connection there? These are the questions that I think a lot of people are going to be asking. We'll certainly be asking them here at ABC 24, but that community deserves to know as well. We're going to send it over to our Leah Williams again with another recap of kind of where we got here. Leah?
Kevin, there are still so many questions in this case. And of course, we'll be working to get these answers because this case could take a long time to comb through everything. But we want to go back through everything that we know so far about this case. It all started last week on Tuesday when the Dyer County Sheriff's Office posted on Facebook asking for help identifying an abandoned baby. Deputies say around 3 o'clock that afternoon, they got a call that someone in a car dropped the child off outside in someone's front yard. The child was in their car seat at the time. Now, this happened at a stranger's house on Old Highway 20. Then about an hour later, the department said that they did identify that baby. So once the baby was identified, they looked for the family members. So they named Courtney Rose, Matthew Wilson, and Adriana Williams as 3 people they wanted to question about the case. But of course, now we know that they were victims in this case. So later that evening, the Dyer County Sheriff's Office announced that the baby was part of that case in Lake County. That's where investigators found 4 people dead on Carrington Road in Tiptonville. And like Kevin said, that's right near the jail. It's pretty much down the street. And then Wednesday morning, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation identified the victims as James Wilson, Braden Williams, Courtney Rose, and Adriana Williams. Again, they were all related to that abandoned baby. Then Thursday, the TBI identified Austin Drummond as the suspect in this case. Last week, 4 people were arrested. That was over the weekend. They also took 2 cars into custody that Drummond was believed to be driving. It was an Audi and a truck. So this all brings us back to today where Austin Drummond, again, is in custody. There was a lot of concern, especially from people in Jackson on social media for their safety, but he has been taken into custody. Kevin, Yvonne?
Leah, thank you so much. I think something that we cannot talk about enough would be the victims of this case, because that is why we are here. So let's take a moment to remember who these people were. 21-year-old James Wilson, 20-year-old Adriana Williams, 39-year-old Courtney Rose, 15-year-old Braden Williams. We know that Wilson and Adriana Williams were the baby's parents, and Rose was Adriana and Brandon Williams' mother. All 4 victims lived in Dyer County.
This is the photos of the baby that was left unharmed, thankfully, on a lawn there. I mean, it's just devastating to think about this one family, you know.
Yes.
We're here, those of us, the rest of the community, you know, we'll be talking and asking these questions for a while, but then, you know, our lives move forward, and this family, devastated.
Devastated.
I mean, you can't even imagine sort of the pain, the heartbreak. Where do they pick up the pieces, especially if it you know, what was the connection between Drummond and this family?
Yeah.
There's been a lot of speculation about that. It's unknown at this time, exactly confirmed, whether from law enforcement or others, what was the degree that they knew Drummond, how much he was ingratiated into that family or not. It's all just heartbreaking to think about, especially, again, given that he was in prison as recently as last year.
And another thing to really talk about, and we can share only as much as we know. Police have not given too many updates about the baby at this time.
That's true, yeah.
But we do know that the baby is a girl, and she was found safe, and that she is being taken care of at this time by family, law enforcement, people that are connected to this case. But that is all of the information that we have at this time about the baby, other than she is safe.
Yeah, we haven't learned too much about that information, or too much about the case so far. They've been very hesitant to release information because it has been such an active scene. Obviously, up until just very moments ago, they were looking for Drummond and not trying to get any information out there that may aid him in his escape efforts. Hopefully, over the next hours, days, weeks, they'll be able to be a little more forthcoming with what they know and what they've been able to piece together so far at this time. I understand last week, again, in Lake County, officials with TBI found 4 bodies along Carrington Road in Tiptonville. We're saying these names again: 21-year-old James Wilson, 20-year-old Adriana Williams, 38-year-old Courtney Rose, 15-year-old Braden Williams, and that all one family. Courtney Rose, actually the grandma there of the baby that was found. Braden Williams, I believe, her nephew, and then Wilson and Williams were speculated to be in a relationship there. It's just heartbreaking to think about like this.
Yeah, it is. And just know, especially you could see on the graphic that was on your screen, this was a very complicated, wide investigation that involved multiple agencies in Lake County, Dyer County, the TBI.
Do you get it? G once upon a crime. G once upon a crime. G once upon a time. Fairy tales. Fairy tale G. Fairy tale G.
And the FBI all were helping to figure this out, to solve this, and even Jackson Police as well.
Yeah.
So you have 5 or 6 different agencies that were working to figure out where Drummond was, to identify him first, then to figure out where he was and to bring him into custody, which they did today.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the questions that I haven't seen to be answered specifically, is how they were able to zero in on Drummond as the suspect, relatively quickly. That news came out within a day that they knew Drummond was the man that they were certainly looking for. Again, alleged here still at this time, but that question I would be curious to find out about. What makes them so certain that Drummond is the person that they want to look for,
Agreed.
There's a lot of questions that still have to be answered, and we do have a reporter there on the scene, which we'll be getting to him momentarily. He'll be able to give us that live picture of the scene. Again, just on Wednesday, the last time Drummond was seen in Jackson, that just last week up until these few days ago. He was believed to have been driving a damaged white 2016 Audi at the time. This is a look at a map there of the wide area of that manhunt. You can get a sense of kind of the resources that have been deployed here to try and locate Drummond. Again, as you mentioned, Yvonne, multi-state effort, TBI, you've got national federal police involved. You don't see that too often. That should certainly give you some sense of the scope of not just the investigation, but the crime that we're dealing with here. Again, very significant situation. They were able to confirm again the connection between the baby that was found and the bodies being found, the cars that were discovered, multiple crime scenes, a very complicated investigation. And hopefully today we can sort of start to get some answers, I guess.
Some answers and some clarity,
Yeah.
right? To see exactly what happened. Because we're giving you a lot of information in real time as we're receiving information. It can be a little confusing, a little convoluted, and it's hard to keep up with all of the tracks. And so that is part of our jobs as journalists to make sure that you understand and you know exactly what's going on with all of the information and with all of the facts that we've been given as well. Our Leah Williams has been standing by in studio to really take you back to how this case started with everything that we know so far. Leah.
Yeah, Yvonne, this is such an odd case and such a sad case that we want to continue to take you through how all of this started. Even though we don't have all the answers yet, here's what we do know so far. The Dyer County Sheriff's Office posted on Facebook last Tuesday asking for help identifying an abandoned baby. Deputies say the baby was dropped off, that baby on your screen right now, around 3 o'clock that afternoon. Someone actually called saying they saw someone drop the baby off in their car seat in someone's front yard and then take off. This happened at a stranger's house on Old Highway 20. About an hour later, the department updated the post saying they did identify that baby. So then they wanted to look for the baby's family. So they named Courtney Rose, Matthew Williams, and Adriana Williams as 3 people they wanted to question about the case. Later that evening, the Dyer County Sheriff's Office announced that the abandoned baby was a part of a case in Lake County. That's where investigators found 4 people dead on Carrington Road in Tiptonville. And we now know that 3 of the people that police were looking for were actually victims in the case. Wednesday morning, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation identified the victims as James Wilson, Braden Williams, Courtney Rose, and Adriana Williams. The TBI confirmed that they are related to that abandoned baby. And then on Thursday, the TBI identified Austin Drummond as the suspect in this case. Last week, 4 other people were arrested. Then over the weekend, they actually took 2 cars into custody that he was believed to be driving. One was a truck, another was a white Audi. So this brings us all to today, where he has been arrested and is in police custody. So still a lot of questions surrounding this case, but what we can tell you is that he is in custody right now. Kevin, Yvonne.
All right, thank you for that, Leah. We're going to just sort of take this all back to the beginning here. If you're just joining in on this stream, we're cutting in with some breaking news, some serious breaking news. Austin Drummond, the accused killer of 4 people, has been taken into custody in Jackson, Tennessee.
Authorities in Jackson, Tennessee announcing this morning that they have captured Drummond nearly an hour ago, just ending a nearly 6-day long manhunt after a family of 4 was killed and a baby was left in someone's yard. We do again have a crew en route to the scene to give you a live look, but here is a photo, the most recent photo of Drummond.
Yeah, that certainly can give you a sense of the condition that he has been in. You know, the Jackson area, West Tennessee, it's a pretty rural area. You know, that's no doubt why he was able to evade capture this long, presumably in those woods for long periods. That photo right there looks like someone who, you know, has been on the run, to put it that way. It's good for those of us in the West Tennessee area, and especially those in the Jackson community who have been worried about this accused quadruple homicide killer walking the streets. I know we saw surveillance footage just from a day or so ago showing him walking around. I know we'll have that coming up here shortly to show you that he's been walking around with a gun, still camouflage, very much ready for a confrontation there in the Jackson area, even though there was some speculation he had left, but I guess not the case.
Apparently not. We're going to wait to see what investigators tell us, if he did leave the area and came back, or if he's been there the entire time. Let's go ahead and take a look at that surveillance video. The photo we just showed you was the next look that we have, but this video was sent to all news outlets, and it's video that was time-stamped for Sunday, which was August 3rd at 11 p.m. So officials with the Jackson Police Department said that Drummond was seen on a citizen's camera system in the 700 block of Pipkin Road, which was Sunday night, August 3rd. This video footage that you can see right there on your screen shows Drummond with a black rifle, wearing camouflage pants and a long sleeve camouflage shirt with a brown backpack on his back.
Scary to think about someone accused of these types of crimes, just walking around, being able to move freely there under cover of night, just walking around. You only see what you see. He may well have been able to find shelter there in the Jackson area, in unsuspecting areas nearby. Folks just trying to go about their day, especially given, this was the first week of school here starting. There's a lot of concern from parents and families in the Jackson area that a lot of those should be shut down and closed until Drummond was located. You can understand the fear and the concern that a lot of those families have. I know a lot of them are resting a little bit easy now, or easier, I should say, that we're going to start finally getting some clarity, as we've been talking about, on what exactly occurred. Anytime you have a quadruple murder in this manner, it raises some questions about what led up to this incident. You've got a baby involved, which is going to certainly add to any kind of intrigue or drama. It's kind of thing that you hear about in movies. This has been a national story.
Yes, it has been.
It's been strange to think about, and we're glad that at least this phase of it has come to an end with Drummond captured alive. There was worry that there was going to be some kind of confrontation. He certainly appeared ready for one, and he has been captured alive. He's taken into custody, and they'll be able to hopefully start getting some answers.
Yes, but also he is now in custody, and 4 others are also in custody now as well. 4 people are accused of helping Drummond avoid capture, and those people are Tanaka Brown, Giovante Thomas, Brandon Powell, and De'Ara Sanders.
Yeah, that's right. We're looking at those photos right now on your screen. Those 4 people accused of helping Drummond after the fact of these accused murders. They're not being arrested for any kind of assistance in the act itself. Of course, those legal proceedings will play out over the course of time, just as well as Drummond's will. A couple of those folks are Desmond Nugent was at their arraignment in court yesterday. 2 more of them will be in court there on Thursday. Yeah, we've got some footage there in the scene. I believe that looks like De'Ara Sanders there in court yesterday. She used the orange jumpsuit there. She is, again, facing potentially up to 6 years in jail if convicted of this crime, assisting Drummond after the fact. We don't know, it hasn't been said to this point what exactly any of these 4 people were alleged to have done to help Drummond in his escape. Did they give him, allow them to stay with him? Did they give him a car ride somewhere? Any kind of things like that would certainly fall under the purview, but we don't know yet at this time. They haven't really been saying. Those are the kinds of facts that we'll get a little more information on.
Absolutely.
Right now. Okay, and I'm being told we've got our reporter Desmond Nugent there now live on the scene in Jackson County. He's got a live interview set up there. We are going to him here momentarily. Wonder what kind of scene we're going to be seeing there.
Right. We do know that police have been in the area for quite some time, and so we're expecting to see more police presence there. But we'll also be hearing from Desmond in just a few minutes.
Yeah, I can hear Desmond in my ear right now. He's setting that up. We're going to go to him here shortly. There's a lot of moving pieces here for us, but he is there now live on the scene in Jackson, where Austin Drummond has been captured after a 6-day-long manhunt or so. Finally, he has been captured and is in custody. Desmond, do we have you?
Yeah, that's right, Kevin. We are here in the Saddlebrook Drive and Country Club Lane area in Jackson, Tennessee, where authorities did capture and seize Austin Drummond, as we've been reporting not too long ago. It's been a very tumultuous and very crazy atmosphere for residents here. We actually have a Mr. Tom Lovell, who is one of the people who is one of the residents here in Jackson. Just describe to us just what exactly you had saw this morning.
Well, when I came back from church, all of a sudden a bunch of police cars came into our street, and FBI and unmarked cars, and they got out and started looking around our house with guns pointed, and that's very unsettling. But on the other hand, it made us very comfortable, because we knew that we were being protected really at that point. And so the neighborhood is pretty tight, and everybody was texting back and forth. But this saga had to stop, because We can't live this way.
So, Mr. Tom, when did you see all that action occur? Was it this morning, or was it on Sunday?
No, it was this morning, and really all day yesterday. They were in the neighborhood throughout the day yesterday.
What's the atmosphere? I know you just described a few seconds ago, but what's the atmosphere been like for you and your neighbors here just over the last 3 or 4 days, knowing that he was in this area this entire time?
It's very unsettling. It makes it difficult to sleep. So we have to protect ourselves in the way that the Second Amendment allows. And so, and I was, but I'm just so glad it's over with, because once again, I moved over here for peace and serenity. And we hadn't had that for the last 3 or 4 days, but thank goodness they got him.
And I'm not sure if you saw that video that kind of has been circulating on social media, but when he was just near the university, just down the street, knowing that knowing that he was just that close, ma'am.
Yeah, we walk all the time in this area, and my next door neighbor and I were walking Sunday, and she said, "I just think he's in these woods," and I said, "Oh, you do?" So, but we felt unsettled, and we are so glad we can go for a walk now.
Another time they got camera evidence of him over here at Cornerstone Church, and my neighbor standing there can probably throw a rock and hit that Cornerstone Church. And so that's very unsettling to know that he's walking around in the dark throughout our neighborhood.
And the one thing I wanted to ask is, knowing that, he finally got captured, that this city and this neighborhood can finally, as you just said, kind of be from unsettled to settled. How does that give you more of a peace of mind right now?
It's pretty good. My neighbor and I were talking, we need a little bit of a transition, because we've been so geared up in a situation we're not used to. And
for me, it's just we can breathe again. We can go back to living again without having to worry about this problem. Thanks. I want to thank all the members of the police authority and the FBI and everybody that was chasing this guy down, and good for them.
And it makes you want to go do stuff for them and continue to let them know how much they're appreciated.
Well, thank you so much for your time. And like I said, we're here in the Saddlebrook Drive and Country Club Lane area of Jackson, Tennessee. People living here, residents, feeling finally at peace, knowing that Austin Drummond is captured by authorities. We'll have more for you later at midday. Live in Jackson, Tennessee, I'm Desmond Nugent, ABC 24 News.
Desmond, thank you so much. We really appreciate that update. It was good insight to hear from them, but a scary morning for them. Can you imagine just seeing rifles and men in your front yard?
That is crazy to think about. This whole incident has just been complete chaos for that Jackson community. The fear, the terror, you don't know, especially some of that surveillance video that we've been talking about. Seeing Drummond, he's actually, he could be nearby, he's in there, he's walking by a church. I mean, you can imagine certainly the feeling of relief that they now are feeling, and we're happy for that family. Thank you for that interview, Desmond.
A few things that they mentioned there too, just feeling unsettled, that they had a hard time sleeping, that they're glad it's over with, that they're just glad it's done. They can breathe again.
Yeah, that's certainly a feeling that is understandable when you're dealing with this national news story, a quadruple accused killer just walking around, steps from where your home is. It's kind of terrifying. I certainly wouldn't be able to sleep. So I feel happy for that family that they'll be able to move into a little bit of a better space, but other families, not so much.
Yeah, not so much. What we haven't really touched on yet, Kevin, is what happens next with our just experience in journalism, knowing a little bit about how the court system works and what happens. Austin Drummond will be booked and will be charged with whatever police believe he should be charged with. We then will see that he will have a first appearance where he will have his rights read to him under the court of the law, and his true blue bill of indictment will be given to him to see exactly what the list of charges were and what they will be, how many counts. And he will then have an opportunity to be arraigned, where he will have a chance to either enter a guilty or a not guilty plea in this case.
Yeah, and that will, I can promise, will be just the beginning of a very long legal process. We've talked about here in the Memphis area all the time, some of these high-profile cases. We've got these high-profile defendants that are going to use every legal avenue that's available to them in most cases to try and stretch the process out. Because when you're talking about a crime of this magnitude, he's going to be looking at a very severe penalty from the state, and there's going to be a lot of efforts on the behalf of him and his legal team to try and extend the process as much as possible, make it muddy the waters, if you will, to try and extend his own time that he's going to have, potentially not having to come to a decision being made on the sentencing one way or the other. This is in the end, today marks the end of one chapter of this, but
the start of another.
The beginning of one that's unfortunately going to be far longer. But at least for some of the family members and the community there, they get a little bit of closure knowing that he's no longer going to be on the loose and walking the streets.
And know that we'll be following this case throughout multiple cities and multiple counties. It is possible that he's charged with different crimes in different counties, talking about Dyer, talking about Lake, but also the city of Jackson. It is possible that there will be charges ranging in different areas for different things.
Yeah, it's a very complicated case just from the logistical perspective. You've got multiple crime scenes, multiple vehicles involved, multiple after-the-fact accomplices. What's now going to happen with those cases here now that Drummond has also been brought into custody? Those proceedings will also be going along at the same time. They're going to be making all as many efforts as possible to, either give it what information they have or not, if they so choose, on Drummond and both his whereabouts through this nearly week-long process. But the bigger questions that investigators will be trying to get to, which is, why did this occur? I mean, especially if it does, in fact, Drummond had a previous relationship with that family and knew them, what exactly led up to such a gruesome alleged killing?
Yeah. An awful scene in Dyer and in Lake County. All right, to help us process all of this, Desmond Nugent is live in the field, but Leah Williams is live in studio to really walk us through exactly what happened in the days leading up to this arrest. Leah.
Yvonne, there are still so many questions in this case, and hopefully we can get some more answers later, but it could be a while since this is such a large investigation spanning multiple counties. We do want a recap of timeline of where all of the events began in Dyer County. That was on Tuesday, and the sheriff's office received a call shortly after 3 p.m., and they were told that a car dropped off a baby in a car seat at a front yard on Old Highway 20. So I want you to look here. This is Dyer County right here. And this is the area where the infant was dropped off. So then investigators started looking for that baby's family and soon learned that 4 relatives hadn't been seen since the night before. That's according to the district attorney, Danny Goodman. So later in the evening in Lake County, officials with the TBI said 4 bodies were found along Carrington Road. That's up here in Lake County. So this is Dyer County where the baby was, and then Lake County is where the 4 bodies were found. The victims were identified as 21-year-old James Wilson, 20-year-old Adriana Williams, 38-year-old Courtney Rose, and 15-year-old Braden Williams. Following the discovery of those victims, the Lake County, which is again up here, and then the Dyer County Sheriff's offices requested assistance from both the FBI and the TBI. You don't normally see the FBI take over these cases, so that's a very big deal that they asked for that assistance. So then on Wednesday, which was July 30th, Drummond was seen in Jackson, Tennessee. Investigators say he was believed to have been driving a damaged white 2016 Audi. That car has been recovered. It was found unoccupied over the weekend. On Thursday, the TBI confirmed the connection between the baby's abandonment and the victims as they say the search for Austin Drummond continued. James Wilson and Adriana Williams were confirmed to be the baby's parents. Now, the baby is okay right now, and Rose and Adriana Wilson was Braden Williams' mother, according to Goodman. Now, he also says all 4 victims lived in the Dyer County area. On Friday, several local and federal authorities held a press conference in Jackson, Tennessee, emphasizing that Drummond was still out on the loose, and he had been seen in that area again on Wednesday. So later in the afternoon, the white Audi was found again unoccupied, and that was on Mick-O Road in Jackson, right next to a neighborhood. So continuing this weekend, Saturday, the TBI confirmed that they found a white 1988 Ford pickup truck, and this was here kind of right between Lake and Dyer counties. So it had a red stripe near Burnt Mill Road, and that was in Dyersburg. So multiple counties involved in this investigation. I want to turn things back over to you, though, Kevin and Yvonne.
All right. Thank you for that, Leah. We're still getting as much information as we can at this hour. We've got our reporter, Desmond Nugent, there on the scene. I'm sure we'll be going back to him here shortly, but we're still just taking stock of this whole situation, closing one chapter just in this last week, but beginning another.
Yes, absolutely. And we are still waiting on information. We believe that the TBI will host a press conference sometime today.
Oh, you know
whether
they
it's
will.
this morning or this afternoon or maybe even this evening after they have gathered all the information that they can share with us at this time.
You know they will.
Because
It's gonna be
again,
soon.
Drummond has been arrested, but the case is still ongoing. The investigation is still ongoing.
They're
And
gonna have that
now
press
there's
conference
another
soon,
scene to process, the scene in which he was captured. So still a lot of moving pieces here.
That's actually a great point, Yvonne, because now they're going to be able to retrace his movements a little bit better throughout this past week. There's probably going to end up being multiple areas that's both either in the public or in private areas where Drummond will be found to have been staying just over the course of the last week. You know, how was he getting food, right? Or maybe he wasn't, I suppose. What exactly has been taking place over the course of this last week is a new question that investigators will certainly be needing to answer, and those questions will be asked. To your point, yeah, we do anticipate there being some kind of press conference with a little more information as far as what they know, how they were able to zero in on Drummond as a suspect, any information besides what was publicly released that led to his capture. Our reporter Desmond Nugent was there in court yesterday there for some of the accomplices, and they're saying we're going back live to him now. He's there nearby in Jackson where Drummond was captured. Okay, we've got his story from yesterday, on what exactly is going on in those court cases with the accomplices.
Lake County District Attorney Danny Goodman tells me Darius Sanders and Brandon Powell are the two new suspects named with helping Austin Drummond. He tells me this just goes to show that Drummond is well connected.
During the course of the investigation, it was determined that Mr. Tanaka Brown
4 to 21 years. That's how much prison time Tanaka Brown is facing if convicted. He's the man charged with tampering with evidence and accessory after the fact for his involvement with Austin Drummond. Drummond is facing 4 counts of first-degree murder and a kidnapping charge for last week's deadly murders of 4 people found along Carrington Road in Tiptonville, including abandoning a baby.
And I just think that it shows he has a lot of connections, lots of friends who are willing to do what they have to help him.
Brown wasn't the only suspect and Jackson, Tennessee native in court on Monday. Darius Sanders is also being charged with accessory after the fact. She could be serving 1 to 6 years in prison. Goodman says authorities named her as a suspect early Monday morning.
I think was placed in custody probably somewhere around 5 a.m. And the only information I can give at this time is that she's gave some assistance afterwards.
Brandon Powell is the other new suspect Goodman mentioned after Monday's hearing for Sanders and Brown. Powell is being charged with possession of Schedule 6 drugs and criminal conspiracy. Both Sanders and Brown have a $250,000 bond.
It's for the safety of the community.
Giovante Thomas is looking at similar charges as Brown and Sanders, accessory after the fact.
Don't you all look stupid as hell now? Y'all are suckers, man. You didn't even do nothing with this crime, and he got you all looped up in it with him. Y'all are stupid suckers.
He will be transferred from the Madison County Jail on an unrelated charge to the Lake County Jail, where he will be in court August 7th.
You stupid.
Powell will also be in court on August 7th. Brown is expected to return here at Lake County District Court for a source hearing on August 14th. In Tiptonville, I'm Desmond Nugent, ABC 24 News.
All great info there from Desmond. One thing that we still are learning or trying to find out is what exactly the assistance provided was to Drummond by those 4 individuals. Does that include them staying with him? Does that include driving him around, getting him food? We don't know at this point. They've been pretty tight-lipped about giving out any information, as it was still an active investigation looking for him. It'll be interesting to see if they give a little more clarity as to what exactly that assistance was.
Right, because we know they're connected, like you mentioned. We just don't know how, in what way or in what manner they're connected.
Right, and there's cars involved. There's just a lot of unanswered questions still at this time as we kind of start this new chapter, this new legal chapter of this unfortunate, horrible tragedy that has left 4 people dead there in Tiptonville. that's, again, the important thing is those victims. And it's sad to think about something like this just tearing that family apart for forever.
Yeah, it really is. Those 4 people that we just mentioned that are being charged as accessories to this crime are just 4 of the 5 people now in custody. That 5th one is Drummond, and he is facing several charges as well. Let's run through them right now and take a look at his photo, his most recent photo that's been released by the TBI. Drummond is facing several charges, including 4 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of aggravated kidnapping, 4 counts of being a felon in possession of a firearm, and 1 count of being in possession of a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony.
Well, they kind of lied. I'm going to be honest with you, because they didn't post the latest photo from TBI. I'm posting the latest photo from TBI. There's your latest photo from TBI. They lied. All right, give me 1 second. My whole browser just crashed. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
For them, and they realized that 4 of the relatives of that baby haven't been seen since the night before. That would have been last Monday night, and that's all according to the District Attorney General Danny Goodman. Later Tuesday evening in Lake County, officials with the TBI said 4 bodies were found. So here's where the infant was in Dyer County, and here's where the bodies were found in Lake County. And we do know that Austin Drummond was in jail in Lake County, and the bodies were actually found on a street near that jail. So we don't know if there's a connection there, but we do know they were found on Carrington Road in Tiptonville. The victims identified as 21-year-old James Wilson, 20-year-old Adriana Williams, 38-year-old Courtney Rose, and 15-year-old Braden Williams. Right after discovering the victims, both the Lake and Dyer County Sheriff's offices requested assistance from not only the TBI, but also the FBI on working on this case. So very complex case here. On Wednesday last week, July 30th, Drummond was seen in Jackson, Tennessee. So investigators say that that's where he was, and he was believed to be driving a damaged 2016 Audi. That Audi was found days later. So on Thursday, the TBI confirmed the connection between the baby's abandonment and the victims as they searched for Austin Drummond. That's really when that search got started. James Wilson and Adriana Williams were confirmed to be the baby's parents. Rose was Adriana and Braden Williams' mother, according to Goodman. He says all 4 of the victims lived in Dyer County, so we don't really know their connection to Lake County or why they were found there. We're still working to get those answers. But on Friday, several local and federal authorities held a press conference in Jackson, just trying to say that Drummond was still on the loose and looking for him and giving us information on the evidence that they had so far. Later that afternoon, that's when the white Audi was found. It was unoccupied on Mick-O Road in Jackson, Tennessee, right next to a neighborhood. We don't know the connection to why the car was dropped there. So a lot of questions in this case. But Saturday, the TBI confirmed that a 1988 white Ford pickup truck was found with a red stripe near Burnt Mill Road in Dyersburg. He was believed to be driving that vehicle as well. Last night, new surveillance video from Cornerstone Community Church right here showed 28-year-old Austin Drummond walking on Pipkin Road. Now, he was seen wearing camouflage and had a gun in his hand. So very dangerous, very scary situation, a huge black rifle. And he kind of was just walking around that church area. So officers urged homeowners to stay alert, and they urged them to lock up their homes, garages, sheds, and check for more security footage like this. But today, Drummond is finally in custody. This is after a multi-county manhunt, and multiple communities across. People were on edge. This is the picture right here, actually, from when he was captured earlier today. Again, Austin Drummond is in custody. That's why we're bringing this news to you right now. Kevin, Yvonne.
All right, thank you for that, Leah. A lot to consider with this case. Multiple crime scenes, multiple cars, a lot unknown.
Multiple victims.
Multiple victims. That's right. There's a baby. Fortunately, the baby was okay, but now the capture of Drummond is going to raise a lot more questions and create a lot more scenes of investigation now as they try and pin down his exact whereabouts over the past week. That one of many questions we're still trying to figure out here, and we'll be able to get more information now that Drummond is in custody. He has been taken alive, and we will be able to hopefully start getting some answers about what exactly led to this horrifying tragedy. What exactly were those? What was the connection between Drummond and some of those family members? Why this situation would have ended up devolving clearly as it did? And what exactly happens next? There's a lot of charges now to work through. He's got a laundry list of them. Those could be still upgraded now at any time as they continue to collect more information and gather more data as to, again, his whereabouts, any other assistance he may have had. When you have a quadruple murder investigation, they're obviously going to leave no stone unturned and try to get to the bottom of exactly what's gone wrong here.
Yeah, it's a very big case. And Kevin, you mentioned Drummond having multiple charges. I believe we have a picture with those charges. I do want to walk you through exactly what we're looking at, as Kevin mentioned, for now, because there could be additional charges that are added to this. We do know that Drummond is charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of aggravated kidnapping, 4 counts of being a felon in possession of a firearm, and 1 count of possession of a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony.
Yeah, that is, again, a significant rap sheet there for Drummond. And remember, Drummond himself just getting out of a decade-long prison sentence there at the Tiptonville Correctional Facility there in Northwest Tennessee. These 4 bodies, in fact, were found very nearby the prison that Drummond had previously been incarcerated in less than a year ago. Certainly raising a lot more questions about what exactly his connection is to that family, that area, that region, how all 4 of those members of that family were brought onto that sort of rural street together, what led them to kind of all be located in that same spot near the prison again, where Drummond already has familiarity with, even though he is from Jackson. And then he was able to get from there to Jackson with, multiple cars being involved. They've recovered several of them. One of them, I believe it was announced that was found covered in bullet holes. They are, still trying to piece together exactly what that sequence of events, both pre-incident and post-incident, that has now led about a week later, Drummond getting captured there in the woods, it would seem, near Jackson, Tennessee, ending that about 6-day-long manhunt. Don't know exactly what he's been doing over the past week, other than, walking around and some of that surveillance footage that was caught. But now that he is in custody, taken alive, some people fear that he was going to initiate some kind of confrontation with police. He was walking around with weapons, but that not the case. He was able to be taken alive. They will be able to get some more information out of him, what exactly led to this quadruple homicide there in Northwest Tennessee.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Kevin, we don't know what Drummond has been doing the last 6 days.
No, yeah.
But we do know that a family is grieving. I don't think we can talk about the victims' families enough in this case, because it's at the heart of exactly what we're talking about. We are here because 4 people lost their lives and a baby was abandoned in someone's yard. We know their names and we do have their pictures as well. James Wilson was just 21 years old. Adriana Williams was just 20 years old. Courtney Rose was 38 years old. And the youngest victim of the crew was Braden Williams at 15 years old. And they're all family members. They're all connected.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a family that will never be the same. It will take, years as this legal process plays out, but that is going to be, no matter what happens, it's going to be not much of a solace to the rest of this family here, this Tennessee family that has been just split open with this horrific tragedy. Now, that baby was fortunately found okay, unharmed, but now growing up without parents.
Right, because we do know that James Wilson, and Adriana Williams, 2 victims, those were that child's mother and father.
That's just heartbreaking to think about. And we still don't know at this time whether the baby was gotten rid of prior to, is this something that allegedly Drummond was the one who dropped the baby off? We don't know that sequence of events. At least that hasn't been publicly announced. Perhaps investigators do know and will be able to inform us a little bit better as they continue to piece this together. But just so many unanswered questions still. Anytime you have a case of this magnitude where the crimes are so horrific, the alleged crimes, it's kind of boggles the mind. And we're glad, at least for now, that there's been some closure for those families and they can start moving forward in this process.
As Kevin is mentioning, the timeline, we have a solid timeline of what police have told us, but there are still holes in the timeline of information that they haven't given us and information that they're still learning. As it comes to the 4 victims and the baby, we only know that the baby was found first, and then the 4 victims were found shortly after that. That is all we know at this time.
Found, but we don't know what
exactly
was.
Yes.
What was the chain of events there that connects those 2 crime scenes, and what exactly led them to zero in on Drummond so immediately. He was someone that, his picture and name were out there with less than a day. When you have a rural quadruple murder like that, it's certainly, there is some information that investigators have, and they have yet to reveal to the public as to exactly why they were able to hone in on him. And we do have that, again, that capture photo of Austin Drummond found today, just shortly, maybe 90 minutes ago, in a rural area. See there, sort of in a wooded area near Jackson, Tennessee, maybe in Jackson, after 6 days or so of Drummond on the run in this accused quadruple homicide up in Tiptonville. There's multiple scenes here that need to be kind of figured out exactly what happened where, who, went to multiple locations. Again, as we've also talked about, there are accomplices after the fact that have now been arrested and charged with aiding Drummond in some capacity. We don't know exactly in what capacity, but after this alleged crime was committed. So again, just a lot of things to piece together here, but Austin Drummond has been captured, ending this manhunt that's gone on and really even a national story. I mean, it certainly, we're talking about the FBI has been here. It's been a multi-agency effort to locate Drummond and bring him to capture. And at least now we can move on to the next steps of this process.
Yeah, and let's talk about that as we continue to look at this photo. This is the most recent photo that we have of Drummond since his capture and arrest. We do have an idea of how the court system works, how the arrest system works when this happens. We believe that Drummond will be taken into custody. He'll be arrested, he'll be handcuffed and booked, and additional charges could be made. We're not sure about that yet. We know he has several charges that will likely stick, and others could be added depending on his activity over the last 6 days. We also know that he will have a chance to appear in court for the very first time within about 24 to 48 hours. That happens pretty quick, according to Tennessee law. Then after that first appearance, he will maybe or maybe not be given or denied bond or bail. We'll wait to see what a judge decides on that. After that, he will make several more court appearances and then shortly be arraigned. When a person is being arraigned, that means they're entering a plea of guilty or not guilty. If he enters a guilty plea, that means we will go straight to sentencing and it's done. If he enters a not guilty plea, then both sides prepare for trial.
Yeah, there are certainly both possibilities remain open at this time. He's also going to have the chance to speak if he so desires, either officially in the court of law, or if any kind of time they're moving him around. Certainly the media, we will be asking those questions and giving a chance to get some kind of information he
Good morning, Sarah.
give to the public or to whoever as to what exactly was the chain of events here, if he's going to claim, if he's going to plead not guilty, what exactly, led to this situation. There's still so many stones that are unturned, but we do move forward now that Austin Drummond has been captured after a almost 6-day week-long manhunts there in the Jackson area. We want to take you over to our Leah Williams to take us back through this whole situation.
Yeah, Kevin, we want to continue reminding you of the facts that we know so far about this case. There's still so many questions. It's a very bizarre, confusing, and just overall sad case. So we want to keep reminding you what we do know that happened. This all started in Dyer County. That's here. Here's Memphis. Dyer County is up here. Now, the sheriff's office posted on Facebook saying they needed help identifying an abandoned baby. That was around 3 o'clock, again, last Tuesday afternoon. They say someone saw the baby being dropped off in someone's front yard. It was a stranger's yard, actually, and the baby was in their car seat when they were dropped off. All this happened near Highway 20. About an hour later, the department updated the post saying that the baby had been identified. So they tried to find the baby's family and figure out why this child may have been dropped off. We still don't know who or why that child was dropped off, but they named Courtney Rose, Matthew Wilson, and Adriana Williams as 3 people that they wanted to question in this case. Later that evening, the Dyer County Sheriff's Office announced that the abandoned baby was part of the case in Lake County. Now, we don't know if the baby was dropped off before or after those family members were killed, but they were identified, the 4 people, as Courtney Rose, Matthew Wilson, and 15-year-old Braden Williams. This was all on Carrington Road in Tiptonville. Now, Wednesday, the Tennessee Department of Investigation actually named all these people, also Adriana Williams, Courtney Rose, Braden Wilson. Now, the TBI confirmed that they are all related to that abandoned baby. Then Thursday, the TBI identified Austin Drummond as the suspect in this case. We still don't know how he was named the suspect, how he was even connected to their deaths or the abandoned baby, but he is the main suspect in this case.
How he was connected? There's connections all over the place. Who in the what? What? They don't know what? Huh?
Last week, 4 other people were also arrested. Some have already had their first court appearance. Some are scheduled to be in court a little later this week. So they are accused of actually helping Austin Drummond during this whole ordeal. So that brings us back to today, where Austin Drummond was arrested. Now, there he is on your screen. Again, right now, we don't really know what led investigators to that area in Jackson where he was found. We do know that he is in custody. We don't know if someone may have...
Did they even do they? I'm sorry, they don't know the connections between Austin and the victims, and then they don't know how he was cited. Did they miss their own interviews? What the heck? Thank you, Cecilia. Did they miss their own interviews from their own colleagues? What the heck? We don't even know how. What? Oh, my Lord.
Reported a tip because there was a very large reward for information leading.
You know what I got to say? You know what I got to say? You know what I got to say to that lady, the news anchor right here? You are 100% fresh, ma'am. News anchor lady, you are 100% fresh. Oh, shoot.
To his arrest, that reward was $32,000. It started with just $2,500 and was up to $32,000. So we don't know if it was a tip. We don't know if he may have just been a suspicious person someone saw in the area. So still so many questions in this case, but we do know he is tied to that abandoned baby and those 4 people that were found dead in Lake County. So again, here's the map. Here's Memphis. Here's Dyer County, where the infant was dropped off. And here is Lake County, where the 4 bodies were found. We don't know his ties to Lake County or...
Oh, it's her. Maybe she's usually just a weather lady. I'm not going to hold it against her. I think she's just a weather lady. We're not going to hold it against her. I take back my fresh comment. I mean, that is a beautiful dress, ma'am. It's a beautiful dress. It's a fresh dress. I didn't mean to associate the other freshness with your freshness, but you're fresh. But yeah, you probably just do weather, so No worries. Totally understand.
Dyer County, except for the fact that he was in jail in Lake County, and on Carrington Road where the bodies were found, it was right down the street from the jail where he was in custody at. So we don't know if there's a connection there. Still so many questions in this case, but a multi-county case, a multi-county investigation. So still a lot of questions, and we're going to try to keep getting those answers for you, but this case could take a long time for investigators to comb out. They may even have that information. So as soon as we
It is a nice dress.
learning more from investigators and from law enforcement, of course, we'll bring you that information. We're going to turn things back over, though, to the desk. Ruben?
All right, Leah, thank you so much. You have obviously been helping cover this story all morning long and for the last several weeks as well. Thank you for continuing to stay with us. I'm Ruben Diaz. We're going to continue our coverage, our extended coverage of this breaking news story that we've been following all morning long, a story that people have been following not just here in the state, but nationwide, as Austin Drummond has now been caught. You may remember that he was on Tennessee's most wanted list. There were several supposed sightings of him in the area. Yesterday, there were confirmation that there were some sightings in the area of him as well. And then today, again, a sighting that eventually did lead to his arrest. Today, he is finally in custody at this point in time. So we can tell you right now that what we're trying to do is make sure that we get you the most accurate and up-to-date information at this point in time while we continue to follow this story.
Well, don't have the previous anchor report anymore. If you're trying to give us the most accurate up to just move on.
As it continues to develop.
Just
Again, with
move
these
on.
Breaking news stories, you're getting information as much as you can, as quickly as you can during that point in process. Okay, so what we'll tell you, let's reset everything that's happened.
Yeah, please do.
Austin
Please
Drummond
do.
has now been caught. He was caught
Reset.
in Jackson, Tennessee. There is the latest picture of Drummond as he was captured by the TBI and by marshals and by authorities and officials who were searching for him. He was caught in the area after a sighting. A suspicious sighting was reported. The area was then locked down. People in the Jackson area were told to shelter in place, to stay in their homes, to stay out of the public, to let the authorities search for him. They did find him. This comes just a day after some video was released of Drummond, who was, officials were pretty sure that it was him in camouflage approaching a church in the area. At that point in time, they had locked down the area as well. Let's go ahead and continue to look at some of this stuff, some video that surfaced of him that he was dressed in that camouflage. This was in. See, this is that video that we're mentioning. Again, this was first released yesterday. Those are images of Austin Drummond trying to, it appears get into an area. At that point in time, authorities were telling everybody to be very vigilant. Lock your homes, lock your shelters, lock your garages, everything that you've got, make sure that everything is locked because you just don't know where he was going to be. Drummond was wanted for the murders of 4 people in Lake County. That reward was up to $32,500 at that point. That video is from Cornerstone Community Church. It shows him walking around. That's on Pipkin Road. You can actually see him holding a rifle right there. He's wearing camouflage pants. He's wearing a long sleeve camouflage shirt and even a brown backpack. That was actually the most recent confirmed sighting of him. That was actually timestamped on Sunday, but it was released on Monday. But then again, he was sighted again today, spotted today. A tip led officials to his location and they were able to find him at that point in time. This after people were told to be aware of the fact that he could be in their area. He could be in that Jackson, Tennessee area. Again, he was wanted for 4 counts of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and gun charges. There are also 4 people in jail accused of helping Drummond. We have to make sure we mention this as well. They were accused of helping him avoid capture. Let's take a look at these people as best that we can. They are Tanaka Brown, Giovante Thomas. You have Brandon Powell and Darea Sanders. Now, Powell is not pictured in this. He's the one that doesn't have a picture. Thomas is in the Madison County Jail on an unrelated charge. He's expected to be transferred to Lake County to then face charges related to this case. He and Powell will be in court on Thursday. That's the plan as of right now. Sanders is.
Oh, hell, Sarah. If you think he looks rough, look at this photo. Look at that photo. And then look at this photo right here. If you think he looks rough, look at this one. Oh, man. Look at this one. He did, right? Like he was wearing extra layers or something, right? Look at his face on this one. You want to talk about looking rough. Look at that. Looking rough. Looking rough. See, this one looks, you know, you're like, damn, man, you're beat the hell up, right? But man, you see this one? Woo! It looks like he was just in a sauna with a garbage bag on. Wild.
Also being charged with accessory after the fact. Now, if convicted, Sanders could serve up to 6 years in prison. These are the 4 people at this point in time that authorities are accusing of helping Austin Drummond continue to evade police and evade arrest. Brown's bond, by the way, has been set at $250,000.
They're probably TBI is probably waiting for the press. They're having a press conference right now about somebody that was just executed. So I imagine they're probably going to hold it after that. I'm assuming the press conference will be within the hour. I'm just assuming. I doubt it. I doubt it. Look, he could, yeah, he's not looking too fresh. He's not as fresh as this guy right here. He's got the man person prison now. Got the man person prison. Not looking too fresh. Hey, what's up, Bo? Yeah, they got him this morning. I was about to fall asleep. Literally, I was up. I was able to finally lay down around, what time was it? 8 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock sometime. And somewhere around there. I don't know. All the hours are blended together right now because I haven't gone to bed yet. But I left the scanner on because I heard a little bit of stuff going on, and I saw that they were starting to block off the roads, and they were starting to, but there wasn't nothing, you know, like, because literally I'm sitting there and I'm going, okay, it could be real, but at the same time, it could be just a show of like a presence, you know, like, all right, it's already early in the morning. Let's get out there real early and get out there, right? It was one of those things where it was like, okay, I'm hearing there's a lot of activity going on, but so I was waiting and I waited and I wasn't finding anything that was legitimate yet, any kind of sign. And so I was like, I'm going to go ahead. I'm not going to lay down. I'm not going to go to bed. I'm going to lay down in my office chair. I'm going to recline back on my office chair so I don't like get knocked out sleep. Like where I wouldn't wake up. and I'm like, all right, I'm going to leave the scanner on. I'm going to recline my office chair and I'll just kind of get some light sleep in my office chair. And then if something happens on the scanner, I'll wake up from the scanner. I was literally like just about to doze off and all of a sudden it all started popping off. And I was like, oh, hell no. Jumped up. I was shaking, trying to hurry up and set a damn live. I'm like, this is wild. He's captured. I literally got the update within just like 35 seconds. I told you all, follow me on Twitter, X, or Facebook, and you'll get the updates ASAP. You'll get them ASAP. It just takes a couple minutes to get a live set up. So if you want the latest up to the minutes, here's the link. Follow me on Facebook or Twitter X. Seriously, I was like, I couldn't believe it, you guys. I couldn't believe it, but it was like a good hour and a half. I knew there was stuff going down. I just didn't know it was for sure. And once I seen, literally, because like I said, I get those notifications. I get that shit right away. That came across in like 35 seconds. And I was like, hell no. Hurried up, copied the picture, made a thumbnail out of it. I was trying so hard to hurry. I was shaking. You know, I'm sleeping. I'm tired. I'm shaking. I'm trying to get it ready. I'm like, oh my gosh, I had my jammies on. The lights were shut off in the studio. I was like, oh my gosh. And then I didn't even have time to make any coffee. I'm drinking coffee from last night, you guys. I didn't even have time to make a cup of coffee.
Is still in custody at this point in
I
time.
love you guys. I love you.
With accessory after the fact in this case. Now, Sanders, you see her there. This was her court appearance. If convicted, she could serve up to that 6 years in prison. This, again, was her court appearance just yesterday. She was picked up as well as a possible accomplice as well. Now, let's continue to go forward on the 4 counts of first-degree murder. Let's take a closer look at the charges here that we're talking about. The 4 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of aggravated kidnapping. Right there, you see 1 count of aggravated kidnapping, 4 counts of a felon in possession of a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony. Those are the counts right now that Austin Drummond is facing. He could be facing more, obviously, after his capture, but as of right now, those are the counts on the warrant for Austin Drummond at this point in time. There will obviously be more continuing to unfold as the legal process finally starts to begin. But as of right now, this is the information that we have as far as the charges that are being.
Hellcat, are you saying are you saying that I need to add her to this picture too, Hellcat? Are you saying I need to add her to the picture too? Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it.
That are being pushed towards Austin Drummond at this time. Now, we've been able to kind of go back and forth through this process of what we've been through since this case first began, since this horrific case first began, where we're talking about the 4 people that were discovered in Lake County. You also had an abandoned baby, which was kind of the start of the whole situation. A baby was found abandoned in Dyer County, which led officials to finding the 4 bodies in Lake County, which then eventually led them to naming Austin Drummond as a suspect. After they named him as a suspect, he then became on Tennessee's most wanted list, and that's when the manhunt began. At that point in time, people were not sure where he was going to be. There was discussion about maybe he had changed his appearance, so looking out for maybe a different version of him at that point. But at the end of the day, they were able to find him in Jackson, which is only about an hour from Memphis at this point in time. We do have a live reporter in Jackson. Desmond Nugent has been there all morning long. We're going to try to get back in touch with Desmond to get the very latest from that situation. Again, just resetting what we know now. People in Jackson, people in Tennessee, probably breathing a sigh of relief as one of Tennessee's most wanted is now in custody.
Yes, thank God.
Austin Drummond has been caught and captured
Thank God.
in Jackson, Tennessee.
Thank God for that
He's charged with
community.
those 4 counts of murder. Again, ABC 24's Desmond Nugent is in Jackson right now. Desmond, you've been there all morning. You were there yesterday as well. Tell us a little bit about what you're learning right now.
Ruben, what we're learning right now is that there are a lot of TBI agents. There are a lot of Jackson police agents, as you can see. There's a lot of cars out here near the intersection of Pleasant Plains and Country Lane Road. We're out here in Jackson, Tennessee. This is where the sighting of where Austin Drummond, this is where neighbors were telling us about 30, 45 minutes ago that Austin Drummond was sighted here attempting to actually carjack somebody. Of course, we don't have that from an official setting from authorities, but again, people that live here who have been just scared for their life, having to have that take shelter alert. I had a couple who told me Tom Lovell and Jane Lovell who said that they knew Drummond and that he was in this.
And that's I got to pause this real quick because I'm so happy. I really am for the community. I'm so happy for the community, and it's because of the picture that you see right here. Because the children, can you imagine being a parent and trying to give a reason to your child about why they can't go outside without, you know what I mean? Like, that's the worst part of it. Oh, these poor children. And the parents, too. How do you tell your child, honey, you can't even go out to your swing set in the backyard because there's a scary man out there? I can't imagine. I'm so happy this community gets to do this right here. What a lovely picture. A family with young kids, a baby stroller. Thank God. Thank God they caught him today, and thank God he didn't hurt anybody else.
Area, and that they actually saw him.
What a
or they
great
actually,
picture.
Grew up with him, and so it's just been a very unsettling, as they told me, situation. Just about 10 minutes ago, we had TBI agents and we had Jackson Police authorities who were walking just up this gate. As you guys, Sheila is going to be showing you guys here in a second. About 10 to 12 agents had walked up this hill.
Exactly.
We don't know exactly
like trying not
what
to
this area is, as
traumatize
far as like
them,
if it's the country club itself, or if it's
even telling, even telling them a scare, you know what I'm saying? Even telling the children there's a scary man out there and it's not safe. Not even telling them the truth is still traumatizing those children. Still. Yes, it's time to bring all the missing children home for real. It's especially in Tennessee, my gosh. Especially in Tennessee. There's so many missing children out there. Yeah, we showed that guy's interview. Basically what happened was he was working at this place, and he noticed somebody walking in the middle of the woods, and he said to himself, why is there somebody walking in the middle of the woods this early in the morning? Like, what would they be doing? So he instantly called the cops. Instantly. And they got right out there and captured him. Like, you had law enforcement flying over there with radar, helicopters, planes, and they couldn't even find him. And a groundskeeper landscaper actually called it in and found him because he seen him walking in the woods. It's crazy, and thank God. Thank God.
We just don't know exactly why they went into this particular facility, but I do know that in this wooded area, that's where Drummond was discovered. We don't know what time he was discovered. We don't know.
What? Yeah, you do.
We just know that he was captured. And so,
what?
Again, residents here have just been unsettled the last couple of days.
Dude, he was captured at like 8 something this morning, dude. I even know that. How do they not know? That's crazy.
And they said that everything started off here at this waterfall where Drummond was, in fact, trying to hijack or rob somebody at gunpoint. It's been just a tumultuous situation for a lot of people, as we all know.
Wow,
Drummond
that looks
is facing
beautiful.
4 counts of first-degree murder and a kidnapping charge for the.
Can you imagine having that in your front yard? That is beautiful. Wow. Okay, like that is. Was there 2 of them? Hold on.
A first-degree murder.
Wow.
And a
2 freaking waterfalls. That's amazing.
Kidnapping charge for the abandoned baby. Again, TBI agents are still here. Jackson police are still here. It's still a very active scene. That's what we do know, Ruben. I'm going to toss it back to you.
Ears on the ground there. What has you said you spoke to some people who live in the area. Kind of tell me a little bit more about how they feel now that he has been caught.
Ruben, as I said not too long ago, Jane Lovell and Tom Lovell said that, they've had to almost exercise their own Second Amendment right. He said, Tom told me that he's just been very unsettled. He said this has just been a situation that they never expected to ever be in. He says that, unfortunately, they've had to stay in their homes. They've had to seek shelter. They can't even get out of their homes to even go to the grocery store. He just said that this has just been a very unsettling situation and that he's glad it's over. He tells me that he can finally sleep better at night because the last 3 or 4 days, this whole entire neighborhood over here at Country Club Lane and Pleasant Plains here in Jackson, Tennessee, has just been filled with police, has been filled with just people who now can feel comfortable with walking. He said, we can walk again. We haven't been able to walk in 3 or 4 days. And so finally, people in this neighborhood feel more at peace. They feel more safe to be able to get out of their homes, to be able to run those errands, to be able to do the day-to-day things that they would generally do. So that's exactly how this situation has unfolded and the impact that it's had on this particular neighborhood. That's exactly what Tom Lovell had told me, Ruben.
Well, Desmond, I appreciate that sentiment as well. And I mean, as somebody who's been covering this story for the last several days, a little bit about that shot of that family walking, you know, and just having a relaxed walk after all of this has gone on. To me, I think that kind of sets the tone for what today has now become, as opposed to what the last couple of days have been. And you were in Jackson yesterday. There's got to be a different feel in the area for you as well.
Definitely a different feel. I was also in Lake County where those suspects, Brandon Powell, Daria Sanders, Tanaka Brown, and Giovante Thomas were, going to be charged. Three out of four of them were going to be charged with accessory after the fact. We don't know in what capacity. Hopefully, TBI will be able to explain that differently. Here's a shot here, as you were saying earlier, of someone being able to walk again, being able to be at peace, feel more safe. That's exactly what these residents haven't been able to have last couple of days. Could you imagine, Ruben, living in a neighborhood where, you moved out here for peace, you moved out here for tranquility, and it's just been the exact opposite. It's been a contradictory of why you moved out here. So that's what people are now feeling. They're feeling that weight lifted off their shoulder, Ruben.
Very beautiful. And I gotta say, contribution call out. Thank you, Stacy Wilcoxon. Appreciate the membership. And there's a membership playlist. So if anybody's a member, give me 1 second. Let me drop it for you. It's a playlist that has all members only videos just for you all. Give me 1 second. There's a lot of raw video, boots on the ground work that you can check out. And if anybody's into Idaho 4, there's a special Idaho 4. I did some boots on the ground work out there too a couple years ago. Let me see here. Here it is right here. This is the members playlist. So if you are a member or you are thinking about becoming one, there is the playlist. Save it. That way you don't have to scroll through them all. You can literally just click on the playlist and choose whichever one's right there in order. Right across, yes, right by Union University. They actually put them on lockdown last night. Had to be scary, where everyone does off-roading. Really, that's interesting. I'm so glad nobody else was safe. I want to know. It's 15. Here, let me give you guys the address. If you guys want to know where he was located, here, I'll drop the address in chat for you. There you go. There's the address where they located, and you'll see the waterfalls there. What's up, Stacy? Thank you so much. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. They take peace. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Stacy. I appreciate the kind words. That's the address of and here, I'll show you. I'm gonna take here. I'll go to my Facebook. I post all my stuff on Facebook and Twitter. So I'm gonna go to my Facebook here, and I'm gonna play that video real quick of the guy that caught him. Let's see here. Right here. I'll play this. This is just real quick. I'll play this real quick, and then we'll get back to this. I'm sure TBI is going to be having a press conference real soon. All right, so let's go ahead. Let's share this tab. This is the guy that actually caught him. There's the address that they caught him at. And here, I'll turn the music down for a second so you guys can hear him. It's a little hard to hear with me talking and the music going. So give me 1 second.
All right, so what's your name?
My name is Ricardo Contreras.
Ricardo Contreras. And tell us a little bit about what just happened.
Well, what happened was we are working over here, and we saw the guy walking in the middle of the wood.
Thank you.
And we thought, like, nobody wants to walk in the middle of the wood, in the middle of this stuff. So we was kind of like very sure it was the guy. So I called the police immediately when the guy was walking right there, and kind of like give them the location and everything. And they be hearing about, actually I was on the phone when they got here. So and I'm really glad they got it.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
The hero. Best. Great job,
they
big
are
dog.
the hero. I just called them. I just called them. They are the heroes. I'm the hero.
All right. So what's your name?
My name is Ricardo Contreras.
Ricardo Contreras. And tell us a little bit about what just happened.
Well, what happened was we are working over here, and we saw the guy walking in the middle of the wood.
Thank you.
And we thought, like, nobody wants to walk in the middle of the wood, in the middle of this stuff. So we was kind of like very sure it was the guy. So I called the police immediately when the guy was walking right there, and kind of like give them the location and everything. And they be hearing about, actually I was on the phone when they got here. So and I'm really glad they got it.
Well, I hope he's safe, because take that shit personally, man. You got to protect the people that are protecting the people. So people need to step up, right? All right, let's go back to this. I wanted to share that with you guys if you hadn't seen it yet. Here, we'll get right back to it, to the latest breaking news.
We're continuing to follow the breaking news we've been following all morning long as we continue to tell you about the fact that Austin Drummond.
Okay. What? He said, okay. Dude, I haven't had any sleep and I haven't done that.
I thought so.
What is going on? Live mic. Yeah, you're streaming, bro. Live mic.
All right, well, let's get caught up on what we know right now here with Austin Drummond. We're on ABC 24 Plus right now. Get you the idea of exactly what's happened in the case of Austin Drummond as he has been captured now in Jackson, Tennessee. We've got ABC 24's Desmond Nugent has been live all morning long out at the scene where a lot of this took place. Let's kind of set the scene. This is the latest picture that we've gotten of Austin Drummond, who was captured again in Jackson around 9:30 this morning. This after several days manhunt where all of the officials, TBI, sheriffs, you name it, were all looking for this man in that area. Let's get you caught up on the very latest on this tragic case and now the capture of the suspect in this case. For that, we're going to try to catch up with ABC 24's Desmond Nugent, who's been live at the scene all morning long. Again, Desmond's been able to speak with people who live in the area. He's caught up with some of the neighbors who've actually been able to get out and walk along the area to be able to finally, for the first time in days, get out of their house. And as one woman told us, she's felt like she would have been a prisoner in her own home. Now she's able to finally get out and continue her walks and just get out and be able to do day-to-day activities. Now, again, let's get you all caught up on everything we know at this point. We do know that Austin Drummond was captured at around 9:30ish this morning, somewhere right in that time frame after he had been spotted in the area. At that point in time, authorities warned everybody in the Jackson, Tennessee area, in that direct area, to shelter in place, lock their doors, stay in their homes while they searched for the suspect. Austin Drummond is one of Tennessee's most wanted fugitives on the list, and so authorities were out in full force looking for him at this point in time. He had been spotted on a surveillance camera a few days earlier, a couple of days prior to, on Sunday, at a church in the area. Authorities had released that video of that surveillance video yesterday so that people could get an idea of what to be on the lookout for. And then today he was spotted, and then authorities were notified that he had been spotted. At that point in time, they found him and had taken him into custody. One of the pictures we just showed you at this point in time. I do believe we're going to try to catch up with ABC 24's Desmond Nugent, who is at that scene and live in that area. He's been there all morning long trying to get the very latest information. We're hoping to get some of that latest information as well. We are also waiting to hear from officials who are planning to do a press conference. We call it a press conference. They're going to do an update to get everybody the information on what they know and what led to this arrest. Again, important to note, he has been captured. He's wanted on 4 counts of first-degree murder, a count of kidnapping, as well as 4 counts of a felon with a gun in the use of a dangerous act. So there are a lot of things to unpack, a lot of things to unravel as we continue to look forward in this case, as the legal process will just now begin. Again, trying to make sure that we've got Desmond ready to go to Desmond at this point in time, so that we can kind of get an idea of what's going on in that area as well. you're hearing
Thank
from
you,
people
Ruben.
who live in the area.
As we've been saying all morning, and we definitely have been here for the. Ruben, you got me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good, Desmond. Go ahead.
Dang, everybody's messing up today.
Okay.
Not
Thank
CJ.
you.
Not
CJ. We're here in the area at the intersection of Pleasant Plains and Country Club Lane, and residents here in this neighborhood finally, as you've been saying, they finally feel at ease. They feel as if they finally can able to get out of the home because they've been sheltering in place because Austin Drummond at that time was not captured, but he's finally captured. One lady had just told me, Shannon Tabor just told me that she's finally able to walk again and run again. She's finally able to feel more free because she's been a prisoner in her own home. She just walked away, going back on her morning run as she typically would just a few moments ago. This is where residents have been saying that this is where the sighting of Austin Drummond started. They said that he attempted at gunpoint to hijack someone in a car, and that's how authorities were able to come over in this area and essentially capture him. We don't know the full details of that. Again, TBI is supposed to be able to give us an official press conference at some time this afternoon. One resident had also told me that they knew Austin Drummond, or at least watched him grow up when he was about 6 years old. And so they haven't seen him in a long time, but they're just telling me that they feel sorry for the family of Austin Drummond because, you know, he comes from a good lineage of family. And so they're just trying to figure out how this even all came about, but they finally feel thankful. They finally feel thankful that he is captured. They finally feel thankful that he is able to finally be in the hands of authorities. So we will continue to give you more updates as it becomes available. And again, people in the Jackson, Tennessee area.
Thank you so much for the 17K. Thank you. Thank you so much. I love you guys.
Live in Jackson, Tennessee. I'm Desmond Nugent, ABC 24 News.
All right, Desmond, thank you so much. I'm going to check back in with you here in a few minutes, but I know you've got other stuff you've got to try to find right now as people are getting out and around. So thank you so much for your live report. I'm going to give people some of the very latest information that we're hearing right now. We are hearing that officials are going to give an update at 2:30 this afternoon. So 2:30 this afternoon, we will hear from officials after the capture of Austin Drummond. That will be at the Carl Perkins Civic Center. So we will be covering that live. We will bring that to you live so you can hear firsthand from officials what happened today during that capture. Now, we actually have a picture of Austin Drummond from his capture that happened today, one of the very latest pictures that's been released at this point in time. In that picture, you'll be able to see him being held up by authorities as he's obviously handcuffed during that situation. We'll have that picture for you.
Thank you, Whispered.
In just a second.
I appreciate you.
Get everything settled in. We also have video that.
Yes, thank you for that. Yeah.
Camouflage. Oh, that was again in Jackson.
Yeah, we got
Tennessee.
hit. We got hit a couple times, but we're here.
He's wanted for 4 counts of first-degree murder from people in that. There's that picture we were talking about right there. That's the picture of Austin Drummond being captured this morning. One of the latest photos released of the suspect in that quadruple murder. That is Austin Drummond, the person that was on the most wanted list. There was a $32,500 reward out for help for his capture. He has been captured in an area. There was actually some new surveillance video from that Cornerstone Community Church that showed him on Sunday. But this is the latest. These are the latest images of 28-year-old Austin Drummond as he has now been captured by the TBI and by authorities. Now, the very next steps is what we'll learn when we do hear from those officials and authorities at 2:30. Again, we will bring you that information live as it is happening. Let's take a look at some of that surveillance video that came out from Cornerstone Church at this point. That came out yesterday, but it was actually from Sunday evening. This is Austin Drummond walking on Pipkin Road. You can see him there dressed in camouflage. He's got a brown backpack on, and he has a gun, a long rifle there with him as well. He's got that camouflage shirt on. That was actually the most recent and confirmed sighting of Drummond until today. Police believed at the time that he was still in the area, but they weren't sure where. They had been urging homeowners to stay alert, lock up their homes, lock up their garages, and make sure and check their security cameras for any sightings of Drummond. In fact, one of the people that Desmond Nugent was able to speak to, one of the neighbors, did mention that her neighbor actually had caught video of Drummond on his surveillance camera the day before. So yesterday morning around 4:30 in the morning. So obviously he had been in the area for the last couple of days. He had been spotted on several different surveillance videos. And today he was spotted in person and officials were able
you know what? I don't know because
to track him down.
Because I'm kind of wondering if he was wearing those clothes underneath the clothes that he had on top, right? And maybe during the day he was keeping the camo in his backpack, but then at night he was putting it on. Because I don't know, it kind of looks like, I think he was wearing those over, but man, because around here, because I'm in that same bubble, right, for weather, and ever since, like, when the crimes took place, that day the heat index was wild. But the next days that came, it got pretty nice and cool at night. It was really nice and cool and breezy. And so maybe he was wearing that over. I don't know. It makes you wonder, though. I mean, he had to have people keep dropping him off rations, water, trail mix, things like that. Because I don't see how you'd be able to keep all that food inside your bag with whatever else you're bringing with you. I'm sure that's not it, right? Probably had ammo and all sorts of that. But when you see him there and then you see him here, it's kind of like, I don't know, maybe this was like the hoodie underneath, you know what I'm saying? Like he wore that underneath that outfit right there. I don't know. Let me know what you think. Do you think he was changing clothes, you guys? Or do you think
Four people.
You think he was changing clothes? Because
also are in.
I don't know. He looks a lot puffier in the chest right here. Like he was wearing the hoodie underneath that. I don't know though. I don't know. It's a good question.
Jail right now, accused of helping Drummond avoid.
I'm still waiting to see. I haven't seen a notice for a press conference yet, but I have been looking. We're still waiting. It can't be too much longer, you guys. They're going to have this press conference soon.
Capture. Those people are Tanaka Brown, Giovante Thomas, Brandon Powell, and De'Ara Sanders. We have those people now on your screen right now. Now, of those four people, here's what we know at this point in time. Thomas is in the Madison County Jail. He's on an unrelated charge, but he's expected to be transferred to the Lake County Jail to face charges in this case. He and Powell are expected to be in court on Thursday. So we'll bring you the latest from that when that happens on Thursday. Sanders is also being charged with accessory after the fact. We actually have video of Sanders from when she was in court. If convicted, Sanders could serve up to 6 years in prison. Sanders, there with the prison suit on in the corner.
Hold on. Okay, this is the latest update right here. This is the newest update. I'm going to share it on Facebook. Let me see. There's been a lot of updates on Facebook today. So if you're not following me on Facebook, do so. So right here, let me go to it. Public alert. Check this out, you guys. Just 7 minutes ago, the area surrounding Country Club, Pleasant Plains, and Pipkin Road will continue to have a significant police presence as our officers proceed with their work in locating evidence. If you come across anything that appears to be connected to the Drummond case, please call City of Jackson, Tennessee Police Department at 731-425-8400. What kind of evidence could this be? What kind of evidence could this be? Maybe he ditched his gun? But it looked like they had that same weapon, unless he got the same model as what law enforcement uses. But what evidence? What evidence could they still be looking for? Maybe. What do you guys think? Let me know. What evidence do you think they're still looking for? Huge police presence here. Significant police presence. Still. I'm surprised the local news guy isn't like following following what's going on, if there's still a significant, there we go. Maybe a burner phone. That's a good idea. But hey, that's totally plausible too, man. Body armor under there. Yeah, there's a lot of people involved. Okay, thank you, Jeff. 2:30 p.m. Is that Central? Because we're going to be going live until the press conference. After the press, there's another one. Backpack. A lot of possibilities, right? That's a good one too. Maybe it was, yeah. You know what, Miss Independent, actually, because when we were looking at them, right? We're looking at the photos. We don't see a backpack. Let's zoom out of this one. Look, we don't see a backpack. So maybe it was the backpack. Very interesting. Good guesses, you guys.
Again, she could serve up to 6 years.
Good guesses, all of you.
Brown's bond, by the way, has been set at $250,000. He is still currently in custody. All right, let's take a second, though, and break down kind of how we've gotten to this point. There's a lot that we've gotten to, a lot that's happened to get us to where we are right now.
Thank you all for being here.
And to get through some of that, let's take you through a little bit of a timeline. I believe we're going to join ABC 24's Leah Williams, who's been helping us cover this timeline throughout the course of the day and even over the last several days. Is that correct? Are we going to Leah? We are.
Yeah, Ruben, just such an odd case. So it's important to go through that timeline
here
and just kind of remember everything that's happened. A lot has happened, and it's been a week since it all started in Dyer County. That was last Tuesday, July 29th. Sheriff's deputies got a call shortly after 3 o'clock, and we're told that a car dropped the baby off. The baby was in their car seat, and that was in a stranger's front yard on Highway 20. Now, right after that baby was discovered, investigators started looking for the baby's family and learned that 4 relatives hadn't been seen since the night before. All of this information is according to District Attorney General. How later in the evening, here's a map kind of where you could see that's Memphis at the bottom. There's Dyer County in the middle where the infant was dropped off. And then above Dyer County, that's Lake County where the 4 bodies were found. They were found on Carrington Road in Tiptonville, which is near the jail that Austin Drummond actually was in custody in before. So we don't know if there's some kind of connection there. Still trying to get answers on this whole case. Now, the victims are identified as 21-year-old James Wilson, 20-year-old Adriana Williams, 38-year-old Courtney Rose,
Thank you,
and
Mary.
the youngest 15-year-old Braden Williams.
Thank you, Whisper.
Following the discovery of the victims, both the Lake and Dyer County Sheriff's offices not only asked for help from the TBI, but they also requested.
That's a great guess too, Robert, for real. That's a really great guess too. If there was more weapons, that's probably why they have that significant police presence, because they need to make sure that they pick that stuff up before a child comes across it, right? Very good guess, Robert. Thank you. 2:30 Central Time, so I'm going to be live until then. Thanks, Ann. I appreciate it. All right, we'll get back to this here.
Help from the FBI.
I'm gonna keep
on
looking for
Wednesday,
updates.
July 30th, this was the day after the baby was found. Drummond was seen in Jackson, Tennessee. Investigators say that he was believed to be driving a damaged white 2016 Audi. They have that. Thursday, the TBI confirmed the connection between the baby's abandonment and the victims. As the search for Austin Drummond began, we still don't even know how deputies connected him to that case, but he is the main suspect. James Wilson and Adriana Williams were confirmed to be that baby's parents. The baby is safe right now. And then Rose was Adriana and Braden's mother. That's all, again, according to the District Attorney General. He says all 4 of the victims lived in Dyer County, so we still don't know how they got to Lake County or why they may have been there. Then on Friday, several local and federal authorities held a press conference in Jackson, just emphasizing that Drummond was still on the loose and asking people to lock their doors and stay safe. So then later that afternoon, that's when the white Audi was found unoccupied on a dead-end road. It was on McO Road in Jackson, and that was right next to a neighborhood. We don't know if there's any connection there. Still so many questions in this case. Then Saturday, the many questions in this case. Then Saturday, the TBI confirmed that they found a 1988 white pickup truck. Drummond was also believed to be driving that vehicle as well, and that was found in Dyersburg. Still so many questions in this case. Of course, we're working to get those answers. Again, there's a press conference this afternoon at 2:30, so we might not have all the answers for this case, but hopefully we'll have some more answers for you soon. Very complex and just sad case overall. I'm going to toss things back to you now, Ruben.
All right, thanks a lot, Leah. Appreciate that timeline and the breakdown of the timeline. We're going to continue our live coverage, our live team coverage at this point. We're turning back to ABC 24's Desmond Nugent, who is in the scene, live at the scene in Jackson.
There you go.
A lot of this.
There you go.
Desmond, what can you tell us so far since
Show
you've been
us
there
the
this
police
morning?
presence, man. I would if I was there. Shoot, I wish I was too. I'd be reporting in front of the
things have
camera
been calmed
too.
down, and at least the
My
last
own
hour,
microphone.
residents here in the Jackson, Tennessee, near the intersection of Country Club Lane and Pleasant Plains Road, are
EvilleCJ
feeling more
News.
at ease. They're happier. They're smiling. We saw a family with their grandkids just kind of walking by not too long ago. We even spoke to a lady named Shannon Tabor, who is taking a jog for the first time in the last 3 to 4 days. She told me that she's been feeling like she's been a prisoner in her own home. She says that just right up here, up this street, or at least up this driveway, that's where she lives at, and that's where her next door neighbor said that they in fact actually have video surveillance footage of Drummond walking near the area. And so again, she was just telling me that she's just thankful that her own husband at the time, it happened about 4:30 in the morning from the surveillance video that her neighbor actually has obtained that we're trying to get, but aren't able to get at this time. But she said that she's thankful that her husband wasn't harmed in that encounter, because Austin Drummond, not too long, I guess in time frames when it was passing each other. So she is thankful that she's being able to, for the first time in 3 to 4 days, being able to do her chores. She's been able to now go to the grocery store. She's been able to do things that make her happy, not feeling like she's a prisoner in her own home. I definitely do want to set the scene again, where this is where the waterfall was at. This is where residents are telling me that this is where the Austin Drummond sighting first started. He actually attempted to rob someone with a gun, and that's how authorities were able to kind of, I guess, survey this area, and that's how, I guess, Drummond essentially was able to be captured. So that being said, people are now finally being able.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pause this real quick. There is a United States Army helicopter that is about to fly over Jackson. It's above Brownville right now. An United States Army helicopter right over here, a Sikorsky right there. So I'll continue to monitor that. Thank you very much. If you think that if there's anybody listening to the scanner, I don't have it up right now, but if there's some activity going on there, let me know and we'll go ahead and display that as well.
To come out of their homes for the first time in a couple of days. They don't have to seek shelter anymore. They don't have to look over their backs or over their shoulders anymore. They don't have to live in fear anymore. And so that's the latest that we have. As we all know, TBI is going to have a press conference at 2:30. I will be there, and I will be bringing you the latest as soon as it's available. Live in Jackson, Tennessee, I'm Desmond Nugent, ABC 24 News.
So Desmond, don't leave just yet. I know sometimes in these scenarios, you feel like you might be saying the same thing a lot of times. But I mean, at this point, really, I feel like people just need to know kind of what the feeling is in that area. You've been able to talk to those people who live there and get kind of that sense of, I guess I would say, relief. And that they had fear initially, I'm guessing, but now some sense of relief. What's been the feeling in general as you've just been able to interact with people there?
They are just very happy. Happy, safe is probably one of the biggest words I've heard. And seeing smiles for the first time in a couple of days. Residents are telling me that they're just feeling the biggest sigh of relief because they don't have to peep out their doors to see if Drummond's going to come by. They can get a good night's rest for the first time in 3 or 4 days since this manhunt has been starting. Because obviously Drummond was one of Tennessee's most wanted criminals in the entire state of Tennessee. So for the first time in 3 to 4 days, they can actually do they can live their normal lives. And that's something that people sometimes may take for granted, is being able to do the things that you would ordinarily do without any interruption, without any distractions, without any fear for your life. And so now that Austin Drummond is captured, Ruben, people are able to finally do the things that they would ordinarily do without any type of harm or fear to come to them.
Yeah, Desmond.
That's how residents here in Jackson, Tennessee are feeling.
Whispered, I was talking about being on like the city street filming the police presence. Trust me, I was searching for Sebastian. I know all about asking permission. I was searching for Sebastian. I know all about asking for permission. And we did a lot of searches, and we ended up just fine. So, but trust me, I know what you mean, Whispered. I know what you mean.
Right now.
Yeah, such an eerie feeling to know that, you know, he was right there. And for those people who live in that area, in that neighborhood, again, that one woman mentioned that her neighbor captured him on video, surveillance video at that point in time. I know you're going to be trying to cover the press conference and information as it gets released. So I'm going to let you go for now, and I'll bring you back here in just a little bit to get the very latest information. Hopefully you get a chance to speak to some more people in the area and gather some more information as we come back. But I know you got a lot to do at that very active scene. So thank you again for your live report. We'll be back with you here in just a few minutes for sure. Again, that was ABC 24's Desmond Nugent bringing us the very latest from the actual scene where a lot of this took place.
Oh, I'm so happy that he was
find
caught.
Austin Drummond.
Shout out to
eventually
law
captured right in
enforcement.
that area. Now, let's get you caught up on the charges that
Shout
Austin
out to
Drummond is
law
going to be facing.
enforcement.
Okay, right now, this is what we can tell you for sure he's going to be chasing, but there could be more charges to come. He is facing 4 counts of first-degree murder. He's also facing 1 count of aggravated kidnapping. That's for the baby that was left abandoned in the yard. He's also facing 4 counts of a felon in possession of a firearm during a commission of a dangerous felony. So those are all the charges that he is currently facing, but there is always the case that he could face more charges now that he has actually been found.
Oh, yeah.
This is, again, breaking news all morning long. The sigh of relief across that community as Austin Drummond has now been captured. Now,
I wonder if he's gonna go to trial. Do you think he's gonna want to have like a jury trial to see? Because they gotta, unless there's like, you know, they gotta, if he wants a trial, they gotta give him one. You think he's gonna want a trial? What's up, Diamonds? Thank you for hopping in. And you know what? Let me go back to this flight radar real quick. Nope. There was that Army helicopter was heading in the direction, but it just did a turnaround and then started. I don't know what that was for right there, but it is not going anywhere. So as of right now, there's no activity above. Let me see here. Well, I don't want to have it playing over the news channel that we're watching, because then it'll just get like mumbo jumbo. So that's why I was saying, if you guys hear anything, because honestly, I saw more helicopter and plane action than I ever heard on the scanner. But let me know if there's something going on the scanner. Let me know. I just don't want to have it kind of dominate the discussion over the airwaves, unless it's not needed. I'm not sure about that. So if anybody is listening to the scanner, let me know. But as of right now, I'm not. The only helicopter that was heading that way is actually going away from it now. So
in Dyer County on Tuesday, July 29th, the sheriff's office received a call shortly after 3 o'clock and were told that a car had dropped a baby off in a car seat in a front yard on Old Highway 20 near Tigret. Immediately after finding that baby, investigators started looking for the baby's family. So this map on your screen is going to give you an idea of kind of the region and where a lot of this took place compared to where you might be living, particularly if you live in Memphis. So after they started looking for the baby's family, that's when they found the 4 relatives that had not been seen since the night before. According to the District Attorney General, Danny Goodman, all of this information is what they've been releasing. Then later Tuesday evening in Laramie County, officials with the TBI claim 4 bodies were found along Carrington Road that's in Tiptonville. The victims were then identified as 21-year-old James Wilson, 20-year-old Adriana Williams, 38-year-old Courtney Rose, and 15-year-old Braden Williams. This all following discovery of the victims at that point in time. After they found the victims, the Lake County Sheriff's Office requested assistance from the FBI and the TBI. That's when the manhunt began. Austin Drummond was listed as a suspect. On Wednesday, July 30th, Drummond was seen in Jackson, Tennessee. Investigators claimed that he was believed to have been driving a damaged white 2016 Audi, which they later found. Then on Thursday, the TBI confirmed the connection between the baby's abandonment and the victims. As they said, the search for Austin Drummond continued. James Wilson and Adriana Williams were confirmed to be the baby's parents. Rose was Adriana and Braden Williams' mother. This all according to Goodman. He also says that all 4 of the victims actually lived in Dyer County. So on Friday, several local and federal authorities held a press conference in Jackson emphasizing that Drummond was still on the loose and that he was armed and dangerous. Later that afternoon, the white Audi was found unoccupied on a dead-end road in Jackson, right next to a neighborhood. On Saturday, the TBI confirmed that they'd found a 1988 white Ford pickup truck with a red stripe near Burnt Mill Road. That was in.
I see him I don't see him pleading like a plea deal. I see him saying like, I'm gonna drag this shit out as long as possible, because he already knows he's going forever. He already knows he's going forever, so he's gonna drag it out as long as possible. Try to get some kind of technicality or something like that. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna think he's too smart. He's gonna think he's too smart, and he's gonna be able to get away with some shit. You know, like that's just what I think. I think it's like the pants. It's like the camo pants he was wearing last night when he was leaving on the CCTV, and he had to pull them up because he didn't have a belt. His pants were too big for his. Come on. He's going to think he's way smarter than everybody else, and he's going to think that he's going to get away with something. Yeah, he knows it's over. He's going to drag it out, and he's going to try and get something with a technicality. His lawyer ain't going to do shit. You know, it's going to be a shit show. I hope if it does go to trial, I hope they televise it, because I want to cover that trial. I really do.
Dyersburg. Now, all of that has eventually led to the capture that happened today. There are 4 people also in custody at this point in time that are accused of helping Drummond avoid capture. They are Tanaka Brown, Javante Thomas,
these are
Brandon
suckers
Powell,
right here,
and De'Ara Sanders.
You know, and that's crazy. All these people right here had nothing to do with the crime, right? That's what law enforcement believes, that these 4 people did not take part in the crime. They just helped him in some sort of way, right? What a bunch of damn suckers, man, that are going to spend all that time to help some piece of shit out, right? Like, these guys were chilling, playing video games, kicking it back, you know, having parties, chilling back. And all of a sudden, they're like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and help this guy out and go to jail for 5 to 15 years just because I was going to help this guy. Bunch of freaking fools, man. Bunch of fools. Unless this is the thing. This is what I'm wondering. Are any of them going to say that they helped Austin because they were afraid that they were going to have the same ending result as his victims? That's another question I want to ask you. How many out of all of these do you think is going to use the defense that they only did what they did was because they were afraid that Austin was going to kill them too? Damn, I didn't even. But I bet you. Well, I gave him a phone because I thought that he was going to kill me. That right there. Or Yep. Oh, there's going to be all sorts of trials. It ain't going to be just Austin. There's going to be all sorts of trials. I bet you all of them do it. I bet you all of them do it. They probably all that was probably like the deal that was made before, look, just tell them that I made you do it, right? Hey, can you give me a phone? Just tell them that I made you do it. Tell them that I held you at gunpoint. I bet he said that to each one of them. Just tell them I made you do it. Oh, man, they better not get minimal shit. They better not. You don't help somebody out like that and then aid in their freaking 6-day run. I bet you. It's going to be interesting to see what comes about after this. I'm still going to, if there's any updates or any kind of articles or court dates or anything, we're definitely going to be, because I'm interested. I have a lot of questions. Sarah thinks the girl will. Or I'm sorry, Diamonds thinks the girl will. Let me see here. Do we know how far? Yeah, it was literally like a few blocks away from where he was sighted on CCTV. The address was 15. Hold on, I have to keep looking it up because I keep forgetting it. 15 Windwood Hills, Jackson, Tennessee. So here's the address. I'll drop it in chat. And that's the address where he was caught. The CCTV was up and to the right, just a few blocks. He was basically by that church. It was a little south. A little bit south. Not very much, just a few blocks from the CCTV. I think trials will be moved to I'm thinking Nashville. Because I don't think they want to have it in Memphis. I think they'd rather have that one in Nashville. And if a lot of the planes came from Nashville too, they weren't coming from Memphis. These were people that were from Nashville. So plus you got to think if all of this fairy tale connections and stuff like that, they don't want that at their courthouse. I'm pretty sure it's probably going to be Nashville. You know what I'm saying? Just for security reasons and stuff too. The three, yeah. Oh my God. 5 to 15. When you have a $250,000 bond, you have those people right there have a $250,000 bond. When you got a $250,000 bond, I mean, think about it. Austin had a 300,000. And they got a 250? Uh-oh, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I maybe, well, this is what I was saying, Mocha. Maybe in their 68,000 population little town, maybe they do, but that's why I said the dudes in Memphis are probably freaking laughing at them, because every one of these criminals right here that you see on the freaking TV obviously have no clue what they're doing. Okay? Like, that's why I said it's serial box criminals, every single one of them. Because every single one of them, like, literally didn't even think it out. Like, and if you can't think it out and you don't play chess in your mind and you're playing checkers, this is the kind of shit that happens. That's why you just need to stay home, eat cereal, and watch cartoons, because you shouldn't even go out there. Did I? Yes. Oh, you didn't see it, Crafts and Crime? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Here you go. Here you go, Crafts and Crime. I also made another one too. So you got the my boy Fresh, the feds watching when my boy gets out, yada yada. Well, I took the man purse, the Fresh man purse, and I put it on his prison outfit. So there's your man purse on the prison outfit, and then we have his girl saying so fresh, 100% fresh. Got her jumping in the mix, and then we got the Fairy Tale G. The Fairy Tale Gangsters right here. And it's not Once Upon a Time, it's called Once Upon a Time, because it's the Fairy Tale G. I love you guys. All right, we'll get back to this.
Now, Thomas is in the Madison County Jail on an unrelated charge. He will be transferred to the Lake County Jail at some point in time this week. He will then face charges in this case. He and Powell will be in court on Thursday at that point in time. We actually have a picture of Austin Drummond from his capture at this point in time. Hopefully we can give you that. This is a look at Austin Drummond's capture. This is the very latest photo of Austin Drummond. Okay, so what we're told, we've got about 10 minutes left to get you the very latest information. These are some of the latest pictures of Austin Drummond. This is from this morning's capture, okay? Austin Drummond was captured this morning. These are the images that were released by the TBI after the manhunt, and they finally found him. Austin Drummond was captured again right there by that location where ABC 24's Desmond Nugent was located. Some speculation on exactly what happened that led up to his capture. We won't speculate. We'll wait for that press conference to tell us exactly what happened that led authorities to him, but we can mention that he was spotted. Somebody did see him and reported that to the TBI. The TBI then located him in that area. Now, these might be the latest photos of Austin Drummond, but they're not the only images that we have of him. These are the images that surfaced of him being armed and dressed in camouflage. This, again, was in Jackson. Drummond, again, wanted for those 4 murders of the people in Lake County. The reward up to $32,500. You can see the surveillance video from Cornerstone Community Church. It shows Austin Drummond walking on what's called Pipkin Road. He's seen holding a black rifle, wearing camouflage pants. He had a long sleeve camouflage shirt and a brown backpack as well. This is the most recent and confirmed sighting. Just take a look at your video and at your screen, and you can see exactly what we're talking about. Now, again, the images were released yesterday, but they were actually recorded on Sunday. So Sunday, these images were recorded. Monday, they were released. And when they were released on Monday, officials urged homeowners to stay alert, lock up their homes, their garages, their sheds, check their security cameras, do all of those things to make sure that Austin Drummond hadn't been seen or in their area because they weren't sure exactly where he was. He's wanted for those 4 counts of first-degree murder. He's also wanted for kidnapping and gun charges. Let's again show you all of these counts and what we're going to be what he's going to be facing. So they're listed on your screen right now. He's got those 4 counts of first-degree murder. He's also got that 1 count of aggravated kidnapping. He's got 4 counts of felony. We got 4 counts of felony fire of a felon in possession of a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony. Now, we've also been following the timeline of the events. Let's take a look at how all of this unfolded.
I'm still in shock, not gonna lie.
Jackson, Tennessee residents say they're scared tonight, especially those in this neighborhood next to MCO Road, where a man charged with murdering 4 people left a car.
There's been cops all around the house, and I actually passed cops this morning.
Rebecca Nolan lives right behind these woods, near where Austin Drummond was said to have left a damaged 2016 white Audi. Drummond is facing several charges in the murders of 4 people: 21-year-old James Wilson, 20-year-old Adriana Williams, 15-year-old Braden Williams, and 38-year-old Courtney Rose, all related and whose bodies were found in the woods near Carrington Road in Tiptonville. This after a baby discovered to be the child of 2 of the victims was found abandoned in a Dyer County yard. Investigators holding a press conference today.
We have our whole team dedicated in prioritizing this incident, and it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when he's found.
Drummond was last seen in Jackson on Wednesday.
My dad sent me a screenshot saying that we need to lock our doors and keep our garage down because it's right behind our house, and our back gates over here were open this entire week.
It'll soak in tonight, I'm sure, but right now it's just, it's shock and awe. I mean, I just cannot believe that it's this close to home.
Not imagine the feeling of those neighbors and the people that live in that neighborhood, not only prior to his capture, but then now the relief today as Austin Drummond has been captured. In fact, Desmond Nugent was able to speak to one of those neighbors, and let's just recap some of the things that she had to say earlier today whenever she spoke to him. The first thing she says is that she had felt like she'd been a prisoner in her own home, so she was relieved to be able to get out of her house and do the simple things like taking a walk or doing some of the chores in her yard. She also mentioned the fact that her neighbor behind her had actually captured images of Drummond on his surveillance, on his surveillance video. And so that had happened yesterday morning at 4:30 in the morning, right when her husband was actually leaving to go to work. So you can only imagine the sense of relief that those people feel at this point in time, knowing that he has been caught and that he was so close to where they were located, to their homes, to their families, to their safe places. Again, Austin Drummond has been captured. That's the breaking news we've been covering all morning long. Around 9:30 this morning, officials caught up with Austin Drummond in Jackson, Tennessee. And so when they were able to catch up with Austin Drummond at that point in time, they were able to take him into custody. He is now in custody. We're expecting a press conference at 2:30 today to give us the very latest information involving his capture. There's so much that goes into this case, though, so much that's led up to where we're at today. To get you caught up on all of those details, we turn now to ABC 24's Leah Williams, who's been covering this for days. Leah?
And it's so important to really go into a timeline of everything.
No, there was no smiles. There was no smiles. Let's see. There was no smiles, no. I mean, especially this one right here. There's really no smiles on that one. We'll zoom in and get that face on that one right there. There's no smiles whatsoever. Nope.
I know it's only been a week, but it's just such a complex case and so much has happened over the last week. So it all started, here's Memphis. This is in Dyer County where it all started on Tuesday, July 29th. Now, sheriff deputies got a call just after 3 o'clock and they were told that a car dropped off a baby in a car seat in a random stranger's front yard on Highway 20. So after they discovered the infant, of course, investigators started looking for the family members and soon learned that 4 relatives hadn't been seen since the night before. That's all according to District Attorney General Danny Goodman. So later Tuesday evening in Lake County, which is up here about a 40-minute drive from Dyer County, officials with the TBI said 4 bodies were found along Carrington Road in Tiptonville. That's right near the jail. Now, the victims are identified as 21-year-old James Wilson, 20-year-old Adriana Williams, 38-year-old Courtney Rose, and 15-year-old Braden Williams. Following the discovery of those victims again here in Lake County, about 40 minutes away from where they lived in Dyer County, the sheriff's office requested assistance from the TBI and also from federal authorities with the FBI. Now, we do want to make sure you're caught up on everything in this case so we can talk about those charges for Austin Drummond, who again has now been captured. Happened a few hours ago this morning. Drummond's facing 4 counts of first-degree murder and on counts of aggravated kidnapping, also 4 30th, Drummond was seen in Jackson, Tennessee. Investigators say he was believed to be driving a damaged white Audi. There he is on your screen right now, and that's the picture from just hours ago when he was actually captured. Going back to the timeline, though, on Thursday, the TBI confirmed the connection between the baby's abandonment in Dyer County and the victims found in Lake County. And they started searching for Austin Drummond. Still no word on how he became the suspect in this case and how investigators pieced that together, but hopefully we'll get some more answers later. So James Wilson and Adriana Williams were confirmed to be the baby's parents. Then Rose was Adriana and Braden's mother, according to Goodman. So these were all family members, unfortunately. He says all 4 of the victims did live in Dyer County. So again, not sure how they got that connection to Lake County. We don't know how they got there or even who dropped off the baby. So many questions in this case. On Friday, several local and federal authorities held a press conference in Jackson where he was captured today, emphasizing that Drummond was still on the loose. They also asked people for any surveillance footage that they had and to just keep their eyes out for him. So later that afternoon, the white Audi that we said he was driving, that deputies actually said he was driving, was found unoccupied on a dead-end road, which was McO Road in Jackson, Tennessee. That was right next to a neighborhood. Saturday, TBI confirmed they found a 1988 white Ford pickup truck with a red stripe near Burnt Mill Road. That was in Dyersburg. So this is a multi-agency, multi-county investigation in Dyer County on Tuesday, July 29th. Again, that's where all of this started. So just a very complex case, so many questions in this case. We're bringing you as many answers as we have and as we can get, but we're going to continue working and on this case right now. Again, that is Austin Drummond on your screen, captured today in Jackson, Tennessee. That's where he was captured. That's the photo that was released from the TBI. So many questions still on this case. Again, they're holding a press conference today at 2:30. That's in just a few hours. So hopefully we'll have some more information then. But for now, this is the timeline that we have and what we know about this case. Still so many connections that need to be pieced together. So I'm going to toss this back to the desk now. Kevin?
All right. Yes, I'm swapping in now for our Ruben Diaz. I'm Kevin McNamara. We are talking about this case here. Austin Drummond, he has been captured. We're going to be continuing to stay here on the ABC 24 app for as long as it takes, certainly at least up to that presser that we've been talking about at 2:30. For now, we're going to send it over to our Desmond Nugent, who's joining us live from the scene in Jackson. Desmond, what can you tell us?
Kevin, I want you to take a look at this waterfall over here. Usually waterfalls represent tranquility. They represent peace. They actually represent this neighborhood in Jackson, Tennessee, near Country Club Lane and Pleasant Plain Road. But it hasn't. It's been the exact opposite. It's been a situation where it's been very chaotic. It's been very
Austin, don't go chasing waterfalls, man.
unsettling, as residents tell me. And it's been a situation where they haven't been able to do their day-to-day things. But now it represents exactly what it's there for. Peace, tranquility, and now with Austin Drummond being captured by authorities,
and the lakes that
now
you're
they feel
used to, buddy.
that they are happier. They're thankful. They're grateful for police. They're thankful that they can walk again. They're thankful that they can not have to look over their shoulders or look through their windows to see if authorities or, they've seen guns the last couple of days. Can you just imagine for a second if you're looking outside of your home?
I need to end the show on that song, don't I?
Peace and not being able to feel safe inside of your own home. Well, now residents here don't have to feel that anymore because Austin Drummond, as we've been reporting all morning, has been captured by authorities. Again, that press conference is at 2:30 p.m. I will be there to get more information on how this all unfolded. But again, the residents here are thankful that they can go back to their day-to-day lives. They can go back not having to live in fear anymore. Again, they're happy that this is all over. Reporting live in Jackson, Tennessee, I'm Desmond Nugent, ABC 24 News. Back to you, Kevin.
All right. Thank you for that, Desmond. We appreciate your coverage, especially when you spoke to some of those neighbors. Can only imagine that harrowing scene. Again, Desmond, thank you. We're going to wrap up here and sort of break down everything that we now know, sort of bring this all back together. Again, we're talking about the capture of Austin Drummond after nearly a week-long manhunt here in West Tennessee after a alleged quadruple murder. We've got a picture from his capture here this morning, posted by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. This was a multi-agency effort. Agents, again, from TBI, from the FBI, from sheriff's deputies across Western Tennessee, all coming together to capture Austin Drummond and bring a lot of peace to that neighborhood, as Desmond was just describing. This incident really gone back for about a week or so. That's when that body was discovered those bodies were discovered there in Lake County near Tiptonville. By the correctional facility there, and that was connected to a scene involving a baby that was found nearby, abandoned. That baby was found to be unharmed, thankfully. But we do have a picture from his capture as well that authorities have just put out here. There's actually a second photo we've got. Yeah, TBI putting out a couple of different photos. You can see wearing black. He's, certainly looks pretty disheveled, I would say. Someone who's clearly been on the run here for several days. Don't exactly know his whereabouts, where they have been. That'll be something that investigators are going to be getting into now that they have Drummond in custody, taken alive. They're going to be able to start piecing together exactly where he has been in the past 6 or 7 days since those bodies were discovered there in Lake County. This is an incident that's put all of Western Tennessee on edge. And at least this phase of it now has come to a close. The phase where he's on the loose, walking about, causing a lot of stress and concern for the communities, not just in Jackson, but around the state of Tennessee and frankly around the Mid-South and around really anywhere that he may have been. A video had surfaced of him armed and dressed in camouflage over nearby there in Jackson. He was seen on surveillance footage there for the last couple of days. That's part of zero in on Drummond. This is footage from a church that was nearby. You can see there this was surveillance footage just on the August 3rd, shortly before midnight. He was seen on a couple of different surveillance videos trying to access some of the premises, some of the buildings, just sort of walking around the campus there under cover of night. And this footage here was what they had released about a day or so, a little over a day ago, trying to get more information and make sure that the community was aware that Drummond was, in fact, back in the Jackson area. They had put out some information earlier that he may have left the state, but clearly, if he came back. He was very much still back in Jackson, where he's from and has ties to. But where his whereabouts over the course of that week, still unknown. That's one of the things that they're going to have to start piecing together now that he is in custody. But Austin Drummond has been captured here this morning. Reward leading to his arrest had gotten all the way up to well over about $32,000, almost $33,000. Unknown at this time exactly if that money is going to be doled out to anyone or how that investigation is still going to be taking place. But again, 28-year-old Austin Drummond seen here on this footage from just a day ago, trying to access some of those buildings in Jackson in that camouflage gear, certainly looking like someone that was ready for a long stay out in the woods, possibly prepping for a confrontation with that rifle by his side. That's why authorities were encouraging people to...
The dude's walking around with a rifle. You don't think he would have ran into confrontation if somebody's door was unlocked and they were home? I was scared yesterday. I was like, I'm worried that he's going to get into somebody's house and either they're going to be home or they're not going to be home and they're going to come home later and they're going to end up being hostages. And I was afraid it was going to end up into a standoff situation with hostages of people. Because once he got into a barrier, that's what he was looking for, a barrier. Once he would have got into a barrier, come on, that's standoff right there with what he's got. You know? That's what I was worried about, some kind of standoff.
Stay away. And just call
or some kind of family, more people getting hurt. That too, because you think he's going to go in there just to steal a loaf of bread? No, he's going in there to try and have some shelter and then use people. I just can't believe the idiot just stayed there. I mean, he probably had a really decent chance of surviving a lot longer if he would have took off that night. But the dude, he was just an idiot. I don't understand why you do that, but you're going to walk around town. I don't get it. I really don't.
If they did happen to see him, and it does seem that Drummond was found this morning and captured, certainly bringing a lot of relief to the Jackson community on this week. Remember, this is actually the first week of school for a lot of families there as well. There had been some calls to, postpone those until Drummond was located. just due to the fact because he, they didn't want, there was the risk that he was going to be walking around, possibly seeing them, someone who's obviously considered armed and dangerous. But exactly what he was doing for the past 6 days will be investigated here, and they'll be able to get some more information. One thing they do know is that they believe 4 separate people were helping Drummond avoid capture. In fact, 4 people right now sitting in jail accused of helping Drummond evade authorities. Now, we don't know exactly what help or aid they were delivering. That's hopefully one of the things that we'll be able to learn more about here in the coming hours. Those 4 people you see on the right of your screen, they are Tanaka Brown, Giovante Thomas, Brandon Powell, and Deara Sanders. Thomas was in the Madison County Jail on an unrelated charge and will be transferred to Lake County. He and Powell will be in court on Thursday. Meanwhile, Sanders is being charged with accessory after the fact, the only woman of the 3. If convicted, she could face up to 6 years in prison. While Brown's bond has been set at $250,000, he is in custody. That is Deara Sanders' footage from her hearing at the courthouse there nearby just yesterday. Our reporter was there, captured some of this footage. Again, unknown exactly what those 4 people may have done to aid or assist Drummond after the fact, but as of this time, they are not being considered as people who helped commit the crimes, the murders. They only are being accused of helping him once he was on the run after committing those crimes. But with this investigation, you've got to imagine there'll be further investigations being done here. There's certainly the possibility that more people might end up coming into this web. More charges might be getting added on. We don't know yet. Again, you're looking at the list of what he's been charged with right now. 4 counts of first-degree murder, a quadruple homicide in Lake County there, right at the northwest corner of the state, and 1 count of aggravated kidnapping, as well as 4 counts of felon in possession of a firearm and during the commission of a dangerous felony. That's the charges as they are currently laid out for Drummond. We don't know if there certainly is the potential for further charges to be added on, given the other conspirators after the fact. There's lots of different factors that have to go into an investigation of this magnitude. But as it stands right now, 4 counts of first-degree murder are the charges for Austin Drummond, 28-year-old Austin Drummond, accused in the quadruple homicide there in Lake County. So now we're going to take it to a map. We'll get you a sense of exactly the scope of the scale here, not just of the manhunt for Drummond, but
press conference in about an hour and 45.
Accused of. You're looking at a map there on your screen.
Press conference in about an hour and 45. I have not gone to sleep yet. Literally broke the damn news on YouTube about this this capture. I'm going to stick around until the press conference, and then after the press conference, then I'm going to go ahead and crash the F out. So I might be back on tonight. I don't know yet. We will. I don't know. I kind of doubt it. Maybe. But if I am going to get on for anything, it might not, because I might be waking up late as hell, and I'm not going to hop on late as hell to do a show, because then I'll be like up until 5 a.m. But if I do end up sleeping late, and I do feel like getting on for a little bit, I'll probably do some video games or some comedy over at my channel, EvilleCJ TV. So if you ever are interested, I do police sim, GTA, different things like that. And then like reaction videos, comedy. It's basically, we're not talking any of the ugly stuff in this world. The stuff that we talk about on a daily basis over here. Over there, it's more about just having fun and just laughing, So if you're interested in that, there's the link for that. I probably will be on there later, but maybe. It just depends. If I might only get a couple hours of sleep and then wake up uncomfortable and not be able to fall back asleep and say screw it or something. But I don't know. The press conference is at 2:30. It's probably going to be about an hour. Then, I'm laying down around 4 in the afternoon, 4:30. I don't know what time I'll get up for sure. So if that interests you, I'd probably be over there, higher percent of a chance than over here, but we will be back over here tomorrow. Even if I am back on tonight, we'll definitely be back tomorrow.
West
I appreciate
Tennessee,
you guys
see
being
Memphis
here.
down
Thank
there
you so
on
much.
the left. Up there, at the top of your screen, that's Tiptonville. That's where the 4 bodies were located. They're actually right
Appreciate you guys.
nearby the correctional facility
I'm
where
still looking
Drummond
for
had
updates.
previously been
There's really nothing on
incarcerated there
evidence so
on
far.
Carrington Road near
I haven't
Tiptonville.
seen
That other
anything on evidence.
little symbol there on the map, that is where the baby was found, dropped off just on a lawn there in the neighborhood in nearby Dyer County. They're still exactly piecing together why that home was that random. Was that home somehow known to Drummond? Who dropped the baby off? Is this something that occurred prior to the murders being killed? Is that something that occurred after the murders were killed? That information may well be known by authorities. That's not something they have released to the public yet at this time. They were being very tight-lipped, as you would understand, when Drummond was still actively on the loose, and they were in the hunt for him, not wanting to put out any information they thought might aid him in continuing to evade capture by their authorities. But again, Austin Drummond has been captured, accused in this quadruple homicide. This all started last week, July 29th. That's when, around 3 p.m., authorities were alerted that a car had dropped off a baby in a car seat on the front yard on the old highway near Old Highway 20 near Tigray. And
That'd be
immediately
tough
after
to swim
discovering
across
that
the
baby,
Mississippi.
investigators began
There's a
looking
lot
for the
of
family,
current in
eventually
that.
learning that 4 relatives had not been seen since the night before. This
lot of
coming from
current
the
in that.
Attorney General there. Later in the evening in Lake County, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation officials found 4 bodies along Carrington Road in Tiptonville. Those victims identified: 21-year-old James Wilson, 20-year-old Adriana Williams, 38-year-old Courtney Rose, and 15-year-old Braden Williams. Again, we just want to make sure we have those names and those photos up if we can. 21-year-old James Wilson, 20-year-old Ariana Williams. There we go. 20-year-old Adriana Williams, 38-year-old Courtney Rose, and 15 Williams. That's a photo of the 2 right there. The baby that was found was the child of Williams, of Wilson and Adriana Williams. Again, that baby fortunately found unharmed, left on a lawn, but the 2 parents, no longer than the other family members, also killed. So one family just been completely devastated here.
7
in this
months old, you
quadruple
guys.
murder out in Lake
poor
County, right near
baby.
the northwest corner
That poor
of the state
baby.
of Tennessee. That
Not only lost all our family, but that baby, I can't imagine what that baby heard and saw and witnessed. And even though that baby's only 7 months old, what such a young age, very developmental age, 7 months. Right? Even though she ain't gonna remember, she's gonna be affected. Oh my gosh, I can't imagine how much she was crying that day. Crying because of all the noise, not really understanding what was taking place, but the noise. Crying because of the noise, and then crying because mom's not there, dad's not there, grandma's not there. Then you're riding with him in a vehicle, and then they drop you off in 115-degree heat index that day. And then you're scared because you're sitting there by yourself. Oh, that poor baby. Oh my gosh. Makes you want to cry. Makes you want to cry. And no family, And look at her. She's just looking all innocent and sweet. Right at, because that's right after. That's right after. That's right after. Just looking all innocent and sweet. Gosh. Oh, man, that's tough. All right, back to this.
That prison where those bodies were found, right near where Drummond had previously been incarcerated. And then quickly, Drummond was zeroed in on as the suspect as soon as the day after their last Wednesday, almost a week ago. Drummond was seen in Jackson, Tennessee. Again, also found in Jackson this morning.
Gosh.
But Jackson in itself is about an hour away from where those 4 bodies were discovered. Again, Tiptonville, all the way up near the northwest border of the state. There's multiple vehicles that were involved in this, including the damaged white 2016 Audi that investigators say he was believed to have been driving at the time. And it was Thursday that TBI was able to confirm the connection between the baby's abandonment and the victims, with that search continuing. Again, the baby's parents, 2 of the dead, James Wilson and Adriana Williams, confirmed to be their parents, with Courtney Rose, the grandmother of the baby. Again, all 4 of the victims lived in Dyer County. We're going to send it over to our Desmond Nugent, once again live from the scene in Jackson. Desmond, what can you tell us?
Tumultuous a couple hours ago because, it wasn't really for certain if Austin Drummond was captured, if he wasn't captured. But now that authorities have him, people are able to come outside more. They're able to smile more. They're able to do their day-to-day routines. And so one lady that I spoke with, her name is Shannon Tabor. She says that she's been feeling like a prisoner in her own home. She tells me that she's been able to, she's had to, stay in her home. She's actually kind of nervous because one of her next door neighbors actually had surveillance video of Drummond just a couple of days ago, really early in the morning, which is around the same time that her husband was actually, in fact, going to work. So she's just really very thankful for that right now, that no one got hurt in this neighborhood of Jackson, Tennessee, near Pleasant Plains Road and Country Club Lane, that no one got injured, no one got hurt, no one got killed. And so she's just thankful that the police have done their job and that everyone is still, in fact, safe. She also told me that, this is just a very situation that she and other neighbors didn't expect to actually endure, living in this very peaceful neighborhood. In fact, over here, there's this is kind of where the actual sighting actually first started. Neighbors tell me that Drummond was attempting to rob someone at gunpoint, hijack someone at gunpoint, and that's how the sighting started, and that's how authorities were able to come over here and kind of come together and kind of just cover this area just to look for Drummond at that particular time. Again, this is where everything started. Even though we don't have that officially from authorities, that's what residents out here in Jackson, Tennessee are telling us. Again, people are just very thankful that things are back to normal, that they're happy that they're able to go back their day-to-day lives, and they're just thankful that nothing serious came and that no one was hurt. So again, we will continue with this coverage, and we'll continue with giving you more information as it becomes available. For now, we're live in Jackson, Tennessee. I'm Desmond Nugent, ABC 24 News.
All right. Thank you for that, Desmond. Certainly still very much an active situation. We appreciate everything you've been doing to keep us informed out there in Jackson. We've also got another one of our reporters there on his way to the scene as well. I'm sure we'll be hearing from him at some point there. But a press conference has been scheduled for 2:30 this afternoon. There's going to be authorities for the TBI that are going to be speaking. Sheriffs are going to be speaking. Other lead investigators hopefully will be able to piece together exactly just the timeline of events here over the past 5 or 6 days that have led to the capture of accused quadruple murderer Austin Drummond in Jackson, Tennessee. Again, it all began just about a week ago when that baby was found on a lawn there in Dyer County. Immediately, there was an investigation put in place and to locate that baby's parents. And in doing so, that is what led investigators to the 4 bodies that were found outside of Tiptonville. And you're taking a look at the two parents right there. The baby, again, unharmed, but those two, the baby's parents, are among the dead in this tragedy. Again, that's 20-year-old James Wilson and Adriana Williams, who are the parents of that baby. They are among the dead in this tragedy. Also dead is Courtney Rose, who is the baby's grandmother, as well as another young family member. Just devastating to imagine this family that will never be the same. 4 members of the same family there killed near Tiptonville. And after a near week-long manhunt.
Oh, Busby, after what he's going to be going to... Sorry, I had to stretch. After he's going to prison for what he did, he's going to be going to a completely different spot. And he's going to learn what it's really like. You know what I'm saying? Because you saw what he got to learn, what it was like for the last, decade. But he's going to learn real quick that it ain't like that, man. Will his parents still drop a bunch of money on his shit so he can get that Dollar Tree Pop-Tarts and stock it up? I'm sure he will. But that ain't gonna matter. It makes me wonder, you guys. This is what I was kind of wondering. Let me know what you think. I'm thinking maybe he let the baby stay alive because of what... I'm thinking he maybe left the baby alive because he didn't want to get that kind of justice in prison where he was going, because he knew what kind of justice you got when you do something like that to a child, right? So it makes me wonder if it wasn't out of compassion, like all these news agencies are saying. Oh, he did it out of compassion. What if he did it just because he didn't want his ass to get beat in frickin' prison for killing a baby? That's just what I'm wondering. And that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. Like, the only reason that he let her live was because he didn't want to get that kind of justice in prison for committing a crime against a child. I don't know. Let me know.
Austin Drummond, the accused, is in custody. Again, this has been a long-standing chase, manhunt, if you will, searching for Drummond and where he may be, and they were finally able to find him here.
That's what I'm thinking.
A week later,
It wasn't about compassion.
That's the picture of one of them from when they found
because you
Austin
wanted
Drummond
to save
there,
your ass where you're
nearby
going. That's
in
what.
Jackson, nearby where, if Desmond is what Desmond is saying is correct, near that little waterfall area, you can see certainly it looks like a wooded, more rural area here in West Tennessee. Plenty of hilled woodland space for someone like that to be able to stay on the run as he had and evade capture for the past week or so. But his time on the run is now over, as Austin Drummond has been captured and he was taken alive. So again,
that's their feed, y'all. They've been having issues all
right
morning.
now as they currently stand here shortly after his capture. He's got
Press
4
conference
counts
coming in
of
about an
first
hour and a
degree
half,
murder,
you guys.
as
We'll
well
be
as 1
live
count
all
of
the way
aggravated
through it.
kidnapping for that
Thank you all
baby,
for being here.
and then
Please
4
hit
counts
the
of
like if you
felon
haven't.
in
It is the
possession
free way
of
to
a
help us out.
firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony. So some serious charges there already for Drummond. And this is just the beginning of what will certainly be a lengthy legal process, but some closure right now on this Tuesday that Drummond has been located. He has been taken alive. Does not appear that there was too much of an incident there at the capture scene, at least not one that we have heard about yet to this point.
I mean, yeah, I know. I get. He did it to a 15-year-old. I'm talking like a baby, you know, like a baby, a baby. That little sweet baby, that innocent baby. Oh my gosh, it's so heartbreaking. Oh, it's so heartbreaking. It makes your chest tighten up just thinking about it. That poor girl.
Investigators will be giving us a little bit more information here in about 2 hours or so.
Makes your chest get all tight.
With a number of speakers involved in the investigation, including the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, sheriff's deputies from across the state. This is a multi-agency manhunt for Austin Drummond. They weren't exactly sure where he was. There was some thought he had fled the state, but he was found there in Jackson this morning after 6 days or so on the run. Again, these are photos of his capture. Certainly looks like someone that's not been sleeping, not been eating last few days. Don't know exactly where he has been over the past few days, but we do know several people have been arrested and been charged with aiding and abetting Drummond after the fact. So they have not been accused of helping in the murders in any way, but 4 different people have been arrested in helping Drummond evade capture, continuing after the incident. But we still don't know exactly what those people may have done to help Drummond. That information is hopefully something that we're going to start learning here in the next few hours, days, weeks, now that the active portion of the capture of Drummond has been achieved and we move into a different phase of the investigation. But there's a lot still to be uncovered here. Exactly.
By the way, speaking of the continuing investigation, ever since they captured Austin Drummond, they have had a heavy police presence still in the same area because they're looking for evidence. So that might be one of the reasons why we're not having a press conference for another hour and a half. Maybe they're just trying to get out there as many people as possible to make sure that they collect everything that they can collect so nobody comes across it and hurts themselves. But there is a heavy police presence and has been for the last couple hours, few hours actually, trying to scour different parts, trying to make sure that they find all the evidence that they can. So they are still having an active investigation going on as we speak, and I haven't heard anything to the contrary otherwise.
Chain of events that led to Drummond's capture, of course, but whatever led to the incident. Anytime you've got 4 people tragically killed, there's going to be a lot of information requested as to what could have taken place. That is still something perhaps authorities know a little bit more about at this time than they have publicly said. But as of now, Drummond has been captured, and we're continuing to piece together this unfortunate tragedy there that has really taken over West Tennessee over the past week. Some concern, again, that Drummond had left, didn't know where he had gone, but he was still in Jackson, and they have captured him after almost a week on the run. Again, this all started on the 29th of July back in Dyer County when they found that baby on the lawn. So that quickly led authorities to the parents of that baby, and unfortunately, those parents were among the dead in this killing. We're going to send it back to our Desmond Nugent with any more info. Desmond?
Yes, Kevin. We just had one of the neighbors ask if Austin Drummond was. We just had one of the neighbors here in the Jackson, Tennessee area near Country Club Lane and Pleasant Plains Road ask us if Austin Drummond was kind of capturing this area, and we said we don't really have that officially, but we do know that he was sighted here, actually right here at this waterfall. That's where neighbors were telling us that he was sighted. Neighbors had told us about 2-3 hours ago that Austin Drummond attempted to rob someone at gunpoint. That's where the sighting started. Again, we don't have that officially from authorities, but that's what residents are telling us at this particular time. And that's how police were able to, once they got notification of that sighting, that's where they were able to come over here, and they eventually captured Austin Drummond. Again, we don't know the specifics of that. Hopefully we'll find out more information during the TBI press conference at 2:30, which is in about 2 hours from now. But again, residents here they feel more light on their feet. They're able to go about their day-to-day lives. They're able to do housework. They're able to do lawn work. They're able to do everything that they were able to do or weren't able to do the last couple of days. The one thing that one neighbor had told us is that they actually kind of feel sorry for the Austin Drummond family because they personally know them. They said they've seen them just out and about. They have been able to actually knew Austin Drummond whenever he was a child. They said they haven't seen him personally in the last 20 years, but still knowing that Austin Drummond, from what neighbors are telling us, does come from a good family. But again, all this has just been unfolding very quickly, and they're just they were scared. One neighbor that we spoke to tells us that she was a prisoner in her own home. I mean, could you imagine that for a second? Just being a prisoner in your own home, where it's supposed to be safe. You're supposed to feel protected in your own home. She said that her next door neighbor, in fact, actually had surveillance footage of Drummond early in the morning. Maybe not this morning, but just a couple of days ago, around 4:30 in the morning. She told us that her husband at that particular time was heading to work. So she's just thankful that no neighbors got hurt. No one, to her knowledge, as far as police authorities, were hurt. So this situation has been a large manhunt, if you will, for the last couple of days has finally come to a halt. It's come to a peaceful resolve. And so one of the things that another neighbor had told us is that she just couldn't believe that this was happening in their neighborhood. I mean, the waterfalls signifies, peaceful tranquility and the things that kind of take your mind off of things. But when you are living in a very peaceful neighborhood, a very nice neighborhood, you're not really expecting. One of the residents tells us you're not expecting guns. You're not people with guns walking in the street. You're not expecting police authorities and knocking at your door, sheriff's departments knocking at your door, deputies knocking at your door, asking if you have any surveillance footage, asking if you've seen Austin Drummond, asking if you know Austin Drummond. That's kind of what the situation, the scene has been for residents here for the last couple of days. And so a lot of them are just thankful, again, that they can finally be more settled. They can do their day-to-day lives. They can walk again. They can take a jog. They can just live their normal lives. Again, we will have more information during that TBI press conference at 2:30. But for now, we're live in Jackson, Tennessee. I'm Desmond Nugent, ABC 24 News.
And he actually had an interview with a neighbor that we saw a little bit earlier, someone speaking a little more personally who lives in that neighborhood. Desmond was just referencing it about this traumatic experience, seeing this kind of thing go down where you least expect it, right at their own home. Take a listen.
Actually, we have a resident here by the name of Shannon Tabor. Tell me just about what life has been like here for you. You're able to finally run probably for the first time in days, right?
Yes, sir. I've been a little frustrated because I've been a prisoner in my own home. I've had the sheriff's department parked in my driveway. I've had unmarked police cars up and down my street, and it's been scary. My kids have been scared, and we've been a little nervous. So we've stayed in our home. We've kept the doors locked. We've kept the alarm on, and at night we turn on all the lights and just pray he doesn't come to my house. It's nerve-wracking. It's very nerve-wracking.
And finally, you're able to finally get out probably for the first time in a couple of days. What's that sense? Does it feel like a sense of relief right now?
I mean, I feel free. I feel like I was literally imprisoned in my own home.
Yeah, imagine the children there.
The captured, posts on social media. I told
imagine
my
the
husband,
children
I am getting out of the house. I'm going for a walk.
Yeah, imagine the children, how scared they were
when I realized he was captured.
a week.
It's a relief.
You know what I'm saying? Right before school starts, in the last week before school starts, they couldn't even go outside and play. The last week that they could play before school starts, man. Those children were affected big time. I'm so happy the community can feel safe now, really. Especially the children, man.
Other people probably feel the same.
That had to be
as well.
so hard. Right before school, you don't even get to go outside and
Not
play.
yourself, be able to finally come out with some sense of peace and comfort and safety.
Well, I just noticed that a couple was on a walk with it appeared to be their grandchildren, and to be so comfortable now and at such ease that you can bring your grandchildren out on a walk. I commend our local law enforcement for hanging in there and getting this guy. Thank God he is off the streets.
And I ain't just that, Ms. Tabor. You told me this a few seconds ago, that this is a private residence and that this is kind of that in the area that you kind of live in, where a lot of this police activity even started.
I literally live, my backyard is in his backyard. So my next door neighbor on the other side of me is the one that captured him on video yesterday morning at 4:30 a.m. at the exact time that my husband was leaving to go to work. I mean, my husband could have brushed by him within a couple of minutes. It's terrifying. It's terrifying.
And I can only imagine, again, Ms. Tabor, just knowing that you lived that close, you were in that same vicinity of where Mr. Drummond was actually walking in that surveillance video. How thankful are you that nothing happened to not only just you, but also your family as well?
I think it's a testament to the local law enforcement that he has been caught and there was no further bloodshed. It's amazing. I mean, the local law enforcement community rallied around this little slice of my city, and they captured him, and everybody's safe, and it's a testament.
Obviously, there's still a lot of information we don't have yet, but what else are you going to do today? Because I'm pretty sure you probably have a lot to catch up on.
Well, I've got a lot of chores to do outside. You know, I have a great big yard, and I'm trying to get the grass watered since we're not getting any rain. And I just hadn't felt safe, even being out in my yard, pulling weeds and watering grass. It's a relief.
Harrowing stuff there. Good work by our Desmond Nugent getting that neighbor. You can only imagine what she's going through. Now, we're going to go to our Yvonne Cooper, who's joining us with defense attorney Art Horn to speak further. Yvonne?
Hey, Kevin, thank you so much. We have attorney Art Horn with us this afternoon to really talk about this case and what happens next when it comes to the legality of what could happen to Austin Drummond. Okay, attorney Horn, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me here.
Tell us what happens within the first 48 to 72 hours after someone is arrested.
So once he's picked up, he'll be taken into custody. They will take him, book him, process him. And then from there, he'll probably be, his bond will be reviewed by a magistrate, and either the magistrate judge will decide to set a bond or to refer it to the judge whose case he'll be in front of.
So it is possible that he could get bond or not.
He could get a bond, but I think it'll be high if he does. And when I say high, I'm talking in the millions of dollars. If they decide to set a bond, the factors that they usually consider are whether he's a flight risk, whether he has ties to the community, and whether he's a danger to the community. And I think being that he is fled or allegedly fled, and that he has proven in the past to be a danger to the community, I think it's more likely than not that he won't get a bond, or if he does, it's going to be something in upwards of $5 to $10 million.
I see. And he does have a prior arrest record. Do you think that will play a part in that decision of whether or not to give him bond?
Oh, absolutely. I think that goes into whether he's a flight risk. I think that goes into whether he's a danger to the community, and with his prior arrest history, I think he definitely will be viewed as a danger to the community.
So when will his first court appearance be, and what could we expect to happen there?
I'm thinking that they will have his first court appearance within 48 hours, and he will be arraigned on the charges. Basically, they'll tell him what he's charged with. He'll enter a not guilty. He'll enter a plea of not guilty, and if he can't afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to him. If he's declared to be indigent, which I believe he probably will, the court will appoint him a lawyer.
Can you explain the difference to us about first-degree murder and other murder charges? Why is murder one different from the West?
So in Tennessee, you have under the statute, first-degree murder carries anywhere from life with parole to life without parole. And what you have to have is you have to have the elements of a murder has to occur. It has to be planned or premeditated and a murder occurs. Under the statute, second-degree murder, which carries 15 to 25 years, has to be deliberate, and it has to be deliberate and a murder occurs. Under the voluntary manslaughter statute, which only carries 3 to 6 years, it has to be, you have to have adequate provocation, or meaning that you were provoked, and then a murder occurs. Then you have reckless homicide, which is the act is reckless and a murder occurs, and then criminally negligent homicide, which is the lowest. It's an E felony, and that means that it's basically a negligent homicide, that it happened negligently, but it still rises to the level of being criminal.
I see. Another big charge, aggravated kidnapping. What do you think that suggests about what allegedly happened in this case?
Well, I think if he held them against their will for any period of time and he did it with a weapon, I think that's what it suggests, and I think that's why they're charging him with aggravated kidnapping.
And then there are also several gun charges. How significant are those charges when it comes to the murder charges?
Well, I think they're very significant. One, because earlier I think we talked about whether he could be charged federally. Because he's a convicted felon, if he's found to be in possession of those handguns, the federal government could also charge him in separate cases. But also, I think it goes to the proof and the evidence in this case, and it would go to enhance his sentence if he's found guilty or pleads to first-degree murder.
I see. So he has a slew of charges that he's already facing. Is it possible that prosecutors could seek more charges against him?
I think if they go into their investigation, deeper into their investigation, and they find that he's committed more crimes, they could always add on more crimes or more charges.
That's always a possibility, especially since the crimes ranged in different counties and cities at this time.
That's correct. I think you'll see the state charges that will he'll be facing, but you'll also potentially see federal charges, especially involving the guns, with his prior history being a convicted felon and with the magnitude of a case like this and what he did.
Do you think the death penalty could be on the table, that prosecutors could seek it?
Absolutely. I think the death penalty is probably going to be looked at, and it wouldn't surprise me if the death penalty, this became a death penalty case.
So what could be the maximum penalty that Drummond could face if he's convicted on the counts that we're aware of at this time?
Let's just say he'll go away for multiple life sentences, probably.
And so what are typical defensive strategies in a case like this?
Well, I think the first thing they're going to look at is his mental state. Was there something going on that caused him to click? Was
come
there
on.
a mental defect?
Come on.
His mental faculties in place. I mean, I think that's probably the biggest area that his defense counsel will hone on to see if there's possibly something going on that caused this, that could.
What are you setting up a case for? Can you plead insanity in Tennessee? Can you plead insanity in Tennessee? That's a bunch of crap, man. If this dude gets to freaking go to a mental facility for the rest of his life and he still gets to eat his toast and Pop-Tarts, that's messed up, man.
Could make sense to
that's messed up.
A court or a jury, because I think it comes into play for two reasons. One, if they charge him with the death penalty and they're seeking the death penalty, that information could be used to mitigate or to get him.
We're going to have another trial coming up, you guys. We're going to have another trial coming up. We will cover the trial. We're going to have a trial. Watch. I bet in about a month we're going to have a we're gonna have a trial.
Just a life sentence.
1 month.
It also would help in negotiating the case if they charge him with the death penalty to maybe.
Oh,
keep
Rachel,
him
no,
from being put to
no.
death and allowing him to go to prison for life. It could also potentially be a defense if he's declared to have been insane at the time that these crimes were committed.
Oh my
and the
gosh, no
defense
way.
could prove that. So I think those are all
No way.
important factors to consider in the defense of Mr. Drummond.
You know he's gonna.
I
That's
see.
the.
So there's still a lot of moving pieces in this
here's-
case. I mean, you have 4 victims who
but
are
here's
dead,
the
but
thing.
you also
What's
have
up?
an abandoned baby. What role could the baby play in this case? Could that be seen as a mitigating factor in any way?
So that. Thank you, Rachel. Will that make it a little harder for him to? My guess is defense will bring up all his teenage years spent in prison and a victim of the system. Interesting, but the defense, not my opinion, but the defense may push it. Interesting. He knows right from wrong. But a career criminal prior, so it'll be really hard for him to get that. I can't believe that if that's true. Because I could see him. Jail time, bail time. Yeah, that's true. Man. You know he's gonna. You know he's gonna. You know he's gonna.
I don't think it's going to be a mitigating factor. I mean, I think, well, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I potentially, if I'm defending him, I may use that as a mitigating factor. I may use that to show that, I mean, he does have a heart but at the same time, it's tough when, 4 other people were killed.
Is he trying to be like, is he trying to be the lawyer for this guy? Is he trying to be the lawyer for this guy? Oh, well, I can see that he does have a heart. Oh, my Lord. He's trying to be the lawyer for this guy, isn't he? Rich mommy and daddy, come give me some money, right?
Unless, he defended himself, or he may say, oh, this was in self-defense. They were attacking me. I felt my life was threatened. I felt my life was in danger. I felt like they were trying to kill me.
Oh, man.
So I think a lot of these unknowns we won't know until we hear from his defense counsel and we hear from
we're going to
Mr.
trial.
Drummond's. And the thing about these cases, we may never hear from Mr. Drummond's. One of the things that you asked me earlier was about during his arrest, what would happen. They may bring him in to question him, and if he is willing to cooperate,
he ain't gonna
and be questioned by police, he may tell a story.
I doubt
he
it.
may tell what happened.
I doubt it.
So again, a lot of this is unknown until things sort of play out over the next week.
Yeah, because in court, he could decide to testify or not.
Well, I think it would come down to whether this went to trial.
Oh, it's going. It's going to trial.
He doesn't have to under the Constitution.
You know what? You know he's going to trial. He's going to plead not guilty to something. You know he probably not guilty for insanity. I got to at least try it. You know it's going. A month, you guys. I'm guessing a month, and we're going to be in trial for this guy, and we will be covering it. Trust me. We just got done covering BK. We were thinking we were going to be covering a Koberger trial for the next 4 months. That ended, and we got time for another trial, and this is one that I definitely want to follow because this is some BS, man.
This is right not to testify.
This is some BS.
But he may want to tell his story. If it's a self-defense case, he may have to testify if he's claiming self-defense. If he's claiming that for some reason he was insane at the time, or this is an insanity defense, he probably wouldn't have to testify.
I mean, think about it. They both took out 4 people. They both took out 4 people, man, you know?
So there are a lot of strategies that the defense could use if this goes to trial.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right.
So how long does a case of this magnitude
Right.
typically take to go to trial?
Had a whole bunch of shit.
It just varies.
He had 2 droids and 3 power strip sockets. That's what he had. Fire hazard, man.
From jurisdiction to
3
jurisdiction.
power strips hooked up to
In
one
Shelby
another.
County, typically a case like this
That's a
probably would
fire
take
hazard.
2 to 3 years to get to trial.
What?
I'm not sure.
What did he just said? 2 to 3 years to get to trial? What?
Yeah, because in court, he
What?
could decide to testify or not.
Well, I think it would come down to whether this went to trial. If he went to trial, he could choose to testify. He doesn't have to under the Constitution.
2
It's
to
his
3
right not
years.
to testify. But he may want to tell his story. If it's a self-defense case, he may have to testify if he's claiming self-defense. If he's claiming that for some reason he was insane at the time, or this is an insanity defense, he probably wouldn't have to testify.
I see. So there are a lot of strategies that the defense could use if this goes to trial.
Yeah, that's correct.
Wow.
So how long does a case of this magnitude typically take to go to trial?
It just varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. In Shelby County, typically a case like this probably would take 2 to 3 years to get to trial. I'm not sure. This is cases in Dyer County, correct?
Yes, Dyer County, Lake County.
Dyer County and Lake County, they'll probably push to have this case tried within a year, 2 at the latest.
That long? That's
so what
wild.
will be the key steps between
That's
now
wild.
and a
That
potential
long?
trial, those milestone moments?
I think from
I
the
thought
defense
BK was just an
standpoint,
anomaly.
it's to get an investigator involved to build mitigation factors that would help.
I mean, I don't understand how this dude's thinking like 2 years maximum when it took 2 years for BK, a year and a half. Like, and that look at all the supplemental discovery requests from the defense. There was 20 frickin' 4 of them. That's why it got drug out, because the supplemental discovery requests weren't being fulfilled. So to sit there and say that it would drag out that long when I don't think they're going to have that many discovery requests, I think it'll be probably like 2, 2 of them, not 24. That's crazy. I hope not. That's a long ass time. I don't know. It just seems excessive. 2 years seems like that's just way. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Mr. Drummond's. Figure out what his mental capacity was at the time of these killings. Figure out if there's a defense for self-defense or insanity, and sort of build your case from there. Was he provoked? Voluntary manslaughter is a lesser included offense of first degree
That's a good
murder.
point.
It doesn't carry like.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Rachel. Flip on the corruption from the facility that he was in. Oh, yeah. Gosh, I didn't even think about that. It's crazy, man. It's almost like he's like, seems like he's trying to like rally to become the lawyer or something. I don't know. It's weird.
A life sentence. So
It's weird.
If he was attacked, if one of these individuals, threatened him or attacked him, or
he wants to be the lawyer,
someone
don't
was
he?
cheating with his ex-girlfriend and that, or he caught them having sex, those are things that could be viewed as provocation or him being provoked. So
It's like he's giving him all the ideas, right? Am I wrong, you guys? Does it sound like this lawyer, right in the beginning, this guy's got a heart. It sounds to me like the dude is trying to use the television to promote his services. Listen to this. He's like coming up with all these things. I mean, well, if his girlfriend cheated on him and wow, dude. It's like a Ann Taylor for BK, but Ann Taylor wasn't lobbying for BK's. It's like, damn, man. Whoa.
Did he walk in on a situation?
Oh, right.
That may be
Right.
something that's not premeditated. It could be considered deliberate. Because again, premeditation requires planning.
It's crazy.
It requires premeditation.
It's like he's
And
giving him
usually,
ideas.
When somebody plans to do it, the prosecution would have to show that this was a planned event. Maybe he went to his friend's house, he got a gun.
You know what
maybe
he's
he went
doing?
a
Listen
store
to
and had
this.
Somebody purchased a gun. Maybe he went and got a ski mask. Maybe he went and got gloves. And then he went to the home, kidnapped these people, rode around with them, and then killed them or executed them. So, again, I think from the state's perspective, the state of Tennessee, they've got to build a solid case to prove that there was premeditation and planning.
It sounds like he's talking to the mom and dad. It sounds like he's talking to the mom and dad. Like, there's got to be this and there's got to be that. And it could have been this. And it, oh my Lord, it's like he's talking to mom right next to him. Like, look, ma'am, they have to prove this, ma'am. Oh my Lord.
Or this to be a first-degree murder and or a death case. From the defense standpoint, I think they have to start working just as quickly and diligently as the state of Tennessee would to show that either this was some type of insanity defense case, or that this was some type of self-defense, or that he was provoked in some type of way. So I think both sides are going to start working quickly to get to a point where they can figure out, okay, what's our defense going to be? What's our strategy going to be? And I think that's what you're going to see in a case like this, especially with the magnitude. It's got national coverage. It's very high profile. So all the T's are going to be crossed and all the I's are going to be dotted, and people are going to do a thorough and diligent job.
Mm-hmm. You know, on these big cases like this, we hear all the time that investigators are looking for a motive, searching for a motive. They're looking for the why. That will be critical in this case.
I agree. I agree with you totally. And again, the motive could be provocation. It could be what provoked him to do this.
Wow.
And those things are.
He could be like,
important
my
for
girlfriend cheated on me.
jurors to hear, whether you're on the side of the
Wow.
state, where you want to prove a motive that he had a motive to go over, plan a killing,
Wow.
and follow through with it. And if you're defending the case, if it was
this guy,
there was a lack of motive,
This
this
guy.
happened sort of deliberately or quickly, or he was provoked into a situation.
He was
I mean,
provoked.
those
Oh
are the
my
things
God.
that both sides will be trying to push to figure out.
You don't think he's going to say that he was provoked? Oh my gosh. This is going to be. How much? Let's see. You know what? Damn, I should have started a poll a little bit ago. I should have asked y'all if you guys think that this guy's going to. Here, type in chat. Type one in chat if you think this guy's going to end up being Austin's lawyer, or type 2 in chat if you don't. I think he's going to end up being Austin's lawyer. I think his parents are going to come across this interview and they're going to listen to it and they're going to be like, you know what? We should probably call him, honey. We should probably call him. Y'all don't think so? I think he is. I think he's using this little TV spot for promotion. because I don't. What? I mean, listen, we've seen all these shows. Probably represents girlfriend. Oh, look at Rachel coming in with a backhand slap shot. Did a little whoop-de-whoop. Probably because he represents his girlfriend. I don't know. It just seems to me like he's using this as like a promotional. Like I see him saying that stuff to the mom. I don't, all of these lawyers that we've seen on TV all of this time, I've never heard of a lawyer say, well, this guy's got a heart. Somebody that committed this crime, I've never heard any lawyer say, well, this guy's got a heart. It's just crazy. It's wild. It's wild.
Out very quickly,
It's wild.
early on, because you need to know what it is you're really working with. And I think we can sit here now and we can sort of speculate, but as time goes on, it'll play out in the public and it'll play out for the defense in the state, and we'll know more about what this case is truly about.
Absolutely. Because right now we still have more questions than answers. And as the court case continues to develop and we learn more information, maybe some of those answers will come out before trial, if we go to a trial.
Is it because you think that they helped him out, Austin? And thank you for joining. Do you think it's because they helped him out? Because I really think like his parents helped him out. I really do. I think that's why they didn't even like have a press conference. Son, please turn yourself in. They sent a letter to the news channel. They didn't even call him. They didn't even have a phone interview. They sent a letter to the news channel. That's it. I'm telling you right now, if it was me, I would be, oh my gosh, I would hate to see my offspring pass away from a, like the dude's walking around with an AR and he just committed that crime. I thought it was going to end bad. I thought it was going to end in a standoff, and I thought it was going to end with him not being on this planet no more. I'm just being honest. And, obviously, it ended the way it did. He was on bond money, may not be an issue till they saw severity and saw the demon and how he now was afraid. Well, yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Wait. Well, I don't know, Rachel. I thought you don't. Do you think that they because I've always seen family members come out and plead for their loved one to turn themselves in. Typically, that's what law enforcement will do, is they will use their own family members to plead over the public to hit an emotional touch to then make them reconsider what they're doing. They might be scared of him too. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like that's why he became so popular in prison, You had all the Pop-Tarts and the cookies and all that stuff in your. Let's see, not sure. Yeah, he was on the run before, and he fled to Daytona. They may have been advised by their attorney. I don't know why their attorney would, because typically law enforcement uses family members to hit that emotional nerve to get them to try and reconsider. Because it's, you know, it's like your mom crying, son, please, you know, and then it hits that nerve and you're like, oh, shucks. Thinks they helped him at first. Yes, at first I can see. Oh, yeah. I heard his dad gave a statement last night. I didn't see that. I just saw the letter that he sent. I just saw the letter that he sent to the news channel, the one that says like the Drummond family at the bottom. It was just a quick little letter, you know, like, please turn yourself in, son. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy wild.
It definitely will come out then.
I will say this, and I think I said this earlier, the aspect of flight is something that can also be considered and used by the state of Tennessee. And so it doesn't help that he fled. It doesn't help that there were other people involved, because they're witnesses.
Yeah.
And whenever they're witnesses,
yeah, 100%.
there are people that can testify against you for immunity. And so I'd be willing to guess that if I were representing two of the accused that were accused as accessories to this crime after the fact, that their lawyers would be rushing to help them cooperate and convict Mr. Drummond. So one, you've got the issue of flight, that hurts his case. Two, you've got his past criminal history, that hurts his case. Three, you have the fact that 4 people were killed potentially in front of a baby. So just the impact of that and the way that looks to the public, it doesn't start off good for Mr. Drummond's or his defense team.
Yeah, this is a very complicated, but also in many ways gruesome case. Can you talk to us about whether or not this case could be resolved with a plea agreement? Do you think the state could offer that to Mr. Drummond?
Absolutely. I think in cases like this, what I've had in the past is, especially when the death penalty was being sought, is to try to keep him alive. And so I think this may be a case where you see, if they do seek the death penalty, his defense team, depending on what the facts look like, may come to the state and say, look, we'll sign plea paperwork to allow him to stay in prison until he dies versus being, put to death.
And so we've mentioned and talked before about how this case and certain scenes spans Dyer County, Lake County, and even the city of Jackson. How will prosecutors decide which jurisdiction tries him first?
I think where the first murder occurred, wherever that happened, that will probably be the first county that would try him, or they may decide to consolidate the cases and try them in one county. But out of all the counties that he's alleged to have committed these crimes in, they're pretty conservative and they have pretty conservative juries. So my gut tells me that this case will probably be worked out if it plays out the way we think it does. That if it plays out the way we think it will.
Attorney Horn, anything that I haven't asked you that you wanted to make sure that you said and made sure that we have a good understanding of the legality of this case?
I think the one question would be asked is, would he be held in protective custody because of the magnitude of the case, because of the gruesome facts in this case? And I think that may be a factor. I think they may hold him in protective custody because I think in jail and in prison, there may be some people that want him gone. There may be some people that have connections to some of the not alleged, but some of the people that have been killed. So I think that's another thing that you're going to see, like you do in a lot of high profile cases. He'll probably be held in protective custody to see that he gets his fair day in court.
Okay. Attorney Horn, this has been extremely informative and insightful. So thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you too.
All right. Kevin, we're going to...
What's that? What's Horn is his last name? Is that like a prominent name? And is that like a prominent name? Talk maybe working with one of the defendants. It does. It does. Like, this guy's got a heart. This guy's got a heart. What is that? Are you a local there, Rachel? Is his name like Horn? Attorney Horn, Shelby County. Is he like is he like real prominent in the area or something for law? All right, give me 1 second. We still got about 25 minutes for the press conference. So give me 1 second. I'm just going to see if there's any updates real quick. So we got that press conference in about 20 minutes. We're going to be live for the whole thing. And then I'm going to go ahead and end the show after that. I've been up. I haven't gone to bed. I was actually working through the early morning after the show last night. And then as I laid down to sleep, then I started hearing the chatter early this morning about 7 o'clock. 6:45, 7 o'clock in the morning Central. I started hearing stuff. And then I was like, well, you know what? I'm just going to kind of doze in the chair and let the scanner wake up. And as soon as my eyelids started to fall, all of a sudden, I heard some stuff over the scanner, started digging, and all of a sudden, about 15 minutes later, I found out, oh yeah, this dude just got captured. Let's see here. Wild, wild, wild. I'm like, well, I'm going to go live. I'll just get some sleep after the press conference whenever that happens, because I knew they were going to have one. Let me see here. Let's see what new updates there is. There is another picture, too, I saw. So I'll show you that in a second. Is that the only news station in Memphis? I thought I subbed to a few more than that, but I'm surprised I haven't seen any of them. Go live. Except for that one. All right, let's see here. There's that. All right, there's that. Okay, let me take a look over here. I'm just checking all my different places here real quick. Let's see. All right, everything's a-okay there. Let's take a look over here. All right, that's the same thing. We did that already. We covered that. Whoa, hold on a second. Whoa, so authorities. Oh, wow. So right here, let me see. Let me retweet this. Now go ahead and drop my links if you're not following me on Facebook or Twitter. Austin Drummond tried to carjack somebody before the capture. He attempted a carjacking just moments before he was taken into custody. Authorities said Drummond had been hiding out for days in a pool house off Driftwood Drive in Jackson, Tennessee. A pool house off a Driftwood Drive. And it shows the location. Let's take a look at it real quick. Whoop. So he had been staying at this location, a pool house. Let's pull up Google Maps real quick. Let's see. Let's pull that up real quick. Let's see exactly what that is. Interesting. Let's see. So let me take a look at it real quick. Driftwood. So it's right by where he got captured or caught on CCTV. Let me find it here on the map, and we'll take you right there. All right, so there's that. Okay. Let's see. Right here. Okay, let's zoom in. A pool. Oh, okay, I see it. So let me go back. Let me make sure I got the exact right where it turns in. Okay, let me see right where it turns in. Okay, so here's the address. All right, and there is a pool. That must be the pool house. Oh, wait a minute. Is that a pool house right here? That looks like part of the garage. This over here, that's a garage too. So they had it marked off right here. Actually, it was marked off right here. Oh. That right there. That's your pool house. Damn, everybody's got a freaking pool down there. That's wild. Yeah, because it gave us the marker right here at this intersection. If we just literally go, see, we got the marker right here at the intersection. Right there at the intersection. And if we just basically go right straight back, look what we find. The pool house. There it is. Yeah, if I'm going off of this this map though, these other ones, they don't look like houses. They look like garages. You got a garage here. That's a garage. You got a garage here. That's probably in addition to the garage. And then the other pool over here, that's a garage. There's no pool house. And basically, yeah, so if we're looking at even up here, yeah. So this is the only pool house right here in the neighborhood. So this is it for sure. All the other ones have a garage or none. Let's see, there's a couple pool houses. That's a chicken coop. It's a chicken coop? Is that what they're calling a pool house? I don't. So here's the neighborhood, okay, because it gave us this right here. Where's a pool house? Because they all look like garages. No chickens allowed in that area. No chickens allowed in that area. Yeah, that's interesting too, right? You can see. Do I do street view? Yeah, let's go street view. I don't know if I'll be able to see that because it's behind the house, but I might be able to do it at an angle. Let me go. No, it's got a fence. It's got a fence. Oh, I'm kind of lost here. Hold on. Right. Yeah, this right here. It's got a fence behind it. Let me see. Let me go up. Let's take a look. Let's go walk around. That's got a fence. Let's go walk up here a minute. Hold on. Let's see. Hi, neighbor. Hi, neighbor. Oh, ain't that cool? A nice little pile of trees right there. Everybody's got a fence. Well, I mean, you have to with a pool, right? Let me do one more click. Ah, no, that's a garage. That's a garage. Yeah, that's a garage. That's a garage. I don't know. Well, they gave us that pinpoint right there. So let me see. Let me go. So I retweeted that. Ooh, look at this. What is this? Oh, that's part of his cell. Let me see here. See if we got any other updates real quick. That press conference will be starting shortly. And we will be live for it as soon as possible. I already have the feed up, ready to go. So whenever it does pop off, I'll get it through my earphone and we'll go right straight to it. What is this? The manhunt for broke out in my in my neighborhood. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, so there's nothing new on there. Let me check this. All right, nothing there. All right, let me go. Let me check this real quick. Oh, okay. They're starting a new stream here, so they're probably going to do some coverage, and they're going to be showing. So ABC 24 Memphis is also going to be showing the press conference as well. They're going to be going live in about 25 seconds. I'm going to finish up looking to see. I'm not seeing any more updates other than that. That's interesting, though. He tried to carjack somebody right before he got apprehended. All right, let's go to this here. Let's see what they got going.
Tennessee's most wanted.
Thank you all for
now
being here.
in custody.
It's been scary. My kids have been scared and we've been a little nervous.
7 days on the run. Sightings on security cameras.
But let me assure you of this. The U.S. Marshal Service will not stop until he is in custody.
And they didn't. ABC 24 has been there as federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies worked night and day to track down a suspected murderer. Live team coverage of the capture of Austin Drummond starts now.
Hello, and thank you so much for joining us on this breaking news edition of 24 Plus News Live. I'm Ruben Diaz. Let's get right to that breaking news that we've been mentioning. Austin Drummond, the accused killer of 4 people in Lake County, has been taken into custody. Authorities in Jackson, Tennessee, announcing this morning that they've captured Drummond, ending a nearly week-long manhunt after a family of 4 was killed and a baby was left in the yard of somebody's home. We have a crew en route to the scene as we speak. We've been covering this all day long. We want to get you caught up right now on the current charges that Austin Drummond is going to be facing. You see them now on your screen. Right now, Austin Drummond is facing 4 counts of first-degree murder. He's facing 1 count of aggravated kidnapping, as well as 4 counts of a felon in possession of a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony. Those are the counts that he's facing right now. There could be more added as we continue. Here's a timeline of the events around this case. This is actually one of the images that was released today of him. In Dyer County on Tuesday, July 29th, the sheriff's office deputies received a call shortly after 3 o'clock and were told that a car had dropped off a baby in a car seat in the front yard of Old Highway 20 near Tigret. Immediately after discovering the infant, investigators started looking for the baby's family. They soon learned that 4 relatives had not been seen since the night before. District Attorney General Danny Goodman relaying that information. Tuesday evening in Lake County, officials with the TBI said 4 bodies were found along Carrington Road, that's in Tiptonville. The victims were identified as 21-year-old James Wilson, 20-year-old Adriana Williams, 38-year-old Courtney Rose, and 15-year-old Braden Williams. Now, following the discovery of the victims, the Lake County and Dyer County Sheriff's Offices requested assistance from the TBI and the FBI. Then on Wednesday, July 30th, Drummond was seen in Jackson, Tennessee. According to investigators, he was believed to be driving a damaged white 2016 Audi. On Thursday, the TBI confirmed the connection between the baby's abandonment and the victims that have been found. As they said, the search for Austin Drummond continued. James Wilson and Adriana Williams were confirmed to be the baby's parents. Rose was Adriana and Braden Williams' mother. According to Goodman, he also says all 4 of the victims lived in Dyer County. Now, on Friday, several local and federal authorities held a press conference in Jackson emphasizing that Drummond was still on the loose. And then later that afternoon, the white Audi was found unoccupied on a dead-end road in Jackson, right next to a neighborhood. On Saturday, TBI confirmed that they found a 1988 white Ford pickup truck with a red stripe near Burnt Mill Road. That's in Dyersburg. Now, let's take a live look right now at what you can expect here in the coming minutes. There will be a press conference. There will be information relayed from all of the officials that have been involved in the capture of Austin Drummond. Let's give you a rundown of who you can expect to hear from. David Roush with the TBI, he's a director, he will be there. The chief from the Jackson Police will be there. A U.S. Marshal named Tyrese Miller will be there as well. Danny Goodman will be there. He's the District Attorney General in that area. You'll also be hearing from Brian Avery, Jeff Box, and Julian Weiser. They're all county sheriffs in that area. One is Lake, one is Dyer, and one is Madison County. They have not obviously reached the podium yet. They will be going to that podium here in the next few minutes. We will take that live as soon as it happens so we can get the very latest information. The TBI and officials not releasing information yet. They will just release that at that press conference. We, of course, will be bringing that to you live, which is why we're here right now. 24's Desmond Nugent is live right now from the scene where all of this unfolded in Jackson. He's been joining us all morning long with the very latest information. Desmond, what can you tell us right now?
Right now, we're at the intersection, near the intersection of Bridle Path Drive and Pleasant Plains Road. This is kind of where a lot of authorities, multiple agencies have been, where they've been from state troopers, or whether it be TBI agents, or just local law enforcement here in Jackson, Tennessee. This is kind of the area where everything we believe has started. Residents told me here in this neighborhood who've lived here for a very long time that Austin Drummond attempted to carjack someone here in this area, and that's how police were able to kind of scope out this area throughout the morning. And that was the first sighting that was reported as far as that notification that went out on social media from the city of Jackson. So authorities have been here, they've been combing this area. I'm not sure if what they're looking for, but they have been, Sheila, if you want to go up a little bit, they have been going to this, I guess it's part of the residence, at least of this part of the neighborhood, in and out all this morning. Literally the last 3 or 4 hours, all we've been seeing is just
The source was from the WNWS that's been dropping a whole bunch of bombs the last few days. Here's the picture if you guys want to see it. Hold on. I thought it was the jail cell, but it's actually the where he was sleeping. Hold on, let me go back to my YouTube real quick, or my my Twitter, or my Facebook. Jeez, what the hell's wrong with me, man? 1 second. So this was inside. So I thought it was his cell just because I was looking at it, really small picture. But when I kind of zoomed in on it while we were listening to this, I mean, that's pretty comfy, man. You got some beers, you got a speaker, you got a utility, an auxiliary cord for your phone. You got a fan to keep cool. You got a t-shirt hanging up right there. Living pretty comfortable, you know. Living pretty comfy. Makes me wonder, like, how he was able to stay there for so long. Maybe the people were on vacation or something. I don't know. Don't make sense.
Just multiple agencies going in and out of this particular driveway. We don't know why that is. Hopefully we'll get more information during that press conference here. And
In and out that particular driveway. I know why. All right, let's take a look at the house real quick. Let me see here. So you got the, let me get a zoom back version here. Okay, so
the last 3 or 4 hours, all we've been seeing is just multiple agencies going in and out of this particular driveway.
okay, so that is what the house looks like. So let's go take a walk real quick because we got some time. We got some time. Not that house. It's this house right here. Yeah, that's the house. That's the house. Wait, where's the trees though? Hold on. There's a whole bunch of... Hold on. Oh, is that the house that they caught him at? Is that the house they caught him at? No, that's a different house than what's on Google Maps. Here, let me go to the let me go to the house. Let me type in their address. And let me type in their address and see if it's the house. Hold on. Because that might be the house that they found him at. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's the house they found him at. Let's see here. So we're on 15 Windwood Hills, Jackson. It probably is. You go over here. No, I don't. Let's see here. No, this is not where he was. This is not where he was caught. He was caught right over here, but huh. Unless they added something different from a year ago, but let me go back to this picture here. Man, what the hell house is that? Anyway, I don't know. I'm tired. We'll go back to this.
In and out all this morning. Literally the last 3 or 4 hours, all we've been seeing is just multiple agents specifically that this is kind of where the area of the first sighting for as far as
Yeah, I
Austin
was.
Drummond has been so far. Again, we'll continue to keep.
Yeah, I was on Pipkin Road, Windwood Hills, Jackson, and then also what was the other address? Driftwood, right? No, not Driftwood. It's the street that crosses Driftwood. Wait, yeah, hold on. Yeah, it's Driftwood. Yeah, Driftwood. That's right. Let's see. I mean, there's only one house. See, this house has the similar things, but it's not the same one. And this is where the marker was at. Yeah, I don't know.
Keep you updated whenever we do have more information, but for now,
It does, don't it?
In Jackson, Tennessee.
Very beautiful homes. Very beautiful.
Okay, so another thing that residents have been telling me all this morning is that they kind of just feel very happy that Austin Drummond has finally been captured. They've been telling me that they feel a sense of relief. One woman, Shanna Tabor, tells me that she's finally able to go on her morning jog. She's finally able to get in her backyard to do the daily things that she would typically do just throughout the day. She's been telling me that when it all is said and done, she just commends that the local law enforcement captured this guy. She tells me that she's been a prisoner in her own home for the last 3 or 4 days, and she didn't like that feeling. Her kids were scared. She was scared. She said that sheriff's departments have been knocking on her doors. They weren't able to come outside. No one likes that feeling whenever you're trapped in your own home and you don't even feel safe in your own home. In fact, another couple that we spoke with earlier tells us that they actually knew Austin Drummond's family and that they feel sorry for the actual family because he does come from a good family. And again, we don't know exactly the full details of everything, but what we do know is that Austin Drummond has been captured.
We're here live.
Authorities, and we'll have more information on that press conference here in about less than 20 minutes.
Yep.
But
and I'm going to skip ahead just a little bit so we can stay. Let's skip ahead just a couple minutes here.
Parents and without an uncle from our under.
Yep, press conference is starting in 10 minutes roughly.
Understanding.
Yeah. Let's continue the timeline. So after they find the infant or the baby, they
What's
start
up, Jeremy?
looking for the baby's family.
Right.
And that's when they soon learned that the 4 relatives hadn't been seen since the night before. This all according to the district attorney, Danny Goodman, out there.
Shout out, Jeremy. I highlighted you in my video upload that I put out this morning. Appreciate you.
Then later,
thank you all for being here.
In Lake County, officials with the TBI said 4 bodies were found along Carrington Road. That's in Tiptonville.
Now, the victims identified as 21-year-old James Wilson, 20-year-old Adriana Williams, 38-year-old Courtney Rose, and 15-year-old Braden Williams. Now, following the discovery of the victims, the Lake and Dyer County Sheriff's Offices requested assistance from the FBI and the TBI. And we now know that those 4 victims were in fact related.
Yes.
And all part of the same family, and the baby being related to them now. So we're talking about a whole family wiped out from this event, which is just extremely tragic.
Yeah, so we continue on the timeline of what happened, because at this point, everybody's just trying to figure out what's going on in this situation. So then on Wednesday, July 30th, Drummond was seen in Jackson, Tennessee. By this time, he's been named as the suspect and people are looking for him actively. He was seen in Jackson, Tennessee. He's believed to have been driving a damaged white 2016 Audi. Then on Thursday, the TBI confirmed the connection between the baby's abandonment and the victims, because initially there wasn't an initial nobody could say for sure that those 2 were connected.
That is true. You saw the baby that was abandoned reports.
Hold on 1 second. It's live.
But we definitely will be able to get a little bit more insight to just how they were able to connect, the victims to the baby, to then Drummond, maybe his relationship with the victims, if there is one. A lot to unfold here. We know that this is going to be
a lot of attention on this press conference. We have
ready.
national news outlets that are in town for this as well. Are we tossing it back to?
Yeah, I think what we're going to do now is while we wait for that press conference to start, Desmond Nugent has been in the field all day long, and he's been speaking to people, and he was able to catch up with a neighbor that was able to express just how relieved they are that Austin Drummond was caught.
Actually, we have a resident here by the name of Shannon Tabor. Tell me just about what life has been like here for you. You're able to finally run probably for the first time in days, right?
Yes, sir. I've been a little frustrated because I've been a prisoner in my own home. I've had the sheriff's department parked in my driveway. I've had unmarked police cars up and down my street, and it's been scary. My kids have been scared, and we've been a little nervous. So we've stayed in our home. We've kept the doors locked. We've kept the alarm on, and at night we turn on all the lights and just pray he doesn't come to my house. It's nerve-wracking. It's very nerve-wracking.
And finally, like, you're able to finally get out probably for the first time in a couple of days. What's that sense? Does it feel like a sense of relief right now?
I mean, I feel free. I feel like I was literally imprisoned in my own home. As soon as I saw the captured, posts on social media, I told my husband, I am getting out of the house. I'm going for a walk. So it's the first thing I did when I realized he was captured.
And
it's a relief.
Not even just that, and Ms. Tabor, you also see that there's other people probably feel the same as well. Talk to me just about what that feels like to see your other neighbors and not just yourself be able to finally come out with some sense of peace and comfort and safety.
Well, I just noticed that a couple was on a walk with it appeared to be their grandchildren, and to be so comfortable now and at such ease that you can bring your grandchildren out on a walk. I commend our local law enforcement for hanging in there and getting this guy. Thank God he is off the streets.
Especially for the children.
You told me this a few seconds ago that this is a private residence, and that this is kind of that in the area that you kind of live in where a lot of this police activity even started.
I literally my backyard is in his backyard. So my next door neighbor on the other side of me is the one that captured him on video yesterday morning at 4:30 a.m. at the exact time that my husband was leaving to go to work. I mean, my husband could have brushed by him within a couple of minutes. It's terrifying. It's terrifying.
Oh, that's something he's going to tell his friends. Yeah, I could have brushed into him, you guys.
You were in that same vicinity.
You didn't.
Where Mr. Drummond was actually walking in that surveillance video. How thankful
All the
are you
neighbors
that
could have
nothing
brushed
happened,
into
not
him.
only to you, but also your family as well?
I think it's a testament to the local law enforcement that he has been caught and there was no further bloodshed.
Yep.
It's amazing. I mean, the local law enforcement community rallied around this little slice of my city, and they captured him, and everybody's safe, and it's a testament.
Yeah. Nobody else
There's
got
still a lot,
hurt. Thank God.
Information we don't have yet, but what else are you going to do today? Because I'm pretty sure you probably have a lot to catch up on.
Well, I've got a lot of chores to do outside. I have a great big yard, and I'm trying to get the grass watered since we're not getting any rain. And I just hadn't felt safe, even being out in my yard, pulling weeds and watering grass. It's a relief.
I can imagine.
Yeah, some harrowing details there, as you can
All right,
imagine.
they're getting
I mean,
ready.
For any community, that this would be absolutely nail-biting and just terrifying
Getting
to think
ready.
that someone could be lurking around in your backyard, her
Yep.
neighbor's backyard, catching the camera there. I had friends that I worked with a little bit in Jackson, Tennessee. I texted them. I was like, hope you guys are okay. But having this whole situation of this community on lockdown. I mean, we heard from one young lady earlier last week saying, we usually keep our garage open, but my dad said, make sure that garage is closed, make sure the doors are locked. And we're talking about a tight-knit, probably rural community that doesn't normally see these types of things, is used to just running around in the yard and having the dogs roam free.
It
or
is.
The kids,
It's a
like she
beautiful
said, having
area.
the kids play around outside and then having to just dial back for days is alarming.
Yeah, so there's so much to unpack in that conversation with that neighbor. The very first thing she's saying is, I felt like I was a prisoner in my own home.
Right.
And most of us probably can't relate to that feeling and that sense of fear that those neighbors were dealing with during that point in time when Austin Drummond was on the loose, presumably in their area. And then apparently in the backyard
Of her
some of
neighbor.
those people. And so I can't imagine what they were dealing with and how they were dealing with, and that sense of not being able to live your life. And then now that sense of relief
Man.
once you catch word that he
Can you imagine being that neighbor where he was staying back there? Oh my gosh. I don't even know if I'd want to walk in there and be like, ew, it's just gross. It's gross.
has been caught and he's no longer in your neighborhood. So
it's gross.
Situation. And then we have ring cameras all over everybody's houses now. Without this type of technology, who knows what could have happened or how long he may still be on the run. But, you know, you get the ring camera notifications that something's moving and it's usually the wind. But when you go and check it and it happens to be the potentially the man that's wanted and has a
it was
rifle
like,
in his hand in your backyard.
Yep.
I just think this is something everybody's going to remember forever. I mean, you're always going to remember this case.
Yeah.
It's truly shaping up just to give me the heebie-jeebies, as I'd like to say. But yes, it is nice to see that she's breathing a sigh of relief as the whole neighborhood is able to go back.
I just
out
hope
and
these victims get
be
their
at peace
justice.
for now.
You mentioned the importance
They finally
of
caught him.
cameras, and honestly, one of the first actual pieces of video we've seen of Drummond was a camera video that was released of him when he was at Cornerstone Community Church.
Right.
I know we'll have to try to pull that video up, but this video surfaced of him. He was dressed in camouflage, had a backpack on, and a gun. And this is out in Jackson. At this point, people weren't sure of exactly where he was, if he was still in Jackson or if he had fled the area. But this video, as you mentioned to allude to how important the video is, that video was one of the first videos we've seen of him since this whole thing began.
Yeah, we're finally seeing what he may be wearing, a little bit more of description on what he looked like. And it was like police and authorities, we kept saying, believe him to be armed and dangerous. But the video very much then confirmed that he, in fact, was carrying a rifle. So video, very important here, just in a nutshell of how much this is the video that we're talking about. Now, this may be in the backyard of what
this is the Cornerstone Church.
This is the Cornerstone Church
situation. This is where this was all actually recorded Sunday night and then released yesterday. But it was timestamped for Sunday evening. But this is him at that Cornerstone Community Church area that was the first time we'd seen him.
Yes, this was actually near Pipkin Road. As you can see, holding a black rifle, wearing camouflage pants, a long sleeve camouflage shirt, and a brown backpack, trying the doors. I mean, that is just eerie in its own self. Absolutely trying to find shelter. The man has been on the run now for days. The other picture that the authorities released after he was caught kind of can tell you the kind of condition he was in, just tired, on the run, looking out everywhere. You have to understand, this man reached desperation. It's at the point where now I'm looking for shelter, I'm looking, and who knows what could have happened if he had ended up in a confrontation. But at this time, homeowners were told to
shoot. That was Saturday night that he was trying to get in there. Who knows what would have happened if a whole bunch of church fam came in that morning and he's sitting there with his AR on his lap, waking up. Oh boy. Oh my gosh. We are so, the community is so lucky. This could have ended in so many different ways now that we're, yikes. Can you imagine? What if he would have got access into the church? He's got his AR chilling on his lap. A whole bunch of congregation comes in and they're going to see him. It could have got really freaking bad, man. Oh my gosh. That had scary, dude. Scary.
They alert, lock their homes, garages, sheds, and finding the vehicles. It's just been an enormous effort. Helicopters. Here's the charges again.
Thank you,
4 counts of
Patty.
first-degree murder, 1 count of aggravated kidnapping, 4 counts of felon in possession of a firearm during
Thank
the
you, Patty.
commission of a dangerous felony. We had also reported on his prior record.
Yeah, he had a prior record as well. I think one of the other points to note is that there are 4 people in custody right now accused of helping Austin Drummond during the course of his, during the course of the time while he was trying to get away. So I'm assuming we'll hopefully hear more about these 4 people and what role they may or may not have played while Austin Drummond was on the loose. Those 4 people accused and helping him right now are Tanaka Brown, Giovante Thomas, Brandon Powell, and De'Ara Sanders. Thomas, by the way, in the Madison County Jail on unrelated charges right now. He'll be transferred to the Lake County Jail.
Now, he and Powell will be in court on Thursday, of course. And now Sanders is also being charged with accessory after the fact. And if convicted, Sanders could.
Yep. Last night, it was reported last night, $250K bond for each of them. Not Austin, but the co-conspirators.
Serve up to 6 years in prison.
$250K.
Now, Brown's bond has been set at $250,000.
Bam!
He is still in custody.
Yeah, so the right now there are more questions than answers, right? There's relief that Austin Drummond has been found, but there are so many questions as to how it got to this point, what happened that fateful day, and what role these people may have played in helping him stay on the run for as many days as he was on the run. Those are the answers that we're hoping to get when the officials speak with us at this press conference, which is scheduled to start here in roughly 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yes,
2
we'll
minutes,
have that
y'all.
shortly, and also the motive. Like, what? I don't know if it's far enough into the investigation to know exactly what led him to do this to the 4 victims and why he spared the baby. But again, there's just a lot of questions, as you said. And when we talk about accessory after the fact or accomplices, you know, that could range anything from giving him a ride, lending him a car, you know, just a number of things that giving him a place to crash or knowing somebody that could have helped him, phone calls. We have no idea. But hopefully those things will come out and in the next 2 minutes, because there's a lot of attention on this. I mean, he's been on the run for 6 days. Lots of media attention, lots of national outlets in town tonight waiting for this very moment of this press conference to see what they can share with us. But 6 days is significant, and a whole several county-wide alert and people fearing in their homes, not being able to sleep at night, and just knowing he was lurking in the shadows.
You've been looking at the latest released photos of Austin Drummond on today as he was captured. That's one of the pictures that was released from officials, and then there's this version right here, just to show you. You can kind of see he has been caught. That's that look of being caught at that point in time, and then the officials wanted to make sure everybody knew this is what it looked like when we caught him. This is where he was at. We haven't gotten the details yet. You know, we've been told that kind of where the scene may or may not have been, some speculation on what may or may not have happened that led up to him being seen and spotted, and then eventually authorities finding him. But we don't have any of the details yet.
Right. Like up to the moment of, did he surrender? Did he put the guns down? Did, you know, was it a fight? Was it anything? So definitely hoping that at least that will come out when they do take the podium. As you can see here, this has been a joint effort. And when I say joint, I mean multiple. I mean FBI, TBI, U.S. Marshals, Jackson Police. I mean, any Dyer County, you got Lake County authorities, all over the place on this, helicopters, probably dogs, everything, all that they could to pull out all the stops to try to find him. And if for anybody in that neighborhood, I just go back to that because you don't normally see this, you know, nobody normally in any really neighborhood, but to see just the effort and the manhunt and knowing that he was in the area the whole time just lends itself for nightmares probably to come.
Yeah, so a lot of us use social media on the daily, right? And on social media yesterday were so many videos of people in Jackson showing the helicopters in the sky, the police presence in their normally quiet neighborhoods, you know, just talking about how it's not that day was just not like any other day.
Right.
And I have not had the chance to be on social media today because I've been on the air most of the day, but I can only assume today is much of the same. So social media also playing a presence in some of this where people are able to give you real-time feels, an idea of what they're going through during something like this.
I am very curious to know, well, I said the motive before, you know, everything's accused now, so I'm not, you know, it's alleged, but just to drop off
Who
the
doesn't
baby,
want
then,
to know the motive?
You know, what we found out were the bodies of the victims, and then to have people who are now accused of being accomplice to it, it feels like this was planned in some way. So I'm very much keen to know if investigators have been able to piece the puzzle a little bit more on that. Just all of the steps, every moment of the way, every step of the way that Drummond was on the run and who he contacted and if he had been planning this beforehand, before the bodies were found, the connection to this family. So hopefully we're going to get that in a couple minutes. Supposed to start at 2:30. So they should be up there any minute now, getting all these details together. And you know, I just think we should give breath still to the victims.
Yeah, we had this conversation earlier where during the hustle and bustle of him being caught and us trying to get information out, it looks like people are starting to get to the podium now. So if they do, we will go directly to that press conference. We don't want to lose sight of the fact that people lost their lives during all of these events, and we want to make sure we give them that time. Let's go ahead and turn right now to this press conference to get all the latest information.
Finally. All right, here we go, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I'm Kim Wheeler, Public Information Officer for the West Region of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. We couldn't be more relieved today to share with you an update that Austin Drummond is in custody. That is a significant win for all the dedicated agencies that worked tirelessly over the past week to bring him to justice. We want to thank the community for the incredible help. This successful apprehension was made possible by the countless tips and unwavering support that we received from you, the citizens. Without your partnership and willingness to come forward with information, this arrest would not have been made possible. Thank you for being the eyes and ears. After everyone speaks, we will open it up for questions, but please note this is an ongoing investigation and you're going to have questions that absolutely cannot be answered at this time. With me here today to provide more information on the capture of Austin Drummond is TBI Director David Roush, Jackson Police Chief Tom Corley, U.S. Marshal Western District of Tennessee Tyrese Miller, 29th Judicial District Attorney General Danny Goodman, 26th Judicial District Attorney General Jody Pickens, Lake County Sheriff Brian Avery, Dyer County Sheriff Jeff Box, and Madison County Sheriff Julian Weiser. Director Roush.
Thank you, Kim. And thanks to each and every one of you that are here today. Let me start by making it very clear. This is a phase of the effort. The capture is a phase. We will move into the next phase. We've already started that at this time. So, but this is not done by any means. This is just, we are now able to move into the next phase. So I do want to say thank you. This is a perfect example of police community cooperation. And there is no better example for this country, frankly, of the effort that's gone into this week-long challenge, trying to find the suspect after the horrible, tragic deaths of the family that was taken from the Lake County community. And so I do want to say thank you to the local, state, and federal agencies that all came together tirelessly, working 24 hours a day for an entire week until today, when finally we were able to get the lead we needed to find the suspect and get him into custody. It also took a very vigilant community. And so we're very appreciative of everyone here in Jackson for being vigilant, paying attention, and especially for the calls today that led us on the path, that led to
ABC 24 News starts right now with breaking news.
What the hell?
And a
What the
community,
hell?
that is looking out for
What the
the
hell was
safety
that?
of everyone here. And so I wanted to make sure we express that. And again, I can't tell you how proud we are of the amazing team of police that have worked on this from our various levels within government. And it shows what can happen when we put everything aside with a focus on mission. And so I want to reiterate how important that has been and how proud we are of all that were engaged in this to be able to come to today's phase in our effort. And so with that, I will turn it over for the specifics of the capture over to Chief Tom Corley with Jackson PD.
Good afternoon. Before anything else, I'd like to begin by expressing our heartfelt condolences to the families of the lost loved ones from this vicious crime of Lake County. We're praying for you. No words can fully capture the depth of your pain, but please know that you're not alone and the Jackson community mourns with you. Again, we're here today to confirm that Austin Drummond has been taken into custody. More importantly, his capture occurred without any further harm to the public or to any law enforcement officers. The outcome, as the director referred to, is the direct result of incredible coordination, skill, and determination shown by our local, state, and federal partners. It's a powerful example of what can happen when law enforcement agencies work together with the community who have a shared mission and a singular focus. I'd like to take a moment to recognize and sincerely thank the agencies who played a role in this effort. The Federal Bureau of Investigation and the United States Marshal Service, from our state partners, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Tennessee Highway Patrol, and the Tennessee Department of Homeland Security, and local law enforcement, the Jackson Police Department Special Operations Division, our Patrol Division, our Criminal Investigation Unit, and our JPD dispatchers and communications, and also the Madison County Sheriff's Department. Each of these agencies brought their resources, their people, and their expertise to the table, and they did so with excellence. I'd like to pause right now, though, and I'm a little biased, but I'm going to talk about the Jackson Police Department for just a minute. From the moment this case unfolded, you never hesitated. Our dispatchers, patrol officers, special operations, investigators, each of you demonstrated bravery, precision, and tireless dedication, even in the face of danger. Your courage has not gone unnoticed, and the citizens of this community are proud of you, and I'm deeply thankful for you. To briefly cover the apprehension this morning, I want to first address the process that led up to it. As you're aware, for the past several days, law enforcement have been focusing on specific areas of the city based upon some intelligence, some physical evidence, and technology. From discovering the vehicle near MCO Road and the intelligence which led us to the area off of Pleasant Plains Drive, these type fugitive search operations are most typically made in a methodical fashion. When covering areas, particularly wooded areas, a cursory search is not sufficient for community safety. And I know that's difficult to have patience for. And I know several of you probably didn't get a lot of sleep because the helicopters flying around and the officers being in your neighborhood. And I know that's tough, but for the last few days, that's what's been transpiring. This morning, however, a couple of encounters with Drummond changed that methodical search to a dynamic one. Just after 8:00 a.m., we received multiple calls of sightings of the suspect. Placing resources there immediately resulted in an additional citizen's call at about 8:57 a.m. We took advantage of that quickly evolving situation and made the arrest at 9:05 a.m. I'd like to introduce you right now to Officer Trout, Officer Compton, and Officer Drown. They were there right at the right spot and reacted immediately and are responsible for the apprehension of Austin Drummond. As this case moves forward, any additional charges or prosecutorial decisions from any actions that may have occurred within Jackson will be deferred to District Attorney Jody Pickens. We will continue to support his office and the TBI as this process unfolds and ensure that every step toward justice is taken thoroughly and properly. Today, again, we find some peace in knowing that the suspect is no longer a threat, but remain committed to the families, the community, and to justice.
I gotta pause it.
Morse code with blinking. Beep, 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 beep. Love it. Oh, man. Now I can't stop watching.
Tonight, families in West Tennessee can sleep more soundly. Austin Drummond is once again behind bars. He is suspected of an unthinkable crime that put all of us, an entire city and area, on edge. He thought he could outrun us, but he was wrong. That's because together we cannot be stopped. Law enforcement from every level and the people who call West Tennessee home did our parts. We worked long hours, neighbors stayed vigilant, agencies donated reward money, and someone saw something. They saw something out of the ordinary this morning and did what he was supposed to do. Because of that action, Drummond is in custody. Thank you to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation for leading this investigation, to the FBI for their unwavering support, and to the men and women of the Jackson Police Department and the local agencies such as the Madison County Sheriff's Office, Dyer County Sheriff's Office, Lake County Sheriff's Office, and other agencies who show up every day to answer the call to duty. And to the men and women of the United States Marshal Service, thank you. Your relentless commitment to duty is unmatched. To the families in Lake County who lost loved ones, Drummond's arrest cannot restore what has been taken from you. We only hope that we could have helped give you assurance that justice will be had. And to the baby girl who will tell one day her story of survival, we look forward to all that you will do.
Oh, that poor baby.
God bless West Tennessee and God bless America.
That poor baby. I hope that poor baby is blessed with the fire in her soul to help other people in the future. I hope she has been blessed with that kind of soul, or where she grows up, she can help other victims, especially children that have that happen to their parents too, you know? I hope she's able to. Well, I'll never know. I'll probably be gone by the time, but I feel so bad for that poor little baby. It's heartbreaking.
Good afternoon, everyone. First thing I'd like to do is once again give our condolences to the family of the victims in this case. We have numerous victims, so obviously we have a lot of people in the communities that are hurting because of this, and we want them to know that we're going to do everything we can to seek justice in this matter. You know, this started almost 7 days ago to the exact minute. It was last Tuesday, a little after 3 p.m. when we got the first call of the infant who had been abandoned. And that started this whole process. I don't think I have ever seen
Poor baby.
so many agencies work together and work in sync. This has been so impressive. It has been what I would think should be a blueprint for the entire country on how to run an operation. You had numerous law enforcement agencies, not just one or two. We're talking about that goes across all of West Tennessee, federal agencies, and they all put their pride aside and had one common goal, and they all did whatever they had to reach that goal. And because of that, today's a good day, and Austin Drummond is not going to be a threat to this community anymore. As Director Rouse said, this was phase one. The real work starts, and the lengthy work will start at this point. Investigations do not end when a person is arrested. That's just the part to get them into custody. This investigation is going to go on for a good period of time. In addition to that, there will be lots of court appearances, lots of hearings, and we will do everything we can to ensure that the communities are kept safe, and we're going to do that by seeking justice in this case. I'm going to work with General Jody Pickens, because we do have a case this time that's a little bit different because we're going across a couple of different judicial districts. And because of that, he and I will be working closely together, but we will work
Me
together
too,
just as
Diamond.
law enforcement did with one common goal, and that's going to be to make sure that we seek justice. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to General Jody Pickens.
It's a good question, Rachel.
Good afternoon.
Very
My
good
name
question.
is Jody Pickens, and I'm the elected district attorney for the 26th Judicial District, which is comprised of Chester, Henderson, and Madison counties. Like the others who have gone before me, I would like to begin by saying that my condolences go out to the families of these victims who lost their lives. And so we will continue to work to achieve justice for them. The other thing I would say that I want to say that we are very happy that we can, at this point, bring a degree of peace back to this community, which has been on edge since this incident and since they have learned that this person was back in our community. I too am a Madison County resident, and I just wanted to say that when it comes to law enforcement, we are blessed in this area. We don't have good law enforcement. We have great law enforcement. And as what has been said before, people put their differences aside and work toward a common goal. And that is why we are all standing here in front of you today, because working together, they were able to bring some security to this region. Like General Goodman said, arrest often is just the beginning of a prosecution. There will be the investigation will continue. I will continue to consult with our law enforcement partners, also consulting with General Goodman, because there will be some decisions made. We will be working towards making sure that anybody that may have had a hand in assisting Drummond will be held to answer for that. Those investigations will continue, and we just encourage the public, which has been so important and so engaged in this situation, to continue to provide that information that you may think doesn't matter, but which may in the end provide the break that law enforcement needs. So with that, I would say, God bless our state, God bless this community, and God bless America.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Avery. I'm the sheriff of Lake County. For those of you that don't know, Lake County is a county of about 7,000 people. It's kind of one of those counties where if one person hurt, we all hurt. This happened right in our back door, and it put a lot of people on ease. And we all band together. Once this happened, when we all band together. We all want to see this thing through. We all want to see it to the end. But today I want to say, share with our community, the Lake County community, the Madison County community, that Austin Drummond is in custody. This arrest is a significant step toward the ongoing investigation, and we are grateful of the outcome. I want to thank the local, state, and federal agencies that made this happen. Without them, Drummonds would still be free today. The community stepped up with the phone calls, the text messages, the emails. If it wasn't for them, we would still be searching. We would still be looking. To the families of the victims, please know that our thoughts and prayers remain with you. While this arrest brings some measure of relief, we realize that the road to healing is going to be a long one. We as a community continue to pray for the families affected, for those still processing the trauma of these events. Justice will continue to be pursued, and we will remain committed to doing everything we can to support those impacted. Thank you.
I'm Jeff Box, Dare County Sheriff. This incident, the baby was dropped off in my county. The victims were residents of Dare County. And I want to start today by recognizing those victims. I left the funeral home just before I got here today of one of the victims, and I spoke with both his mom and dad. and they wanted me to sincerely thank with great, great gratitude each responding agency and each one of you up here and each officer that responded to this tragic incident that put an evil sense in the air throughout Lake County, Dyer County, Madison County, and all across the state of Tennessee. So today I want to begin thanking you from the family by calling those names that were tragically taken. Courtney Rose, Adriana Williams, Braden Williams, James Matthew Wilson. Their names deserve to be spoken. Their lives deserve to be remembered, and their families deserve justice. Our hearts go out to each of these families. We cannot begin to imagine the depth of your pain, the weight of your grief, or the heartbreak of what you are now facing. Please know that this community stands with you. We're lifting you up, and we will walk with you in the days and weeks to come. Thanks to the incredible collaboration that you see here on the stage and the determination of all law enforcement officers and partners, Austin Drummond has now been apprehended and charged with these victims' murders. We are thankful for a safe resolution to this manhunt, but we also recognize that these families, that the difficult journey is just beginning for them. I want to take a moment to thank those who helped make this possible. Sheriff Brian Avery from Lake County, Sheriff Troy Klaas of Crockett County, and Sheriff Julian Weiser. The Jackson Police Department, whose partnership and response was unwavering. Our state partners, the TBI, Bureau of Investigation, who kept us informed every step of the way, and the Tennessee Highway Patrol. Our federal partners, the FBI and the U.S. Marshals. Every deputy, every officer, every dispatcher. An investigator who contributed to this effort, we thank you, as well as the public information officers, Kim Wheeler of the TBI.
By the way, I shared different versions of this press conference on my Facebook. If you're not following me on Facebook, I'll drop the link for you. There's a sideways camera, there's a zoomed back camera, different versions that you can check out if you want to after the show's over. I posted those on my Facebook. I'll drop that link for you. And you guys would have known he was captured before I was live if you were following my Facebook.
And Stephen Sutton, who led an important work of keeping the community and the public informed while we had boots on the ground working this case and assisting in working this case. Thank you to the community. We can't say enough about how your support and cooperation has been the best, not only to keep yourself safe, but to help in his capture today. Let me be clear that the manhunt is over. The justice process is just beginning, just like General Goodman stated. We remain fully committed to continuing this investigation, including the vehicle that was found in Dyer County, the infant that was abandoned in Dyer County, every tip, every detail that we receive, every lead that will be followed through completely and thoroughly. Everyone has been very concerned about the well-being of the baby, and we're glad to report the baby is healthy and doing well. As we leave here today, let us join with the victim's friends and other family members as they lift up the victim's family in prayer for strength and support that they're going to need in the days ahead. So thank you.
Sheriff Julian Weiser, Madison County. I just want to say thank you to the community for the support, the prayers, being vigilant. I got to witness some hard work this week. It was 5-6 days of high intensity. Local, state, federal law enforcement officers across this county. You know, every door that we opened, every structure we checked, we didn't know if Drummond's was going to be behind there. And to have that amount of intensity over 5 or 6 days, and our law enforcement personnel working 18 to 20 hours a day, they made an ultimate sacrifice to keep our community safe. And I want to personally thank them. I want to thank their families for standing by them. There's a lot of people behind the scenes as far as with TBI, intel analysts, support staff, the district attorney's office. You know, the troops in the field rely highly on our administrative staff. So they did a great job with providing us with intel. And I know the community will get some rest tonight. And it was amazing to see the hard work and commitment, sacrifice that our law enforcement personnel has made for our community. Thank you.
All right, that'll conclude the remarks. Are there any questions that we might be able to handle? Yes, sir, please.
Brendan Tierney with WSMV 4 News in Nashville. What's the working motive at this point? Any idea, anything you can tell us on why he did this?
Yeah, and at this point on a working motive, we are unable to speak about that. Still all part of the investigative process at this time. Yes.
Imani Williams with Channel 5 out of Memphis. Drummond was out on bond for multiple charges out of Lake County and Trousdale County. One in Trousdale County being allegedly smuggling drugs inside of the jail, cell phones inside the jail. Will that impact his this investigation right now?
In terms of his prior charges that he also has picked up while he was in prison, all of those certainly will be taken into consideration as we move forward in the justice process, as you've heard the generals speak to. So yes, all of his activities will be certainly considered, not only in our investigative effort and the justice process, but certainly in his housing and how he'll be managed going forward.
Yes, Billy, Fox 13. You know, we saw those 3 accomplices get picked up. Are y'all looking into Caitlin Speed?
Yeah, again, I appreciate the question in terms of, those who were assisting.
That's a great question.
Mr. Drummond.
That's a great
as he was
question.
on the run. And I can tell you that we will continue to address those individuals, each that have been engaged. In terms of identifying specific individuals, I won't go into that at this time. Yes, ma'am.
Priya Sridhar with NBC News. I understand there's a connection between the suspect and the victim. Can you just speak to that relationship?
Yeah, in terms of the relationship between the suspect and the victims, the suspect's girlfriend is the sister of a victim, is the daughter of a victim, and is the sister of 2 victims. So yes, that's the familial connection at that point. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'll let Chief Corley address that.
Sure. Yes. So the first call we got, he was out in that area. The second call that we got that led to the apprehension, he had been in that area and was in the wood line, I believe. The wood line right behind that. So, but
What the heck is going
as
on?
far as the location where he was standing or staying over, but as far as the location where he was standing or
What the heck?
staying overnight or during the day, yes, it was an
What the heck?
abandoned or a vacant, I should say, a vacant building.
What the heck?
I don't believe so. I can't. I don't believe so. I can't.
What the heck is going on here?
Tell you that.
What's he armed when he was down there?
No.
How long do you think he'd been?
Oh, so he didn't have his
Couldn't tell
weapon.
you.
He didn't have his
Not right
weapon.
now. We're investigating that.
Interesting.
About community support, there was a large reward out. Will somebody get that? Will you buy it? How will it work?
No, it's
Yes.
it's
So
their
in
feed.
terms of the reward, what will happen?
No, it's their feed that keeps cutting out. And that's crazy. He didn't have his weapon. So maybe that's why they were doing that huge police presence, trying to find, like Robert said earlier, his cash and his stashed weapon.
Is we will vet the information that we obtain and determine who would be appropriate to receive the award. So we'll look into that very specifically to determine.
There's only one person, dude. What is that? See what I'm saying? They do this bullshit, you guys, where they offer a reward and then they're like, well, we have to make sure they meet the criteria. The dude, oh my gosh, let me rewind. Dude, you better give him that freaking money, man. You better give him that money. That's BS.
Reward. What will happen is we will vet the information that we obtain and
That's
determine
bullcrap.
who would be
That's
appropriate
bullcrap
to receive the award. So we'll
He's the only one that called. There's only one person that vet the information. What do you need to vet? He called in the tip. And you guys got there before he was even off the phone with you. They better not shaft this dude. Oh, man, that's going to make me... Oh, come on, man. Do the right thing. It's only freaking $32,000. I'm sure all of you could scrape it up. My gosh, they're going to shaft this dude. We need to vet it and make sure we give it to the appropriate... Bull crap.
look into that very specifically to
Bull
determine
crap.
who it will.
They do
More than
this
likely,
all the
from what I
time.
have heard,
They do
there
this
may be
all
more
the
than
time.
one
More
person
than
that will.
Bull crap. More than one? Yo, this is bull crap. More than one. There was only one guy that saw him walking in the woods and he called 911 and you guys were there before he got off the phone. I don't think more than one people are calling you at the same time for the same thing if they're in the same... Man, they're going to shaft him. Watch. They're going to shaft him. They do this all the time. Why even offer a frickin' reward if this is what you're going to do? Because eventually the boy who cries wolf, not that money should be your motivation to help, but at the same time, that's why it's there. It's to get people to talk. The more times you cry wolf, there'll be one time, all of a sudden, nobody's showing up, man. Don't do this to that fella. Do not. Please do the right thing.
Will receive a portion of the award.
Please do the right
And so
thing.
that's what we'll be working on as well. Let me go back here and then I'll come back. Yes.
Please do the right thing.
Yeah,
Right.
Mike, in terms of how he was able to continue to be out on the run and those who assisted him, I won't be able to go into that because that's all part of this investigative process. And we can't go into those details yet at this time.
Yeah, but the officers will get a freaking plaque. Oh, that is... I knew... Seriously, you all, that's why I said it in the beginning. Go look at this. I'm not bullshitting. Go look at the statistics of how often rewards are paid out, and it is alarmingly low. Alarmingly low. You will be shocked. I'm not even going to tell you what the percentage is. I bet you can guess what percentage. I'm going to tell you right now. You all can guess what percentage it's going to be, and I guarantee you it's lower than the percentage that you're thinking, unless it's like, I mean, you can't say, hey, I guess 1%, haha, it's not lower. Come on now. Let's, you know what I mean? Let's be realistic here. Let's be realistic here.
You said you can't speak to motive.
It
Any
is.
idea
It's
why all
bad.
those victims ended up in that same...
They don't give the money out. That's what happens. They don't give the money out. They keep it. they keep it, and it usually freaking goes to it usually goes to the first responders. Like they'll take that reward money, they won't give it out, and then they'll donate it to the freaking first responders. So then the first responders get a little bit of cash in their pocket, and it goes to their department too. It's really messed up, you guys. Yes. You see what I'm saying? Isn't that wrong? That's why I said if they even give it to him, when we found out, if they even give it to him, man, that is so wrong. So
Again,
wrong.
those are specifics about the investigative process.
They better do the right
thing.
thing.
Details at this time. Yes, ma'am.
They better. They better. You know what?
Yeah, in terms of were we surprised that he was still in Jackson? I think I don't believe we weren't surprised that he was still here in the area. We know he was obtaining support, obviously. As you know, we have arrested individuals that were providing that. And so it wasn't a surprise. Quite frankly, we thought he may try to run, and his history has shown he has left the state before. And so we were concerned about that, but we had a lot of confidence in the information we were getting.
Yeah, a lot of confidence. That's why you were flying radars for frickin' 5 days and 5 nights, and you couldn't find him until a landscaper called you, bro. You better give him the money.
The intelligence we were getting.
You better give him the money.
The technology that we were following.
Now I'm riled up.
That helped us with the assurity that we were honing in quickly.
Oh, give me a
on
break,
his location.
Dude.
Again, it was
bull crap.
The community that really broke this for us, and I don't want to.
You couldn't find him with radar, bro.
All of the effort, all of the technology, all of the dog determination that we had,
right.
was really came down to the community doing.
Right, because their dogs and their fucking radar weren't finding him. It took the landscaper. You had radar, dude. Night vision and radar and dogs and all these utilities, and you couldn't find him until a landscaper called you.
As was stated, seeing something and making that
Thank
call.
you, Diamond.
And that was critical for us.
I
to
love
be
the
able
way
to
how
be
you
where,
have that
where we are
spelled,
today.
too. That's
with
pretty
this.
cool. Diamonds for
I think we're going to get
UC.
one more. Sorry.
You mentioned that Drummond wasn't armed. Were you able to recover the weapon you received?
Yeah, I can tell you that. We did recover a couple weapons at this point, and we're still searching to see what else is out there. And so I would ask again, a plea to the public.
But I thought you were honed in. I thought you were honed in with all your technology and your dogs. You were honed in. Not too honed in, are you? You probably need a neighbor to call in a tip saying, hey, we found a backpack. Oh, sorry, we must have walked right by it.
Blake, if you see something that you believe maybe was involved in this, don't touch it. Call right away. Let us get to it and process that scene. There are still pieces that we're trying to place together, and so there's still evidence out there that we need to gather. But we have recovered weapons. I can't speak to if those are the weapons that were used in the homicides, but I can tell you we have recovered a couple of firearms at this time.
One more question from
I'm sorry. I cannot speak to the specifics of the weapons yet. Right? Yes, sir. Final.
Where is the baby? Where is Drummond? And did Drummond say anything once it was captured?
I can tell you in terms of Drummond, he has been transported to a facility. We won't state where he's at this point. And I can tell you that.
So that means we're not getting a mugshot yet, you guys.
Well, I won't tell you what took place after he was taken into custody. That's all part of our investigative process.
It means we're not going to get a mugshot unless they just give you the face. They're not going to give you a mugshot because then that reveals where he's at. They're not going to do it.
In terms of the child, I will yield.
But do me a favor, because after this show, listen, I've been up for like 27 hours. I've been streaming for freaking check the tape. All right. I'm going to be knocked out for a few hours here after this show's done. Do me a favor. Tag me, because I'm going to be knocked out, man. I ain't going to be able to see what updates are out there. So do me a favor. If you come across an update on Twitter, you come across an update on Facebook, tag me in it, okay? Do me a favor. Send me the breaking news today, because I'm going to be knocked out, y'all. Do me a favor. Send me the breaking news. Tag me in it and share it to my page, whatever. Tag me, whatever. Share it with me, please, because I'm going to be so knocked out, you guys. So knocked out. I need your help
Baby,
tonight.
I'd rather not say where the baby is now for its
I need
well-being,
your help
but it
tonight.
is safe, healthy, and being well taken care of.
All right. Again, thank you all. We very much appreciate the help, especially throughout this. The media has been absolutely critical, pushing information as quickly as we could provide it to you, keeping a focus for the public on this. And so we again, this isn't just policing. This is our community. This is our great media doing a fine job. So thank you all as well for the effort that was put into this. We appreciate it. Thank you.
A lot were waiting to get confirmation on that we had put some pieces of the puzzle together, but finally hearing from authorities, the biggest one to me, Ruben, confirming that Drummond's girlfriend is the sister of 2 of the victims and the daughter.
Come on.
Of 1. Did not really give exact specifics on the name.
Come on. What are you doing? What are you doing?
But we know there are 4 victims, and Courtney Rose.
What?
Is 38 years old. Then we had Adriana Williams, who was the 20-year-old. Her boyfriend that we think, or her boyfriend was James Wilson, the 21-year-old, and then the 15-year-old Braden Williams.
So that was one of the keys that we had been waiting to hear, kind of what all of that relationship may have been. The other thing that was interesting, and there's a lot to unpack from what we just all heard. No weapons found on Drummond when he was arrested, but weapons were recovered, just not necessarily on him when they arrested him. They would not elaborate on what the weapons were that they found, or whether or not they felt like those were the weapons from the crime scene.
And we saw from the video that he was carrying what authorities had said in the Facebook postings and social media that was a rifle at the time in the video. So yes, to have recovered or not recovered the weapon when he was arrested, but then to have found weapons elsewhere is interesting.
So it sounds like, and again, we're taking this live as you hear it. We're taking the same type of notes. It sounds as if he was found in a pool house, an abandoned
Thank you so much.
pool house on a woodline area right near that scene where Desmond Nugent had been live all day today. So it would appear he had been looking for somewhere to hide, had found an abandoned pool house, and that's where they ended up finding him. A couple of other quick notes is they mentioned how today's tips, the first tip I think came in at 8:05 of somebody citing Drummond, and then at 8:57 a more direct call from a citizen about Drummond, and they had him arrested by 9:07.
9:07, yes. Quick movement there. And someone asked about the reward.
Yes.
And we know that that reward was up to $32,500. And that they believe that they're going to have to vet that reward, of course, and it will probably go to more than one. But there was a lot of notion and just a head nods and appreciation to the law enforcement partnerships with local, state, and federal agencies. Not only that, but the community's participation and staying vigilant. There was a lot of word and language to just how the public worked together with authorities to make sure that they could piece as much as they could together to find his whereabouts. Everything from video, from calls to sightings, to watching the news, to media, to just every step of the way. There was a lot of appreciation for how the public worked in conjunction with these law enforcement agencies and how the law enforcement agencies worked together as well.
Yeah, and one of the other big notes out of that press briefing was the fact that the baby is doing
Safe.
well. The baby is
Yes.
safe. The baby is doing well. They would not elaborate, and for good reason, on where the baby is. Just the fact that the baby is safe, healthy, and doing well, being well taken care of, which I think a lot of people were worried about as well.
Yes, and we got a lot more answers. There's still a lot more questions as well. They couldn't comment on anything really regarding the victim's status when they were found. They didn't really want to speak on exactly what Drummond said during the arrest or thereafter, where we know he's being transported. We don't know where he's being transported to. As you said, the baby's safe, but of course for the child's well-being, they don't want to say exactly where the baby is, but knowing that the baby is safe is most important. But yes, a lot of questions that we will probably see play out in the justice phase. As they said, now we have the captures phase 1, and now it's got to be taken into the criminal justice system to do its part.
Yeah, so one of the things during this is somebody did ask if his priors will be mentioned and considered as part of this, and the officials did say. Now I know let's go ahead and put a bow on this real quick. We're gonna end our coverage right now, and then we'll be right back.
What? You're not supposed to say it? You're not supposed to, dude. What? Hold on a minute. What?
Part.
Yeah. So one of the things during this is somebody did ask if his priors will be mentioned and considered as part of this, and the officials did say. Now I know we're gonna
what? Dude, I'm telling you, this is like, oh my gosh, this has been comedy. This has been comedy all day with this news crew. I'm telling you right now, if you want a little bit of comedy, you got to rewatch this sometime and just watch the news when these people are talking. Listen, one more thing, she's trying to close it down. That is a nice dress. She's trying to close it down, and he goes, "Wait, one more thing. They brought up the question about the previous history, and well, we're gonna have to end it real quick." Like, this whole production has been a shit show. Was this the first day for the producer at this TV station? What the hell? What a train wreck. I feel so sad. I mean, all of it, the guy talking live mic, live mic, and oh, are we streaming? Yes, we're going to you live on location. Yes, Jimmy. Can you hear me? It's like, what the hell? All right, guys. I'm going to get some sleep. Like I said, here's the links if you're not following me on Facebook or Twitter X. I'm always giving you the up-to-date. Trust me, you would have been notified 10 minutes before I went live that he was captured. And I know I was the first one out there because it was kind of interesting, because when I already went live, everybody else was still having the spotted the spotted shows. I'm like, y'all, it's been like this for like a half hour now. All right, so you would have got those. You would have known he was captured. There was people like, is he serious? But do me a favor tonight. I'm gonna chill back. I might head to the lounge or to this EvilleCJ TV channel for a little bit. Maybe play something for a little bit. I'm wired up. I'm wired up from the adrenaline, man. Just this it's fine. They finally caught him. It's been running crazy. They finally caught him. I don't know. I might just crash out. I'm gonna eat something after we're done here, and then who knows? You might see a notification pop up over there. I'm gonna crash out tonight. I really would like to come back on tonight to do a show. I just don't know. It's already 3:30. By the time I'm done eating, it's gonna be 4, and then by that time, I don't know. We might be. 25% chance I'll be on tonight over here. I might be over at the EvilleCJ TV channel doing something like comedy or some games or something. But yeah. Oh, the mugshot's up. They actually put it out. Let's see, because it'll be on Twitter if it is. That's where everybody gets it. All right. That's an old one. I don't see one. So he's probably showing the old one there, Manny, because there isn't a new one out yet. So probably showing the old one. The old one's been floating around a lot. If you don't know about that one, but yeah, that one's been floating around a lot. But do me a favor, tag me if you come across something. I'm gonna be knocked out. I'll see you guys later tonight, or maybe if not over here over at the TV channel, but definitely see you tomorrow. And I hope they have this trial soon, because this dude needs justice ASAP, and they better pay that guy that called it in, because that was the only way they caught him. He was walking in the woods. They wouldn't have found him again. They wouldn't have found him again, because he was doing the same thing like he was the last few days, walking in the woods. That's it. I love you guys. Please be safe. Have a peaceful, positive day, afternoon, evening, morning if I don't see you. And I will see you on the next one. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for all your support, your kind words, your company, your conversation, and the energy that we're promoting out on this planet. It's about that peace, positivity, and progress always. Love you.
Standby.